Story 1 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Ed Reed's Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. Conspiracy on Callisto by James McCrae. Chapter 1. Dwayne's hand flicked to his waist and Conspiracy on Callisto by James McCrae. Chapter 1. Dwayne's hand flicked to his waist and hung there, poised. His disc gun remained undrawn. The tall, white-haired man, Stevens, smiled. "You're right, Dwayne," he said. "I could blast you, too. Nobody would win that way. So let's leave the guns where they are." The muscles twitched in Peter Dwayne's cheeks, but his voice, when it came, was controlled. "Don't think we're going to let this go," he said. "We'll take it up with Andreas tonight. We'll see whether you can cut me out." The white-haired man's smile faded. He stepped forward, one hand bracing him against the thrust of the rocket engines underneath, holding to the guide rail at the side of the ship's corridor. He said, "Dwayne, Andreas is your boss, not mine. I'm a freelance. I work for myself. When we land on Callisto tonight, I'll be with you when you turn our, shall you say, our cargo over to him, and I'll collect my fair share of the proceeds. That's as far as it goes. I take no orders from him." A heavy-set man in blue appeared at the end of the connecting corridor. He was moving fast, but stopped short when he saw the two men. "Hey," he said, "change of course. Get to your cabins." He seemed about to walk up to them, then reconsidered and hurried off. Neither man paid any attention. Dwayne said, "Do I have to kill you?" It was only a question as he asked it, without threatening. A muted alarm bell sounded through the PA speakers, signaling a 1-minute warning. The white-haired man cocked his eyebrow. "Not at all," he said. He took the measure of his slim, red-headed opponent. Taller, heavier, older, he was still no more uncompromisingly belligerent than Dwayne, standing there. "Not at all," he repeated. "Just take your 10,000 and let it go at that. Don't make trouble. Leave Andreas out of our private argument." "Damn you," Dwayne flared. "I was promised 50,000. I need that money. Do you think—" "Forget what I think," Stevens said, his voice clipped and angry. "I don't care about fairness, Dwayne, except to myself. I've done all the work on this. I supplied the goods. My price is set, 100,000 Earth dollars. What Andreas promised you is no concern of mine. The fact is that, after I've taken my share, there's only 10,000 left. That's all you get." Dwayne stared at him a long second, then nodded abruptly. "I was right the first time," he said. "I'll have to kill you." Already his hand was streaking toward the grip of his disc gun, touching it, drawing it forth. But the white-haired man was faster. His arms swept up and pinioned Dwayne, holding him impotent. "Don't be a fool," he grated. "Dwayne." The PA speaker rattled, blared something unintelligible. Neither man heard it. Dwayne lunged forward into the taller man's grip, sliding down to the floor. The white-haired man grappled furiously to keep his hold on Peter's gun arm, but Peter was slipping away. Belatedly, Stevens went for his own gun. He was too late. Dwayne was out and leveled at him. "Now, you will listen to me," Dwayne panted. But he halted, and the muzzle of his weapon wavered. The floor swooped and surged beneath him as the thrust of the mighty jets was cut off. Suddenly there was no gravity. The two men locked together, floated wastelessly out to the center of the corridor. "Course change," gasped white-haired Stevens. "Good God!" The ship had reached the midpoint of its flight. The bells had sounded, warning every soul on it to take shelter, to strap themselves in their pressure bunks against the deadly stress of acceleration as the ship reversed itself and began its headlong plunge into Callisto. But the two men had not heeded. The small steering rockets flashed briefly. The men were thrust bruisingly against the side of the corridor as the rocket spun lazily on its axis. The side jets flared once more to halt the spin, when the 180 turn was completed, and the men were battered against the opposite wall, still weightless, still clinging to each other, still struggling. Then the main drive bellowed into life again, and the ship began to battle against its own built-up acceleration. The corridor floor rose up with blinking speed to smite them, and the lights went out in a burst of crashing pain for Peter Dwayne. Someone was talking to him. Dwayne tried to force an eye open to see who it was and failed. Something damp and clinging was all about his face, obscuring his vision. But the voice filtered in. "Open your mouth," it said. "Please, Peter, open your mouth. You're all right. Just swallow this." It was a girl's voice. Dwayne was suddenly conscious that a girl's light hand was on his shoulder. He shook his head feebly. The voice became more insistent. "Swallow this," it said. "It's only a stimulant to help you throw off the shock of your accident. You're all right, otherwise." Obediently, he opened his mouth and choked on a warm, tingly liquid. He managed to swallow it and lay quiet as deft, feminine hands did something to his face. Suddenly, light filtered through his closed eyelids, and a cool air stirred against his damp face. He opened his eyes. A slight, red-headed girl in white nurse's uniform was standing there. She stepped back a pace, a web of wet gauze bandage in her hands, looking at him. "Hello," he whispered. Where am I?" "In the sick bay," she said. "You got caught out when the ship changed course. Lucky you weren't hurt, Peter. The man you were with, the old white-haired one, Stevens, wasn't so lucky. He was underneath when the jets went on. 3 ribs broken. His lung was punctured. He died in the other room an hour ago." Dwayne screwed his eyes tight together and grimaced. When he opened them again, there was alertness and clarity in them, but there was also bafflement. "Girl," he said, "who are you? Where am I?" "Peter," there was shock and hurt in the tone of her voice. Don't you know me, Peter?" Dwayne shook his head confusedly. "I don't know anything," he said. I don't even know my own name."
Dwayne, the man's heavy voice said. "That won't wash. Don't play dumb on me."
"Dwayne," he said. "Dwayne." He swiveled his head and saw a dark, squat man frowning at him. "Who are you?" Peter asked. The dark man laughed.
"Take your time, Dwayne," he said easily. "You'll remember me. My name's Andreas. I've been waiting here for you to wake up. We have some business matters to discuss."
The nurse, still eyeing Dwayne with an odd bewilderment, said, "I'll leave you alone for a moment. Don't talk too much to him, Mr. Andreas. He's still suffering from shock."
"I won't,"
Andreas promised, grinning. Then, as the girl left the room, the smile dropped from his face.
"You play rough, Dwayne," he observed. "I thought you'd have trouble with Stevens. I didn't think you'd find it necessary to put him out of the way so permanently. Won't matter. If you had to kill him, it's no skin of my nose. Give me your release on the merchandise. I've got your money here."
Dwayne waved a hand and pushed himself dizzily erect, swinging his legs over the side of the high cot. His sheet had been thrown over him, but he was fully dressed. He examined his clothing with interest. Grey tunic, grey leather spaceman's boots. It was unfamiliar. He shook his head in further confusion, and the motion burst within his skull, throbbing hotly. He closed his eyes until it subsided, trying to force his brain to operate, to explain to him where and what he was. He looked at the man named Andreas. "Nobody seems to believe me," he said, "but I really don't know what's going on. Things are moving too fast for me. Really, I don't even know my own name. My head, it hurts. I can't think clearly." Andreas straightened, turned a darkly suspicious look on Dwayne.
"Don't play tricks with me," he said savagely. "I haven't time for them. I won't mince words with you. Give me a release on the cargo now before I have to get rough. This is a lot more important to me than your life is."
"Go to hell," Dwayne said shortly. "I'm playing no tricks." There was an instant doubt in Andreas's eyes. Then it flashed away. He bent closer, peered at Dwayne.
"I almost think," he began.
Then he shook his head.
"No," he said. "You're lying, all right. You killed Stevens to get his share, and now you're going to hold me up. That's your last chance that just went by, Dwayne. From now on, I'm running this show."
He spun around and strode to the door, thrust it open.
"Dakin," he bellowed, "read."
2 large, ugly men in filled grey uniforms emblazoned with the shooting star insignia of Callisto's League Police came in, looking to Andreas for instructions.
"Dwayne here is resisting arrest," Andreas said. "Take him along. We'll fix up the charges later."
"You can't do that," Dwayne said wearily. "I'm sick.
If you've got something against me, save it. Wait till my head clears. I'm sure I can explain.
Explain how? The dockman laughed. If I wait, the ship will be blasting off for Ganymede within 2 hours. I'll wait, but so will the ship. It's not going anywhere till I give it clearance. I run, Callisto. I'll give the orders here.
Chapter 2. Whoever this man Andreas was, thought Duane, he was certainly a man of importance on Callisto. As he said, he gave the orders. The crew of the rocket made no objection when Andreas and his men took Duane off without a word. Duane had thought the nurse, who seemed a good enough sort, might have said something on his behalf, but she was out of sight as they left. A curt sentence to a grey-clad official on the blast field where the rocket lay, and the man nodded and hurried off to tell the rocket's captain that the ship was being refused clearance indefinitely. The long, powerful ground car slid up before them. Andreas got in front, while the 2 uniformed men shoved Duane into the back of the car and climbed in beside him. Andreas gave a curt order, and the car shot forward. The driver sitting beside Andreas leaned forward and readied a hand onto the dashboard. The high wail of a siren came instantly from the car's roof, and what traffic was on the broad, straight highway into which they had turned pulled aside to let them race through. Ahead lay the tall spires of a city. Graceful, hundreds of feet high, they seemed dreamlike, yet somehow oddly familiar to Duane. Somewhere he had seen them before. He dragged deep into his mind, plumbing the cloudy, impenetrable haze that had settled on it, trying to bring forth the memories that he should have had. Amnesia, they called it. Complete forgetting of the happenings of a lifetime. He had heard of it, but never dreamed it could happen to him. My name, it seems, is Peter Duane, he thought, and they tell me that I killed a man. The thought was starkly incredible to him. A white-haired man, it had been, someone named Stevens. He tried to remember. Yes, there had been a white-haired man, and there had been an argument. Something to do with money, for the shipment of goods that Stevens had supplied to Duane. There has even been talk of killing. But murder? Duane looked at his hands helplessly. Andreas up ahead was turning around. He looked sharply at Duane for a long second. An uncertainty clouded his eyes, and abruptly he looked forward again without speaking.
Who's this man, Andreas?
Duane whispered to the nearest guard. The man stared at him.
Governor Andrews, he said, is the League's deputy on Callisto. You know, the Earth-Mars League. They put Governor Andrews here to govern for them.
League? Duane asked, wrinkling his brow. He had heard something about a league once, yes, but it was all so nebulous. The other guard stirred, leaned over.
Shut up, he said heavily. We'll have plenty of chance for talking later.
But the chance was a long time in coming. Duane found himself an hour later, still in the barred room into which he had been thrust. The guards had brought him there, at Andreas's order, and left him. That had been all. This was not a regular jail, Duane realized. It was more like a palace, something out of Earth's Roman Empire days, all white stone and frescoed walls. Duane wished for human companionship, particularly that of the nurse. Of all the people he had met since awakening in that hospital bed, only she seemed warm and human. The others were brutal, deadly. It was too bad, Duane reflected, that he'd failed to remember her. She seemed hurt, and she had certainly known him by his first name. But perhaps she would understand. Duane sat down on a lumpy, sagging bed and buried his head in his hands. Dim ghosts of memory were wandering in his mind. He tried to conjure them into stronger relief, or to exorcise them entirely. Somewhere, sometime, a man had said to him,
Andreas is secretly arming the Callistan cutthroats for revolt against the League. He wants personal power. He's prepared to pay any price for it. He needs guns. Earth guns smuggled into the League patrol. If you can wipe out the League police garrison, those who are loyal to the League still, instead of to Andreas, he can sit back and laugh at any fleet Earth and Mars can send. Rockets are clumsy in an atmosphere. They're helpless. And if he can arm enough of Callisto's rabble, he can't be stopped. That's why he'll pay for electron rifles with their weight in gold.
Duane could remember the scene clearly, could almost see the sharp, aquiline face of the man who had spoken to him. But there memory stopped. A fugitive recollection raced through his mind. He halted it, dragged it back, pinned it down. They had stopped in Darkside, the spaceport on the side of Luna that keeps perpetually averted from Earth, as if the moon knows shame and wants to hide the rough and roaring dome city that nestles in one of the great craters. Duane remembered sitting in a low-ceilinged, smoke-heavy room, across the table from a tall man with white hair. Stephen.
4,000 electron rifles,
The man had said.
latest government issue. Never mind how I got them. They're perfect. You know my price. Take it or leave it. And it's payable the minute we touch ground on Callisto.
There had been a few minutes of haggling over terms, then a handshake, and a drink from a thin-necked flagon of pale yellow liquid fire. He and the white-haired man had gone out then, made their way by unfrequented side streets to a great windowless building. Duane remembered the white-hot stars overhead, shining piercingly through the great transparent dome that kept the air in the sealed city of Darkside, as they stood at the entrance of the warehouse and spoke in low tones to the man who answered their summons. Then, inside, and they were looking at a huge chamber full of stacked fiber boxes, containing nothing but dehydrated dairy products and mining tools by the stencils they bore. Duane had turned to the white-haired man with a puzzled question, and the man had laughed aloud. He dragged one of the boxes down, ripped it open with the sharp point of a handling hook. Short-barreled, flare-mouthed guns rolled out, tumbling over the floor. 8 of them were in that one box, and hundreds of boxes all about. Duane picked one up, broke it, peered into the chamber where the tiny capsule of U-235 would explode with infinite violence when the trigger was pulled, spraying radiant death 3,000 yards in the direction the gun was aimed. And that memory ended. Duane got up, stared at his haggard face in the cracked mirror over the bed.
They say I'm a killer,
He thought.
Apparently I'm a gun runner as well. Good Lord, what am I not?
His reflection, white, drawn face, made all the more pallid by the red hair that blazed over it, stared back at him. There was no answer there. If only he could remember.
All right, Duane.
The deep voice of a guard came to him as the door swung open.
Stop making eyes at yourself.
Duane looked around. The guard beckoned.
Governor Andrews wants to speak to you. Now. Let's not keep the governor waiting.
A long, narrow room with a long carpet leading from the entrance up to a great heavy desk. That was Andreas's office. Duane felt a click in his memory as he entered. One of the ancient Earth dictators had employed just such a psychological trick to overawe those who came to beg favors of him. Mussolini or some such name. The trick failed to work. Duane had other things on his mind. He walked the 30-foot length of the room, designed to imbue him with a sense of his own unimportance as steadily as he'd ever walked in the open air of his home planet, whichever planet that was. The guard had remained just inside the door, at attention. Andreas waved him out.
Here I am,
said Duane.
What do you want?
Andreas said,
I've had the ship inspected, and what I want is on it. It saves your life for now, but the cargo is in your name. I could take it by force if I had to. I prefer not to.
He picked up a paper, handed it to Duane.
In spite of your behavior, you can keep it alive. You can even collect the money for the guns, Stephen's share as well as your own. This is a release form, authorizing my men to take 420 cases of dehydrated foods and drilling supplies from the hold of the Cameroon, the ship you came on. Sign it, and we'll forget our argument. Only sign it now and get it over with. I'm losing patience, Duane.
Duane said, without expression,
No.
Dark red flooded into Andreas's sallow face. His jaws bunched angrily, and there was a ragged thread of incomplete control to his voice as he spoke.
I'll have your neck for this, Duane,
he said softly. Duane looked at the man's eyes. Death was behind them, peeping out. Mentally, he shrugged. What difference did it make?
Give me the pen,
he said shortly. Andreas exhaled a deep breath. He could see the tension leave him, the mottled anger fade from his face, and leave it without expression. He handed the paper to Dwayne without a word. He gave him a pen, watched him scrawl his name.
"That,"
he said,
"is better.
He paused a moment ruminatively.
It would have been better still if you had not stalled me so long. I find it hard to forgive in my associates."
The money,
Peter said. If he were playing a part, pretending he knew what he was doing, he might as well play it to the hilt.
When do I get it?
Andreas picked up the paper and looked carefully at the signature, creased it thoughtfully, stowed it in a pocket before answering.
"Naturally,"
he said.
"there'll have to be a revision of terms. I offered 110,000 Earth dollars. I would have paid it, but you made me angry. You'll have to pay for that."
Dwayne said,
I paid already. I've been dragged from pillar to post by you. That's enough. Pay me what you owe me, if you want any more of the same goods.
That was a shot in the dark, and it missed the mark. Andreas's eyes widened.
"You amaze me, Dwayne,"
he said. He rose and stepped around the desk, confronting Dwayne.
"I almost thought you really have lost your memory, Dwayne," he said. "Otherwise, surely you would know that this is all the rifles I need. With them, I'll take whatever else I want."
Dwayne said.
You're ready, then?
He took time to think it over, but he knew that no thought was required. Already the hands that he had locked behind him were clenched, taut. Already the muscles of his legs were tensing.
You're ready, he repeated. You've armed the Callistan exiles, the worst gutter scum on 9 planets. You're set to betray the League that gave you power here. Well, that changes things. I can't let you do it.
He hurled himself at Andreas, hands sweeping around to grapple for the dark man's throat. Andreas, off balance, staggered backward, but his own hands were diving for the twin heat guns that hung at his waist. Dwayne saw his danger and reacted. His foot twisted around Andreas's ankle. His hands at the other's throat gripped tighter. He lunged forward, slamming the hard top of his head into the other's face, feeling flesh and cartilage give as Andreas's nose mashed flat. His own head pinwheeled dizzily, agonizingly as the jaw revived the pain of his earlier accident. But Andreas, unconscious already, tumbled back with Dwayne on top of him. His head made an audible, spine-chilling thud as it hit the carpeted floor. Dwayne got up, retrieving the 2 heat guns, and stared at him.
They tell me I killed Stevens the same way, he thought. I'm getting in a rut.
But Andreas was not dead, though he was out as cold as the void beyond Pluto. The thick carpeting had saved him from a broken head. Dwayne stepped over the unconscious man and looked around the room. It was furnished severely to the point of barrenness. 2 chairs before Andreas's ornate, bare-topped desk, and 1 luxurious chair behind it. A tasseled bell cord within easy reach of Andreas's chair. The long carpet. That was all it contained. The problem of getting out was serious, he saw. How good one. Chapter 3. Methodically, he ransacked the drawers of Andreas's desk. Papers, a whole arsenal of handguns, Callistan money by the bale, ominously black-covered notebooks with cryptic figures littering their pages. Those were the contents. A coldly impersonal desk, without the familiar trivia most men accumulate. There was nothing, certainly, that would get him out of a building that so closely resembled a fortress. He tumbled the things back into the drawers helter-skelter, turned Andreas over and searched his pockets. More money. The man must have had a fortune within reach at all times, and a few meaningless papers. Dwayne took the release he had signed and tore it to shreds, but that was only a gesture. When Andreas came to, unless Dwayne had managed to get away and accomplished something, the mere lack of written permission would not keep him from the rocket's lethal cargo. When Andreas came to, an idea bloomed in Dwayne's brain. He looked then at unconscious Andreas, and the idea withered again. He had thought of facing Andreas himself, to front for him, at gun's point, in the conventional manner of escaping prisoners. But fistfights, fiction to the contrary notwithstanding, leave marks on the men who lose them. Andreas's throat was speckled with the livid marks of Dwayne's fingers. Dwayne's head, butting Andreas in the face, had taken a thick stream of crimson from his nostrils, turned his sharp nose askew. No guard of Andreas's would have been deceived for an instant, looking at that face. even assuming that Andreas could have been forced to cooperate with the threat of a gun, which, considering the stake Andreas had in this play, was doubtful. He looked up and looked around. He had to act quickly. Already Andreas's breath was audible. He saw the man grimace, and an arm flopped spasmodically on the floor. Consciousness was on its way back. Duane touched the heat gun he'd thrust into his belt, drew it, and held it poised, while he sought to discover what was in his own mind. He'd killed a man already, they said. Was he then a killer? Could he shoot Andreas now, in cold blood, with so much to gain and nothing to lose? He stood there a moment. Then, abruptly, he reversed the weapon and chopped it down on Andreas's skull. There was a sharp grunt from the still unconscious man, but no other sign. Only the first tremors of movement that had shown on him halted and did not reappear.
No, Duane thought. Whatever they say, I'm not a killer.
But still he had to get out. How? Once more he stared about the room, catalogued its contents. The guard would be getting impatient. Perhaps any minute he would tap the door, first timorously, then with heavier strokes. The guard. There was a way. Duane eyed the length of the room. 30 feet. It would take him a couple of seconds to run it at full speed. Was that fast enough? There was only one way to find out. He walked around the desk to the bell cord. He took a deep breath, tugged it savagely, and at once was in speedy motion, racing toward the door, his footsteps muffled in the deep, springy carpet. Almost as he reached it, he saw it began to open. He quickly sidestepped and was out of the guard's sight, behind the door as the man looked in. Quick suspicion flared in his eyes, then certainty as he saw Andreas huddled on the floor. He opened his mouth to cry out, but Duane's arm was around his throat, and he had no breath to spare. Duane's foot lashed out, and the door slammed shut. Duane's balled left fist came up and connected with the guard's chin. Abruptly, the man slumped. Duane took a deep breath and let the man drop to the floor. But he paused only a second. Now he had 2 unconscious men on his hands, and he dared let neither revive until he was prepared. He grasped the guard's arm and dragged him roughly the length of the room. He leaped on top of the desk, brutally scarring its gleaming top with the hard spikes of his boots. His agile fingers unfastened the long bell cord without causing it to ring, and, bearing it, he dropped again to the floor. Tugging and straining, he got the limp form of Andreas into his own chair, bound him with the bell cord, gagged him with the priceless Venus wool scarf Andreas wore knotted about his throat. He tested his bindings with full strength and smiled. Those would hold, let Andreas struggle as he would. The guard he stripped of clothing, bound and gagged with his own belt and spaceman's kerchief. He dragged him around behind the desk, thrust him under it out of sight. Andreas's chair he turned so that the unconscious face was averted from the door. Should anyone look in, then, the fact of Andreas's unconsciousness might not be noticed. Then he took off his own clothes, quickly assumed the filled grey uniform of the guard. It felt like the skin of a fruit. He felt himself bulging out of it in a dozen places. The long cape the guard wore would conceal that, perhaps. In any case, there was nothing better. Trying to make his stride as martial as possible, he walked down the long carpet to the door, opened it, and stepped outside. His luck couldn't hold out forever. It was next to miraculous that he got as far as he did, out of the anteroom before Andreas's office, past the 2 guards there, who eyed him absently but said nothing, down the great entrance hall, straight out the front door. Going through the city had been easier, of course. There were many men in uniforms like this. Duane thought then that Andreas's power could not have been too strong, even over the League police, whom he nominally commanded. The police could not all have been corrupt, though too many of them. Had they been turncoats, aiding Andreas in his revolt against the League, there would have been no need to smuggle rifles in for an unruly mass of civilians. Duane cursed the lack of foresight of the early Earth governments. They had made a prison planet of Callisto, had filled it with the worst scum of Earth. Then, when damage had been done, when Callisto had become a pest hole among the planets, its iniquities a stench that rose to the stars, They had belatedly found that they had created a problem worse than the one they tried to solve, one like a hydra beast. Criminality was not a thing of heredity. The children of the transported convicts, most of them, were honest and wanted to be respectable, and they could not be. Earth's crime rate, too, had not been lowered materially by exiling its gangsters and murderers to Callisto. When it was long past time, the League had stepped in and set a governor of its own over Callisto. If the governor had been an honest man, a satisfactory solution might have been worked out. The first governor had been honest. Under him, great strides had been made. The bribe-proof, gun-handy League police had stamped out the wide-open plague spots of the planet. Public works had been begun on a large scale. The beginnings of representative government had been established. But the first governor had died, and the second governor had been Andreas.
You can see the results,
Dwayne thought grimly as he swung into the airfield in his rented ground car. Foreboding was stamped on the faces of half the Callistans he'd seen, and dark treachery in the others. Some of those men had been among the actual exiled criminals. The last convict ship had landed only a dozen years before. All of those whom Andreas planned to arm were either of the original transportation men or their weaker descendants. What was holding Andreas back? Why the need for smuggling guns in? The answer to that, Dwayne thought, was encouraging, but not conclusive. Clearly, then, Andreas did not have complete control over the League police. But how much control he did have, what officers he had won over to treachery, Dwayne could not begin to guess. Dwayne slid the car into a parking slot, switched off the ignition, and left it. It was night, but the short Callistan dark period was nearly over. A pearly glow at the horizon showed where the sun would come bulging over in a few minutes, while at the opposite rim of the planet he could still see the blood-red disk of mighty Jupiter lingering for a moment, casting a crimson hue over the landscape before it made the final plunge. The field was not floodlighted. Traffic was scarce on Callisto. Dwayne, almost invisible in the uncertain light, stepped boldly out across the jet-blasted tarmac toward the huge bulk of the Cameroon, the rocket transport which had brought him. Two other ships lay on the same seared pavement, but they were smaller. They were fighting ships, small, speedy ones, in Callisto for refueling before returning to the League's ceaseless patrol of the system's star lanes. Dwayne hesitated briefly, wondering whether he ought to go to one of those ships and tell his story to its League commander. He decided against it. There was too little certainty for him there. Too much risk that the commander, even, might be a tool of Andreas's. Dwayne shook his head angrily. If only his memory were clear. If only he could be sure what he was doing. He reached the portal of the ship. A grey-clad League officer was there, standing guard, to prevent the ship taking off.
Official business,
Dwayne said curtly, and swept by the startled man before he could object. He hurried along the corridor toward the captain's office and control room. The purser he passed looked at him curiously, and Dwayne averted his face. If the man recognized him, there might be questions. For the 1000th time, he cursed the grey cloud that overhung his memory. He didn't know even who among the crew might know him and spread the alarm. Then he was at the door marked, "Crew only. Do not enter." He tapped on it, then grasped the knob and swung it open. A squat, open-featured man in blue, the bronze eagle of the mercantile service resting lightly on his powerful shoulders, looked at him. Recognition flared in his eyes. "Dwayne," he whispered. "Peter Dwayne. What are you doing in the clothes of Andreas's household guard?" Dwayne felt the tenseness ebb out of his throat. Here was a friend.
"Captain," he said, "you seem to be a friend of mine. If you are, I need you. You see, I've lost my memory."
"Lost your memory?" the captain echoed. "You mean that blow in your head? The ship's surgeon said something. Yes, that was it. I hardly believed him, though."
"But were we friends?"
"Why, yes, Peter."
"And help me now,"
said Dwayne.
"I have a cargo stowed in your hold, Captain. Do you know what it is?"
"Why, yes, the rifles, you mean."
Dwayne blinked. He nodded, then looked dizzily for a chair. The captain was a friend of his, all right. A fellow gunrunner.
"Good God," he said aloud. "What a mess."
"What's happened?"
the captain asked.
"I saw you in the corridor arguing with Stevens. You looked like trouble, and I should have come up to you then, but the course was to be changed, and I had to be there. And the next I hear, Stevens is dead, and you've maybe killed him. Then I heard you've lost your memory, and are in a jam with Andreas."
He paused, and speculation came into his eyes, almost hostility. "Peter Dwayne," he said softly, "it strikes me that you may have lost more than your memory. Which side are you on? What happened between you and Andreas? Tell me now if you've changed sides on me, man. For friendship's sake, I won't be too hard on you. But there's too much at stake here." "Oh, hell," said Peter, and the heat gun was suddenly in his hand, leveled at the squat man in blue. "I wish you were on my side, but there's no way I can tell. I can trust myself, I think, but that's all. Put up your hands." And that was when his luck ran out. "Peter," the captain began. Chapter 4. But a sound from outside halted him. Together the two men stared at the viewplates. The siren had begun to shriek in the distance, the siren of a racing ground car. Through the gates it plunged, scattering the light wooden barrier. It spun crazily around on two wheels and came roaring for the ship. Andreas was in it. Peter turned on the captain, and the gun was rigidly outthrust in his hands.
"Close your ports," he snarled. "Up rockets, in a hurry."
"Listen, Peter," the captain began.
"I said hurry."
The car's brakes shrieked outside, and it disappeared from the view of the men. There was an abrupt babble of voices.
"Close your ports,"
Peter shouted savagely.
"Now!"
The captain opened his mouth to speak, then snapped it shut. He touched the stud of a communications set, said into it, "Close ports, snap to it, engine room, up rockets in 10 seconds. All crew, stand by for lift." The ship's own takeoff siren howled shrilly, drowning out the angry voices from below. Peter felt the whine of the electrics that dogged shut the heavy pressure doors. He stepped to the pilot's chair, slid into it, buckled the compression straps around him. The instruments, he recognized them all, knew how to use them. Had he been a rocket pilot before his mind had blanked, before embarking on the more lucrative profession of gun smuggler? He wondered. But it was the captain who took the ship off.
10 seconds, Peter said. "Get moving."
The captain hesitated the barest fraction, but his eyes were on the heat gun, and he knew that Dwayne was capable of using it. "The men," he said. "If they're underneath when the jets go, they'll burn."
"It's the chance they take,"
said Dwayne.
"They heard the siren."
The captain turned his head quickly, and his fingers flashed out. He was in his own acceleration seat, too, laced down by heavy canvas webbing. His hands reached out to the controls before him, and his fingers took on a life of their own as they wove dexterously across the keys, setting up fire patterns, charting a course of takeoff. Then the heel of his hand settled on the firing stop. The acceleration was worse than Peter's clouded mind had expected, but no more than he could stand. In his frame of mind, he could stand almost anything, he thought, short of instant annihilation. The thin air of Callisto howled past them, forming a high obligato to the thunder of the jets. Then the air howl faded sharply to silence, and the booming of the rockets became less a thing of sound than a rumble in the framework of the Cameroon. They were in space. The captain's foot kicked the pedal that shut off the overdrive jets, reducing the thrust to a mere one-gravity acceleration. He turned to Dwayne. "What now?" he asked. Dwayne, busy unstrapping himself from the restraining belts, shook his head without answer. What now? A damn good question, he thought. The captain, with the ease of long practice, was already out of his own pressure straps. He stood there by his chair, watching Dwayne closely, but the gun was still in Dwayne's hand, despite his preoccupation. Dwayne cocked an ear as he threw off the last strap. Did he hear voices in the corridor, a distance away but coming? The captain, looking out the port with considerable interest, interrupted his train of thought. "What?" he asked. "For instance, are you going to do about those?" His arm was outstretched, pointing outward and down. Dwayne looked in that direction. The two patrol rockets were streaking up after his commandeered ship, fairy-like in their pastel shades, with a delicate tracery of girders over their fighting noses. They nevertheless represented grim menace to Dwayne. He swore under his breath. The Cameroon, huge and lumbering, was helpless as a sitting bird before those light hawks of prey. If only he knew which side the ships were on, if only he knew anything. He couldn't afford to take a chance. "Stand back," he ordered the captain. The man in blue gave ground before him, staring wonderingly as Dwayne advanced. Dwayne took a quick look at the control setup, tried to remember how to work it. It was so tantalizingly close to his memory. He cursed again, then stabbed down on a dozen keys at random, heeled the main control down, jumped back, even as the ship careened madly about in its flight, and blasted the delicate controls to shattered ashes with a bolt from his heat gun. Now the ship was crippled, for the time being at least. Short of a nigh impossible boarding in space, the two patrol cruisers could do nothing with it till the controls were repaired. Cameroon and its cargo of political dynamite would circle through space for hours or days. It wasn't much, but it was the best he could do. At least it would give him time to think things over. No, he heard the voices of the men in the corridor again, tumbled about by the abrupt course change. Luckily, it had been only a mild thing compared to the one that had killed Stevens and caused his own present dilemma, but regaining their feet and coming on. And one of the voices, loud and harsh, was Andreas. Somehow, before the ports closed, had managed to board the Cameroon. Dwayne stood erect, whirled to face the door. The captain stood by it. Dwayne thrust his heat gun at him.
"The door,"
he commanded.
"Lock it."
Urged by the menace of the heat gun, the captain hurriedly put out a hand to the lock of the door and jerked it back, nursing smashed knuckles as Andreas and 4 men burst in, hurling the door open before them. They came to a sliding, tumbling halt, though, as they faced grim Dwayne and his ready heat pistol.
"Hold it," he ordered. "That's right. Stay that way while I figure things out. The first man that moves dies for it."
Dark blood flooded into Andreas's face, but he said no word, only stood there glaring hatred. The smear of crimson had been brushed from his face, but his nose was still awry, and a huge, purplish bruise was spreading over it and across one cheek. The 3 men with him were guards. All were armed, the police with hand weapons as lethal as Dwayne's own, Andreas with an old-style projective-type weapon, an ancient pistol snatched from some bewildered spaceman as they burst into the Cameroon. Dwayne braced himself with one arm against the pilot's chair and stared at them. The crazy circular course the blasted controls had given the ship had a strong lateral component. Around and around the ship went, in a screaming circle, chasing its own tail. There was a sudden change in the light from the port outside. Dwayne involuntarily looked up for a moment. Dulled and purplish was the gleam from the brilliant stars all about. The Cameroon, in its locked orbit, had completed a circle and was plunging through its own wake of expelled jet gases. He saw the 2 patrol rockets streak past, then saw the flood of rocket flares from their side jets as they spun and braked, trying to match course and speed with the crazy orbit of the Cameroon. He looked away for only a second. Abruptly, he looked back.
"Easy,"
he snapped. Andreas's arm, which had begun to lift, straightened out, and the scowl in the governor's face darkened even more. Clackety-clack. There was the sound of a girl's high heels running along the corridor, followed by heavier thumps from the space boots of men. Dwayne jerked his gun at Andreas and his police.
"Out of the way," he said. "Let's see who's coming now."
It was the girl, red hair fluttering in the wake of her running, face alight with anxiety. She burst into the room.
"Peter!" she cried. "Andreas and his men!"
She stopped short and took in the tableau. Dwayne's eyes were on her, and he was about to speak. Then he became conscious of something in her own eyes, a sudden spark that flared even before her lips opened, and a thin cry came from them, even before she leaped to one side, at Andreas. Peter cursed and tried to turn, to dodge, tried to bring his heat gun around, but a thunder louder than the bellowing jets outside filled the room, and a streak of livid fire crossed the fringe of Peter's brain. Sudden blackness closed in around him. He fell, and his closing eyes saw new figures running into the room, saw the counterplay of lashing heat beams. This is it, he thought grimly, and then thought no more.
Chapter 4.
Dwayne was in the sick bay again, in the same bed. His head was spinning agonizedly. He forced his eyes open, and the girl was there, the same girl. She was watching him. A cloud on her face lifted as she saw his lids flicker open. Then it descended again. Her lips quivered.
"Darn you, Peter," she whispered. "Who are you now?" Why, I'm Peter Dwayne, of course," he said.
"Well, thank God you know that." It was the captain. It changed since the last time Peter had seen him. One arm was slung in bandages. that bore the yellow seeping tint of burn salve. Peter shook his head to try to clear it.
Where am I?" he asked. "Andreas."
"Andreas is where he won't bother you," the captain said. "Locked up below. So are two of his men. The other one's dead. How's your memory, Peter?" Duane touched it experimentally with a questing mental finger. It seemed all right, though he felt still dazed.
"Coming along," he said. "But where am I? The controls, I blasted them."
The captain laughed. "I know," he said briefly. "Well, I guess you had to in a way. You didn't trust anyone, couldn't trust anyone. You had to make sure the rifles wouldn't get back to Callisto too soon. But they're working on installing duplicates now, Peter. In an hour we'll be back on Callisto. We shut the jets off already. We're in an orbit." Duane sank back.
"Listen," he said. I think my memory is clearing somehow. But how? I mean, were you on my side all along?"
The captain nodded soberly. "On your side, yes, Peter," he said. "The League's side, that is. You and I, you know, both work for the League. When they got word of Andreas's plans, they had to work fast. To move in by force would have meant bloodshed, would have forced his hand. That would have been utterly bad. It was too dangerous. Callisto was politically a powder keg already. The whole thing might have exploded." Peter's eyes flared with sudden hope and enlightenment.
"And you and I,"
he began. "You and I, and a couple of other undercover workers were put on the job," the captain nodded. "We had to find out who Andreas's supporters were, and to keep him from getting more electron rifles while the commanders of the Callisto garrison were quietly checked to see who was on which side. They found Andreas's Earth backers, a group of wealthy malcontents who thought Callisto should be exploited for their gain, had made secret deals with him for concessions. You, of course, slowed down the delivery of the rifles as long as you could. They lay in the lunar warehouses a precious extra week while you haggled over terms. That's what you were doing with Stevens, I think, when the course change caught you both."
"You've had him long enough," the nurse broke in. "I have a few words to say." "No, wait,"
Duane protested, but the captain was grinning broadly. He moved toward the door. "Later," he said over his shoulder. "There'll be plenty of time." The door closed behind him. Duane turned to the girl. He shook his head again. The cloud was lifting. He could almost remember everything again. Things were beginning to come into focus. This girl, for instance. She noticed his motion.
"How's your head, Peter?" she asked solicitously. "Andreas hit you with that awful old bullet gun. I tried to stop him, but all I could do was jar his arm. Oh, Peter, I was so afraid when I saw you fall." "You probably saved my life," Peter said soberly. "Andreas struck me as a pretty good shot."
He tried to grin. The girl frowned.
"Peter," she said, "I'm sorry if I seemed rude before the last time you were here. It was just that you didn't remember me. I couldn't understand."
Peter stared at her. Yes, he should remember her. He did, only...
"Perhaps this will help you," the girl said.
She rummaged in a pocket of her uniform, brought something out that was tiny and glittering.
"I don't wear it on duty, Peter, but I guess this is an exception."
Peter pushed himself up on one elbow, tried to make out what she was doing. She was slipping the small thing on her finger. A ring. An engagement ring.
"Oh,"
said Peter. And suddenly everything clicked. He remembered. He could recall everything. That second blow on his head had undone the harm of the first one. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, stood up, reached out hungry arms for the girl.
"Of course I remember,"
he said as she came into the circle of his arms.
"The ring on your finger. I ought to remember. I put it there."
And for a long time after, there was no need for words. End of Story 1. Story 2 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prison of a Billion Years by C.H. Thames. Adam Slade crushed the guard's skull with a 2-foot length of iron pipe. No one ever knew where Slade got the iron pipe, but it didn't seem so important. The guard was dead. That was important. And Slade was on the loose, with a hostage. That was even more important. The hostage's name was Marcia Lawrence. She was 22 years old and pretty and scared half out of her wits. She was, before she became a hostage, a reporter for Interplanetary Video. She had been granted the final pre-execution interview with Adam Slade, and she'd looked forward to it for a long time. But it had not worked out as planned. It had not worked out as planned because Slade, only hours from the execution chamber, with absolutely nothing to lose, had splattered the guard's brains around the inside of his cell and marched outside with a frightened Marcia Lawrence. Outside the cell block, while other condemned prisoners roared and shouted and banged tin cups on bars and metal walls and Judas hole grills. Outside the prison compound and across the dome-enclosed city which served the prison. Then, outside the dome. Outside the dome there was rock. Rock only, twisted and convoluted and thrusting and gigantic, like monoliths of a race of giants. Rock alone under the awesome gray sky, steaming rock, for some of the terrestrial waters were still trapped at great depths, and the sea far off, booming against rocky headlands, hissing tidally and slowly in an age-long process, pulverizing the rock. The sea far off, a clean sea, not sea-smelling sea, a sea whose waters must evaporate countless times, and be borne up over the naked rocks in vapor and clouds, and come down in pelting endless rain, and rush across the rock, frothing and steaming. A sea which must do this countless times in the eons to come, and would do it to bring salinity to its own waters.
"It kind of scares the hell out of you, doesn't it?"
Adam Slade said. He was a big man with a thick neck and heavy, sleepy-looking eyes, and a blue beard shadow on his stubborn jaw. He said those words as he climbed out of the prison tank with Marcia Lawrence. The tank's metal was still warm from overheated travel. "I didn't think anyone would scare you," Marcia Lawrence said. She had conquered her initial terror in the 5 hours of clanking tank flight from the prison. They'd come a great many miles from the prison dome, paralleling the edge of the saltless sea, and then, finally, when their fuel was almost gone, clanking and rattling down toward the sea. She was a newspaper woman, that above all now. She must not be afraid. She had a story here. Story.
"Get moving," Adam Slade said. "I got nothing against you, lady,"
he told her for the 10th time.
"But you try anything, you're dead. You get that? I got nothing to lose. One time is all that can kill me, but first they gotta find me. But they won't be able to take me as long as you're here. Just stay meek, and you'll stay alive."
How long do you think you can hold out?
Marcia Lawrence asked practically. They had begun to walk away from the now useless tank. Adam Slade was carrying the dead guard's M-gun in the crook of his bent left arm, and walking with long, easy, ground-consuming strides. Marcia almost had to run to keep up with him as they went down a stretch of slightly sloping black rock toward the steaming, hissing, pounding, roaring, exploding surf. Slade smiled.
"Plenty of water," he said.
But no food, Mr. Slade. There is absolutely no food on Earth now, and no possible way of getting food, unless you want to stick around for a few million years.
"You think I came here without a plan?"
Slade asked with some hostility.
I don't know. You were desperate.
"As long as you're with me, I figure they might follow, but they won't rush me. They might even send over a copter, but it won't try anything. Not with you here. Desperate? I'm not desperate, and don't you forget it. Desperate, you don't think straight. Once is all that can execute me. I stay behind, I'd have done it. If they catch me, they'll do it. What's the difference?"
You said you had a plan.
They reached the edge of a thrusting headland, an enormous beak-shaped cliff of beetling black rock which leaned over the young, still saltless ocean. Slade paced back and forth quickly, with a powerful leonine grace, until he found a fault in the rock. The fault tumbled jaggedly, steeply down almost to the edge of the sea.
"Down there," Slade said. "We'll follow the sea coast back to the prison."
"Back?" Marcia said in disbelief.
"Hell yes, back. You said it yourself. There's no food out here. Since there ain't no life, of course there's no food. Oh, it's a great place for a prison, all right. Whoever thought of it ought to win a prize. A prison
1 billion years in the past. What's the word?
Archaeozoic, she supplied.
Yeah, Archaeozoic. An Archaeozoic prison. You can escape to your heart's content, but what the hell's the difference? There's no life back here, not yet. The Earth's just a baby, so you can escape, and you starve to death. It makes every maximum security jail before this one look like a kid's piggy bank.
There hasn't ever been an escape, Marcia said hopefully, as they made their way down to the sea, she in front, and Slade behind her with the M-gun.
There ain't never been a hostage before.
No?
There's a hostage now.
Marcia Lawrence took a deep breath and asked suddenly, Are you going to kill me?
Hell, I don't know. I got no reason to, unless you make me. We're going back there. We're double tracking along the beach, get me? Back to the prison dome.
But
Adam Slade won't starve to death out here. We'll double back to the dome and the time machine.
Oh, she said. They began to walk along the edge of the sea, its waters sullen grey, mirroring the sky. Here, on this dawn earth, the sky has as yet never been blue, for the primordial waters were still falling. Falling. It rained almost all the time, and the air was thick with moisture, and every night when the sun, as yet unseen by the dawn earth, except as an invisible source of light, went down, and darkness came, the mists rolled in from the sea. In the morning, whether rains had fallen or not, the ground was soaked, and tiny freshets rushed down to the sea, returning to it.
Look out,
he cried suddenly, and shoved her against the base of the cliff which overlooked the water. The cliff top thrust out over them, umbrella-wise. The base of the cliff was thus a concavity, and they pressed themselves against it now, in shadow. The waters of the infant sea were 100 yards away, surging and booming against the rock. She heard it soon after he did. A helicopter. She wanted to scream. She wondered if they would hear her scream, but she looked at Adam Slade's face and did nothing. Soon the helicopter came, buzzing low over them, searching. It circled a great many times because the abandoned tank was there. It circled and came down on the beach, and 2 uniformed figures got out. Now she really wanted to scream. One sound, and they would hear it. One quick filling of the lungs, and Adam Slade hit her suddenly and savagely, and the black loomed up at her, but she did not remember striking it. When she awoke, the helicopter was gone.
Sorry I had to poke you one,
Slade said. He did not seem sorry at all. He said it automatically, and then added,
You ready to walk?
She nodded. She got up and staggered a few steps before her legs steadied under her. Then with Slade she walked down along the rocky beach. This, she thought, was a story. It was the only big story she'd ever had, and probably she would not live to write it. As a woman, she was almost hysterical with fear, but as a videocaster she was angry. The story was hers, if she lived to tell it. Then she had to live. Time prison. Sure, she thought, utterly escape-proof, unless someone like Slade could take a hostage, double back to the prison dome, the hermetically sealed dome, and somehow trick or overpower the guards who watched the time-traveling machine outside the prison dome. Outside. Naturally, it would be outside. That way the prisoners couldn't get at it. Unless, like Slade, they too were outside. Outside, where life had not yet been born. Outside, the infant Earth. Let a man escape. What did his escape matter? He would live exactly as long as it took a man, reasonably healthy, to starve to death. Unless he had a hostage and a plan. She became aware of rain when they left the cliff overhang. There was almost no wind, and the rain came down slowly at first. Huge, slow drops which splattered on the black rock.
If it gets any harder, Slade said, we'll have to duck under the cliff for protection. You don't know what a rain can be like back here. I've seen them through the dome.
But they couldn't go under the cliff for protection, not if they wanted to keep going, for the cliff dropped suddenly in a wild jumble of rocks, and then there was nothing but the sloping black beach, sloping down to the sea. Then, all at once, somebody opened the sluice gates, and the rain bombarded them. It slapped and bounced off the rock like pistol shots. It struck them like hammers. They staggered under its weight. "We'll have to go back to the cliffs," Marcia cried.
She yelled it again at the top of her voice, because she realized Slade would not hear her otherwise, as the rain cracked and exploded and splattered and crashed. There were no droplets of water, for each one had size and shape and weight, swift falling, hammering weight as it came down. Each one, Marcia thought wildly, struggling to keep her feet, was the size of your clenched fist there in the grey dawn of Earth. "The cliffs!" she cried again. But Adam Slade shook his head, grabbed her arm above the waist and pulled her after him. He pointed ahead, in the direction they'd been going. He said nothing. There was no need to talk. They were going forward, and if it killed them, probably Adam Slade did not care much. He wanted that prison time machine for his escape, and he was either going to get it or die in the attempt. They went on slowly. First one would fall, and then the other, and when it was Slade who had fallen, she would wait patiently, hopefully, if he ever released his hold on the M-gun. But if it were Marcia who fell, Slade would yank her to her feet savagely, yelling words which she had heard at first, but which after a while, after an eternity of the storm, seemed to merge with the sound of the rain and the far booming of thunder out over the water, and then, as if by magic, she was walking again, and stumbling along with Slade, drenched and beaten and half drowned. She hardly remembered when night came, but presently she was aware of the darkness and the mist over the sea, and over the rock, and now engulfing them with its white ectoplasmic tendrils. In the mist she knew she could escape Slade, and yet she did not. Without Slade now in the middle of nowhere, there by the sea and the shores of the young earth, she would die in the storm. With Slade, at least for now, was life. She went on. The thunder followed them and came closer. By the middle of the night, it sounded like artillery at a distance of half a mile, like a barrage of big atomic shells just out of sight behind a black ridgeline which wasn't there. And through the deeper rain-wet darkness of early morning, through the mist, tearing the mist to tatters, shredding it, came the spears and forks and lances of lightning. It was, Marcia thought, a nightmare of a storm, and she must remember it, for it would make a story, a real story if ever she lived to tell it. By morning the air smelled of ozone. It reeked of ozone, and around them, as the grey light seeped out of the wet sky and the rain suddenly slackened as if the weak daylight dispelled it, the black rocks were blasted and broken where lightning had struck. In the dawn's first light, another helicopter came. "Get down!" Slade shouted, and they dropped among the blasted black rocks, hiding there, not moving. The helicopter came on through the slackening rain, buzzing a few hundred feet over them, but not circling. It was heading for the abandoned tank, Marcia thought.
It wasn't looking for them here.
But suddenly the rain came down in all its savage force again, blinding, bounding off the rocks, pounding relentlessly. Overhead, the helicopter seemed to pause like a bird stricken in flight. The rotors whirled a silver shield against the rain, the great drops splattering off the shield, and the helicopter came down under the weight of the rain. It landed 150 yards from them down the beach, and Marcia watched breathlessly while three men got out and looked at each other and at the rain. The dawn light was still only a dim grey, and Marcia could not see the men clearly. But abruptly, a jagged spear of lightning-blasted rock midway between where they were hiding and the helicopter, and in the afterglare through the wet and almost crackling air, the men were very clear. And clearer still, when other lightning came down around them, ringing them in, it seemed, like a tent. There was now so much lightning it looked more like an aurora than an electric storm. Dawn Earth, before life, spending itself in fury. All at once Marcia was running down toward the edge of the water where the helicopter was. She ran, screaming and shouting, but the thunder swallowed her puny voice. At every moment she expected Adam Slade to kill her, to merely stand up with the M-gun and shoot her, but he did not, and perhaps her unconscious mind in the instant she had fled had instinctively known he would not. For if Adam Slade killed her, he had no hostage. If he killed her and they found him, he would have absolutely no chance. She turned and looked behind her. There was Slade, silhouetted against the lightning, running, covering the ground in huge strides, gaining on her. She did not look back again. The whole world was lightning and thunder, and her legs striking earth under her, up and down, pounding, running, fleeing, and the rain, Slade's ally, beating her, buffeting her, exploding against her. She stumbled and fell, but she was up and running again in a moment. Now Slade was very close, but the helicopter was close too. She did not think the men there had seen them yet. She waved her arms and screamed, although she knew the screams would not be heard, and then Slade was on her. They went down together, and she knew she was frail and helpless before his great strength. He grabbed her, his hands, angry hands, on her throat, and lightning struck. It bounded and bounced off rock a dozen feet from them. It shook the earth and blasted the rock, and pieces like shrapnel cluttered all around them, and struck them too, and Marcia felt hot blood in her arm, and it was her own blood. But Slade had been momentarily stunned, and she was running again, away from him, but away from the helicopter too. At first she did not realize that, but when she did realize it, it was too late. If she doubled back now, she would rush into Slade's arms. She ran into the sea. It was suddenly, unexpectedly calm. It merely eddied around her ankles, as if waiting for something. The storm seemed to be waiting too, lightning holding back, the thunder stilled, even the rain hanging there in the black, heavy sky, waiting. Slade came after her, stalking through the surf. A single bolt of lightning lanced down at them, and a great, engulfing roar lifted Marcia, carried her, stunned her. And then the rain pelted down again, and the sea was an angry sea, and the air was supercharged with ozone and another smell, like seared flesh. You saw Adam Slade then. Slade was down in a foot of water, face down. He was not moving, and the water lapped around him, over him. She went to him, walking slowly. The men from the helicopter were there too. They had seen in that final flash of lightning.
"Are you all right, miss?"
one of them shouted. "Yes, Slade." They turned him over. They looked at him.
"Dead,"
one of them said. "Dead," she echoed. He would have collapsed, but they caught her. Then the rain really came down, not as it had come before, which was hard enough. It came in huge globes of water, and each globe was as big as your head, and if it hit, it could stun you. "Slade!" someone cried as the globes exploded violently in the surf around them.
"He's dead. He'll keep."
And they went back to the helicopter with Marcia to await the end of the storm there. When it was over, when the sky was not black, but merely the color of lead, they returned down the beach for Slade's body. But Slade wasn't there.
"But he was dead,"
Marcia said incredulously. One of the men smiled.
"He didn't go any place under his own power. He was dead all right. The storm took his body out to sea is all."
They stood there for a moment, gazing out across the black, troubled water of the infant ocean and the infant earth, 1 billion years ago. Slade was out there. Slade, dead. Out there with the tides and the waters and the frequent electric storms.
"Out there, with 1,000,000 bacteriological parasites on his dead body, and in his dead body, which he brought with him," Marcia said dreamily. "What are you talking about, miss?"
Out there in the electric dawn of Earth, with the bacteria which lived in his body as they lived in all other bodies, out there with them, dead. Food for them. Food and water and air heavy with ozone and the electric storms. Marcia laughed hysterically. It was a story she wanted to write, but she wouldn't write it. Slade was a killer, condemned to die. But Slade, dead out there with his bacteria. Slade, evil to man and human society, but not necessarily evil in the implacable ways of nature, or perhaps grimly, terribly evil. Slade out there, dead on the bosom of the primordial waters. Slade back in time 1 billion years before life had been born on Earth. She laughed hysterically as they led her away from the water. They slapped her face, gently at first, then harder. "I'll be all right," she managed to say. She would be all right. She could live to forget it. But Slade out there. Slade. Slade, fathering all life on Earth there in the sea with his dead body. Slade, who had sinned and was taken back here to die for his sins so that life could be born. Slade. whose first name was Adam.
End of story 2.
Story 3 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Edreed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Watchbird by Robert Sheckley. When Gelson entered, he saw that the rest of the Watchbird manufacturers were already present. There were 6 of them, not counting himself, and the room was blue with expensive cigar smoke. "Hi, Charlie," one of them called as he came in. The rest broke off conversation long enough to wave a casual greeting at him. As a Watchbird manufacturer, he was a member manufacturer of salvation, he reminded himself wryly. Very exclusive. You must have a certified government contract if you want to save the human race. "The government representative isn't here yet," one of the men told him. "He's due any minute."
"We're getting the green light,"
another said. "Fine." Gelson found a chair near the door and looked around the room. It was like a convention, or a Boy Scout rally. The 6 men made up for their lack of numbers by sheer volume. The president of Southern Consolidated was talking at the top of his lungs about Watchbird's enormous durability. The 2 presidents he was talking at were grinning, nodding, one trying to interrupt with the results of a test he had run on Watchbird's resourcefulness, the other talking about the new recharging apparatus. The other 3 men were in their own little group, delivering what sounded like panegyric to Watchbird. Gelson noticed that all of them stood straight and tall, like the saviors they felt they were. He didn't find it funny. Up to a few days ago he had felt that way himself. He had considered himself a pot-bellied, slightly balding saint. He sighed and lighted a cigarette. At the beginning of the project, he had been as enthusiastic as the others. He remembered saying to McIntyre, his chief engineer, "Mac, a new day is coming. Watchbird is the answer." McIntyre had nodded very profoundly. Another Watchbird convert. How wonderful it had seemed then. A simple, reliable answer to one of mankind's greatest problems. All wrapped and packaged in a pound of incorruptible metal, crystal, plastics. Perhaps that was the very reason he was doubting it now. Gelson suspected that you don't solve human problems so easily. There had to be a catch somewhere. After all, murder was an old problem, and Watchbird too new a solution. "Gentlemen," they had been talking so heatedly that they hadn't noticed the government representative entering. Now the room became quiet at once. "Gentlemen," the pumped government man said, "the President, with the consent of Congress, has acted to form a Watchbird division for every city and town in the country." The men burst into a spontaneous shout of triumph. They were going to have their chance to save the world after all, Gelson thought, and worriedly asked himself what was wrong with that. He listened carefully as the government man outlined the distribution scheme. The country was to be divided into 7 areas, each to be supplied and serviced by one manufacturer. This meant monopoly, of course, but a necessary one. Like the telephone service, it was in the public's best interests. You couldn't have competition in Watchbird's service. Watchbird was for everyone. "The President hopes," the representative continued, "that full Watchbird service will be installed in the shortest possible time. You will have top priorities on strategic metals, manpower, and so forth." "Speaking for myself," the president of Southern Consolidated said, "I expect to have the first batch of Watchbirds distributed within the week. Production is all set up." The rest of the men were equally ready. The factories had been prepared to roll out the Watchbirds for months now. The final standardized equipment had been agreed upon, and only the presidential go-ahead had been lacking. "Fine," the representative said. "If that is all, I think we can—" "Is there a question?" "Yes, sir," Gelson said. "I want to know if the present model is the one we're going to manufacture." "Of course," the representative said. "It's the most advanced." "I have an objection." Gelson stood up. His colleagues were glaring coldly at him. Obviously, he was delaying the advent of the Golden Age. "What is your objection?" the representative asked. "First, let me say that I am 100% in favor of machine to stop murder. It's been needed for a long time. I object only to the Watchbird's learning circuits. They serve, in effect, to animate the machine and give it a pseudo-consciousness. I can't approve of that." "But, Mr. Gelson, you yourself testified that the Watchbird would not be completely efficient unless such circuits were introduced."
Without them, the watchbirds could stop only an estimated 70% of murders.
I know that, Garrett said, feeling extremely uncomfortable. I believe there might be a moral danger in allowing a machine to make decisions that are rightfully man's, he declared, doggedly.
Oh, come now, Gelson,
one of the corporation presidents said.
It's nothing of the sort. The watchbird will only reinforce the decisions made by honest men from the beginning of time.
I think that is true, the representative agreed. But I understand how Mr. Golson feels. It is sad that we must put a human problem into the hands of a machine, sadder still that we must have a machine enforce our laws. But I ask you to remember, Mr. Golson, that there is no other possible way of stopping a murderer before he strikes. It would be unfair to the many innocent people killed every year if we were to restrict watchbird on philosophical grounds. Don't you agree that I'm right?
Yes, I suppose I do, Gelson said unhappily. He had told himself all that 1,000 times. Something still bothered him. Perhaps he would take it up with McIntyre. As the conference broke up, a thought struck him. He grinned. A lot of policemen were going to be out of work.
Now, what do you think of that? Officer Celtrix demanded. 15 years in homicide and a machine is replacing me.
He wiped a large red hand across his forehead and leaned against the captain's desk.
Ain't science marvelous?
2 other policemen, late of homicide, nodded glumly.
Don't worry about it, the captain said. We'll find a home for you in larceny, Celtrix. You'll like it here. I just can't get over it, Celtrix complained. A lousy little piece of tin and glass is going to solve all the crimes.
Not quite, the captain said. The watchbirds are supposed to prevent the crimes before they happen.
And how'll they be crimes? One of the policemen asked. I mean, they can't hang you for murder until you commit one, can they?
That's not the idea, the captain said. The watchbirds are supposed to stop a man before he commits a murder.
And no one arrests him?
Celtrix asked. I don't know how they're going to work that out, the captain admitted. The men were silent for a while. The captain yawned and examined his watch.
The thing I don't understand,
Celtrix said, still leaning on the captain's desk,
is just how do they do it? How did it start, Captain?
The captain studied Celtrix's face for possible irony. After all, Watchbird had been in the papers for months. But then he remembered that Celtrix, like his sidekicks, rarely bothered to turn past the sports pages.
Well, the captain said, trying to remember what he had read in the Sunday supplements. His scientists were working on criminology. They were studying murderers to find out what made them tick. But they found that murderers throw out a different sort of brainwave from ordinary people. And their glands act funny, too. Now this happens when about to commit a murder. So these scientists worked out a special machine to flash red or something when these brainwaves turned on. Scientists, Celtrix said bitterly. Well, after the scientists had this machine, they didn't know what to do with it. It was too big to move around, and murderers didn't drop in often enough to make it flash. So they built it into a smaller unit and tried it out in a few police stations. I think they tried one upstate, but it didn't work so good. You couldn't get to the crime in time. That's why they built the watchbirds.
I don't think they'll stop no crimes,
one of the policemen insisted.
They sure will. I read the test results. They can smell him out before he commits a crime, and when they reach him, they give him a powerful shock or something. It'll stop him.
You're closing up homicide, Captain?
Celtic asked. No, the captain said. I'm leaving a skeleton crew in until we see how these birds do.
What?
Celtic said. Skeleton crew? That's funny. Sure, the captain said. Anyhow, I'm going to leave some men on. It seems the birds don't stop all murders.
Why not?
Some murderers don't have these brainwaves, the captain answered, trying to remember what the newspaper article had said. Oh, their glands don't work or something. Which ones don't they stop? Celtrix asked with professional curiosity. I don't know, but I hear they got the damn things fixed, so they're going to stop all of them soon.
How are they working that?
They learn. The watchbirds, I mean, just like people. You're kidding me? No. Well, Celtrix said, I think I'll just keep our Betsy oiled just in case. You can't trust these scientists.
Right.
Birds, Celtrix scoffed.
Over the town, the watchbird soared in a long, lazy curve. Its aluminum hide glistened in the morning sun, and dots of light danced on its stiff wings. Silently it flew. Silently, but with all senses functioning. Built-in kinesthetics told the watchbird where it was, and held it in a long search curve. Its eyes and ears operated as one unit, searching, seeking. And then something happened. The watchbird's electronically fast reflexes picked up the edge of a sensation. A correlation sensor tested it, matching it with electrical and chemical data in its memory files. A relay tripped. Down the watchbird spiraled, coming in on the increasingly strong sensation. It smelled the outpouring of certain glands, tasted a deviant brainwave. Fully alerted and armed, it spun banked in the bright morning sunlight. Donnelly was so intent he didn't see the watchbird coming. He had his gun poised, and his eyes pleaded with the big grocer.
"Don't come no closer!"
"You lousy little punk," the grocer said, and took another step forward. "Rob me, I'll break every bone in your puny body."
The grocer, too stupid or too courageous to understand the threat of the gun, advanced on the little thief.
"All right,"
Donnelly said in a thorough state of panic.
"All right, sucker, take—"
A bolt of electricity knocked him on his back. The gun went off, smashing a breakfast food display.
"What in hell?"
the grocer asked, staring at the stunned thief. And then he saw a flash of silver wings.
"Well, I'm really damned. Those watchbirds work."
He stared until the wings disappeared in the sky. Then he telephoned the police. The watchbird returned to its search curve. His thinking center correlated the new facts he had learned about murder. Several of these he hadn't known before. The new information was simultaneously flashed to all the other watchbirds, and their information was flashed back to him. New information, methods, definitions were constantly passing between them. Now that the watchbirds were rolling off the assembly line in a steady stream, Gelson allowed himself to relax. A loud, contented hum filled his plant. Orders were being filled on time, with top priorities given to the biggest cities in his area, and working down to the smallest towns.
"All smooth, Chief,"
McIntyre said, coming in the door. He had just completed a routine inspection. "Fine, have a seat." The big engineer sat down and lighted a cigarette.
"We've been working on this for some time,"
Gelson said, when he couldn't think of anything else.
"We sure have,"
McIntyre agreed. He leaned back and inhaled deeply. He'd been one of the consulting engineers on the original Watchbird. That was 6 years back. He'd been working for Gelson ever since, and the men had become good friends. "The thing I wanted to ask you was this." Gelson paused. He couldn't think how to phrase what he wanted. Instead, he asked, "What do you think of the Watchbirds, Mac?"
"Who, me?"
The engineer grinned nervously. He had been eating, drinking, and sleeping Watchbird ever since its inception. He had never found it necessary to have an attitude.
"Why, I think it's great."
"I don't mean that," Gelson said. He realized that what he wanted was to have someone understand his point of view. "I mean, do you figure there might be some danger in machine thinking?"
"I don't think so, Chief. Why do you ask?"
"Look, I'm no scientist or engineer. I've just handled cost and production and let you boys worry about how. But as a layman, Watchbird is starting to frighten me."
"No reason for that."
"I don't like the idea of the learning circuits."
"But why not?"
Then McIntyre grinned again.
"I know. You're like a lot of people, Chief. Afraid your machines are going to wake up and say, 'What are we doing here? Let's go out and rule the world.' Is that it?"
"Maybe something like that," Gelson admitted.
"No chance of it," McIntyre said. "The Watchbirds are complex, I'll admit, but an MIT calculator is a whole lot more complex, and it hasn't got consciousness."
"No, but the Watchbirds can learn."
"Sure, so can all the new calculators. Do you think they'll team up with the Watchbirds?"
Gelson felt annoyed at McIntyre, and even more annoyed at himself for being ridiculous. It's a fact that the Watchbirds can put their learning into action. No one is monitoring them.
"So that's the trouble,"
McIntyre said. "I've been thinking of getting out of Watchbird." Gelson hadn't realized it until that moment.
"Look, Chief,"
McIntyre said.
"will you take an engineer's word on this?"
"Let's hear it."
"The Watchbirds are no more dangerous than an automobile, an IBM calculator, or a thermometer. They have no more consciousness or volition than those things. The Watchbirds are built to respond to certain stimuli and to carry out certain operations when they receive that stimuli."
"And the learning circuits?"
"You have to have those,"
McIntyre said patiently, as though explaining the whole thing to a 10-year-old.
"The purpose of the Watchbird is to frustrate all murder attempts, right? Will only certain murderers give out these stimuli? In order to stop all of them, the Watchbird has to search out new definitions of murder and correlate them with what it already knows."
"I think it's inhuman," Gelson said.
"That's the best thing about it. The Watchbirds are unemotional. Their reasoning is non-anthropomorphic. You can't bribe them or drug them. You shouldn't fear them either."
The intercom on Gelson's desk buzzed. He ignored it. "I know all this," Gelson said. "But still, sometimes I feel like the man who invented dynamite. Thought it would only be used for blowing up tree stumps. You didn't invent watchbird. Still feel morally responsible because I manufacture them. The intercom buzzed again, and Gelson irritably punched a button. Reports are in on the first week of watchbird operations, his secretary told him. How do they look? Wonderful, sir. Send them in 15 minutes. Gelson switched the intercom off and turned back to McIntyre, who was cleaning his fingernails with a wooden match. Don't you think that this represents a trend in human thinking? The mechanical god, the electronic father. Chief, McIntyre said, I think you should study watchbird more closely. Do you know what's built into the circuits? Only generally. First, there is purpose, which is to stop living organisms from committing murder. 2. Murder may be defined as an act of violence, consisting of breaking, mangling, maltreating, or otherwise stopping the functions of a living organism by a living organism. 3. Most murderers are detectable by certain chemical and electrical changes. McIntyre paused to light another cigarette. Those conditions take care of the routine functions. Then, for the learning circuits, there are 2 more conditions. 4. There are some living organisms who commit murder without the signs mentioned in 3. These can be detected by data applicable to condition 2. I see, Gelson said. You realize how foolproof it is? I suppose so. Gelson hesitated a moment. I guess that's all. Right, the engineer said and left. Gelson thought for a few moments. There couldn't be anything wrong with the watchbirds. Send in the reports, he said into the intercom. High above the lighted buildings of the city, the watchbird soared. It was dark, but in the distance the watchbird could see another, and another beyond that. For this was a large city, to prevent murder. There was more to watch for now. New information had crossed the invisible network that connected all watchbirds. New data, new ways of detecting the violence of murder. There, the edge of a sensation. 2 watchbirds dipped simultaneously. One had received the scent a fraction of a second before the other. He continued down while the other resumed monitoring. Condition 4, there are some living organisms who commit murder without the signs mentioned in Condition 3. Through his new information, the watchbird knew by extrapolation that this organism was bent on murder, even though the characteristic chemical and electrical smells were absent. The watchbird, all senses acute, closed in on the organism. He found what he wanted, and dived. Roger Greco leaned against a building, his hands in his pocket. In his left hand was the cool butt of a .45. Greco waited patiently. He wasn't thinking of anything particular, just relaxing against a building, waiting for a man. Greco didn't know why the man was to be killed. He didn't care. Greco's lack of curiosity was part of his value. The other part was his skill. 1 bullet, neatly placed in the head of a man he didn't know. It didn't excite him or sicken him. It was a job, just like anything else. He killed a man. So? As Greco's victim stepped out of a building, Greco lifted the .45 out of his pocket. He released the safety and braced the gun with his right hand. He still wasn't thinking of anything as he took aim, and was knocked off his feet. Greco thought he'd been shot. He struggled up again, looked around, and sighted foggily on his victim. Again, he was knocked down. This time he lay on the ground, trying to draw a bead. He never thought of stopping, for Greco was a craftsman. With the next blow, everything went black, permanently, because the watchbird's duty was to protect the object of violence, at whatever cost to the murderer. The victim walked to his car. He hadn't noticed anything unusual. Everything had happened in silence. Gelson was feeling pretty good. The watchbirds had been operating perfectly. Crimes of violence had been cut in half, and cut again. Dark alleys were no longer mouths of horror. Parks and playgrounds were not places to shun after dark. Of course, there were still robberies. Petty thievery flourished, and embezzlement, larceny, forgery, and 100 other crimes. But that wasn't so important. You could regain lost money, never a lost life. Gelson was ready to admit that he'd been wrong about the watchbirds. They were doing a job that humans had been unable to accomplish. The first hint of something wrong came that morning. McIntyre came into his office. He stood silently in front of Gelson's desk, looking annoyed and a little embarrassed. "What's the matter, Mac?" Gelson asked. "One of the watchbirds went to work on a slaughterhouse man. Knocked him out." Gelson thought about it for a moment. Yes, the watchbirds would do that. With their new learning circuits, they had probably defined the killing of animals as murder. Tell the packers to mechanize their slaughtering, Gelson said. I never liked that business myself. All right, McIntyre said. He pursed his lips, then shrugged his shoulders and left. Gelson stood beside his desk, thinking. Couldn't the watchbirds differentiate between a murderer and a man engaged in a legitimate profession? No, evidently not. To them, murder was murder. No exceptions. He frowned. That might take a little ironing out in the circuits. But not too much, he decided hastily. Just make them a little more discriminating. He sat down and buried himself in paperwork, trying to avoid the edge of an old fear. They strapped the prisoner into the chair and fitted the electrode to his leg. "Oh, oh," he moaned, only half conscious now of what they were doing. They fitted the helmet over his shaved head and tightened the last straps. He continued to moan softly. And then the watchbird swept in. How he had come, no one knew. Prisons are large and strong, with many locked doors, but the watchbird was there, to stop a murder.
"Get the thing out of here!"
The warden shouted and reached for the switch. The watchbird knocked him down.
"Stop that!"
The guard screamed and grabbed for the switch himself. He was knocked to the floor beside the warden.
"This isn't murder, you idiot!"
Another guard said. He drew his gun to shoot down the glittering, whirling metal bird. Anticipating, the watchbird smashed him back against the wall. There was silence in the room. After a while, the man in the helmet started to giggle. Then he stopped. The watchbird stood on guard, fluttering in midair, making sure no murder was done. New data flashed along the watchbird network. Unmonitored, independent, the thousands of watchbirds received and acted upon it. The breaking, mangling, or otherwise stopping the functions of a living organism by a living organism. New acts to stop. "Damn you, get going!" Farmer Hollister shouted and raised his whip again. The horse barked, and the wagon rattled and shook as he edged sideways. "You lousy hunk of pigmeal, get going!" the farmer yelled, and he raised the whip again. It never fell. An alert watchbird, sensing violence, had knocked him out of his seat. A living organism? What is a living organism? The watchbirds extended their definitions as they became aware of more facts. And of course, this gave them more work. The deer was just visible at the edge of the woods. The hunter raised his rifle and took careful aim. He didn't have time to shoot. With his free hand, Gelson mopped perspiration from his face. "All right," he said into the telephone. He listened to the stream of vituperation from the other end, then placed the receiver gently in its cradle. "What was that one?" McIntyre asked. He was unshaven, tie loose, shirt unbuttoned. "Another fisherman," Gelson said. "It seems the watchbirds won't let him fish, even though his family is starving. What are we going to do about it, he wants to know." "How many hundred is that?" "I don't know. I haven't opened a mail." "Well, I figured out where the trouble is," McIntyre said gloomily, with the air of the man who knows just how he blew up the earth, after it was too late. "Let's hear it." "Everybody took it for granted that we wanted all murder stopped. We figured the watchbirds would think as we do. We ought to have qualified the conditions." "I've got an idea," Gelson said. "That we'd have to know just why and what murder is before we could qualify the conditions properly. And if we knew that, we wouldn't need the watchbirds." "Oh, I didn't know about that. They just have to be told that some things which look like murder are not murder." "But why should they stop fishermen?" Gelson asked. "Why shouldn't they? Fish and animals are living organisms. We just don't think that killing them is murder." The telephone rang. Gelson glared at it and punched the intercom. "I told you no more calls, no matter what." "This is from Washington," his secretary said. "I thought you'd—" "Sorry." Gelson picked up the telephone. "Yes, certainly is a mess. Have they? All right, I certainly will." He put down the telephone. "Short and sweet," he told McIntyre. "We're to shut down temporarily." "That won't be so easy," McIntyre said. "The watchbirds operate independent of any central control, you know. They come back once a week for a repair checkup. We'll just have to turn them off then, one by one." "Well, let's get to it. Monroe over on the coast has shut down about a quarter of his birds." "I think I can dupe out a restricting circuit," McIntyre said. "Fine," Gelson replied bitterly. "You make me very happy." The watchbirds were learning rapidly, expanding and adding to their knowledge. Loosely defined abstractions were extended, acted upon, and re-extended, to stop murder. Metal and electrons reason well, but not in a human fashion. A living organism. Any living organism. The watchbirds set themselves the task of protecting all living things. The fly buzzed around the room, lighting on a tabletop, pausing a moment, then darting to a windowsill. The old man stalked it, a rolled newspaper in his hand. Murderer. The watchbirds swept down and saved the fly in the nick of time. The old man writhed on the floor a minute, and then was silent. He had been given only a mild shock, but it had been enough for his fluttery, cranky heart. His victim had been saved, though, and this was the important thing. Save the victim, and give the aggressor his just deserts. Gelson demanded angrily, "Why aren't they being turned off?" The assistant control engineer gestured. In a corner of the repair room lay the senior control engineer, who was just regaining consciousness. "He tried to turn one of them off," the assistant engineer said. Both his hands were knotted together. He was making a visible effort not to shake. "That's ridiculous. They haven't got any sense of self-preservation. Then turn them off yourself. Besides, I don't think any more are going to come." What could have happened? Gelson began to piece it together. The watchbirds still hadn't decided on the limits of a living organism, and some of them were turned off in the Monroe plant. The rest must have correlated the data. So they had been forced to assume that they were living organisms as well. No one had ever told them otherwise. Certainly they carried out most of the functions of living organisms. Then the old fears hit him. Gelson trembled and hurried out of the repair room. He wanted to find McIntyre in a hurry. The nurse handed the surgeon the sponge. "Scalpel?" She placed it in his hand. He started to make the first incision, and then he was aware of a disturbance. "Who let that thing in?" "I don't know," the nurse said, her voice muffled by the mask. "Get it out of here." The nurse waved her arms at the bright winged thing, but it fluttered over her head. The surgeon proceeded with the incision, as long as he was able. The watchbird drove him away and stood guard. "Telephone the watchbird company," the surgeon ordered. "Get them to turn the thing off." The watchbird was preventing violence to a living organism. The surgeon stood by helplessly, while his patient died. Fluttering high above the network of highways, the watchbird watched and waited. It had been constantly working for weeks now, without rest or repair. Rest and repair were impossible, because the watchbird couldn't allow itself, a living organism, to be murdered, and that was what happened when watchbirds returned to the factory. There was a built-in order to return after the lapse of a certain time period, but the watchbird had a stronger order to obey: preservation of life, including its own. The definitions of murder were almost infinitely extended now, impossible to cope with, but the watchbird didn't consider that. It responded to its stimuli, whenever they came, whatever their source. There was a new definition of living organism in its memory files. It had come as a result of the watchbird discovery that watchbirds were living organisms, and it had enormous ramifications. The stimuli came. For the 100th time that day, the bird wheeled and banked, dropping swiftly down to stop murder. Jackson yawned and pulled his car to a shoulder of the road. He didn't notice the glittering dot in the sky. There was no reason for him to. Jackson wasn't contemplating murder by any human definition. That was a good spot for a nap, he decided. He'd been driving for 7 straight hours, and his eyes were starting to fog. He reached out to turn off the ignition key, and was knocked back against the side of the car. "What in hell's wrong with you?" he asked indignantly. "All I want to do is—" He reached for the key again, and again he was smacked back. Jackson knew better than to try a third time. He had been listening to the radio and knew what the watchbirds did to stubborn violators. "You mechanical jerk," he said to the waiting metal bird. "Car's not alive. I'm not trying to kill it." But the watchbird only knew that a certain operation resulted in stopping an organism. The car was certainly a functioning organism. Wasn't it of metal, as were the watchbirds? Didn't it run? McIntyre said, "Without repairs, they'll run down." He shoved a pile of specification sheets out of his way. "How soon?" Gelson asked. 6 months to a year. Say a year, barring accidents." "A year," Gelson said. In the meantime, everything is stopping dead. Do you know the latest? What? The watchbirds have decided that the Earth is a living organism. They won't allow farmers to break ground for ploughing. And of course, everything else is a living organism. Rabbits, beetles, flies, wolves, mosquitoes, lions, crocodiles, crows, and smaller forms of life such as bacteria. I knew, McIntyre said. And you tell me they'll wear out in 6 months or a year. What happens now? What are we going to eat in 6 months? The engineer rubbed his chin. We'll have to do something quick and fast. Ecological balance has gone to hell. Fast isn't the word. Instantaneously would be better. Gilson lighted his 35th cigarette for the day. At least I have the bitter satisfaction of saying I told you so, although I'm just as responsible as the rest of the machine-worshipping fools. McIntyre wasn't listening. He was thinking about watchbirds. Like the rabbit plague in Australia. The death rate is mounting, Gelton said. Famine and floods. Can't cut down trees. Doctors can't... What was that you said about Australia? The rabbits, McIntyre repeated. Hardly any left in Australia now. Why? How was it done? Oh, found some kind of germ that attacked only rabbits. I think it was propagated by mosquitoes. Work on that, Gelson said. You might have something. I want you to get on the telephone, ask for an emergency hookup with the engineers of the other companies. Hurry it up. Together you may be able to dope out something. Right, McIntyre said. He grabbed a handful of blank paper and hurried to the telephone.
What did I tell you?
Officer Seltrick said. He grinned at the captain.
Didn't I tell you scientists were nuts?
I didn't say you were wrong, did I?
The captain asked.
No, but you weren't sure.
Well, I'm sure now. You'd better get going. There's plenty of work for you.
I know.
Seltrick drew his revolver from its holster, checked it, and put it back.
Are all the boys back, Captain?
All?
The captain laughed humorlessly.
Homicide has increased by 50%. There's more murder now than there's ever been.
Sure, Seltrick said. The watchbirds are too busy guarding cans and slugging spiders.
He started toward the door, then turned for a parting shot.
Take my word, Captain. Machines are stupid.
The captain nodded. Thousands of watchbirds trying to stop countless millions of murders. A hopeless task. But the watchbirds didn't hope. Without consciousness, they experienced no sense of accomplishment, no fear of failure. Patiently, they went about their jobs, obeying each stimulus as it came. They couldn't be everywhere at the same time, but it wasn't necessary to be. People learned quickly what the watchbirds didn't like and refrained from doing it. It just wasn't safe. With their high speed and super-fast senses, the watchbirds got around quickly. And now they meant business. In their original directives, there had been a provision made for killing a murderer, if all other means failed. Why spare a murderer? It backfired. The watchbirds extracted the fact that murder and crimes of violence had increased geometrically since they had begun operation. This was true because their new definitions increased the possibilities of murder. But to the watchbirds, the rise showed that the first methods had failed. Simple logic. If A doesn't work, try B. The watchbirds, shocked to kill. Slaughterhouses in Chicago stopped, and cattle starved to death in their pens because farmers in the Midwest couldn't cut hay or harvest grain. No one had told the watchbirds that all life depends on carefully balanced murders. Starvation didn't concern the watchbirds, since it was an act of omission. Their interest lay only in acts of commission. Hunters sat home, glaring at the silver dots in the sky, longing to shoot them down, but for the most part, they didn't try. The watchbirds were quick to sense the murder intent and to punish it. Fishing boats swung idle at their moorings in San Pedro and Gloucester. Fish were living organisms. Farmers cursed and spat and died, trying to harvest the crop. Grain was alive and thus worthy of protection. Potatoes were as important to the watchbird as any other living organism. The death of a blade of grass was equal to the assassination of a president. To the watchbirds. And of course, certain machines were living. This followed, since the watchbirds were machines and living. God help you if you maltreated your radio. Turning it off meant killing it. Obviously, its voice was silenced. The red glow of its tubes faded. It grew cold. The watchbirds tried to guard their other charges. Wolves were slaughtered trying to kill rabbits. Rabbits were electrocuted trying to eat vegetables. Creepers were burned out in the act of strangling trees. A butterfly was executed caught in the act of outraging a rose. This control was spasmodic because of the fewness of the watchbirds. 1 billion watchbirds couldn't have carried out the ambitious project set by the thousands. The effect was of a murderous force, 10,000 bolts of irrational lightning raging around the country, striking 1,000 times a day. Lightning which anticipated your moves and punished your intentions.
"Gentlemen, please," the government representative begged. "We must hurry."
The 7 manufacturers stopped talking.
"Before we begin this meeting formally,"
The president of Monroe said,
"I want to say something. We do not feel ourselves responsible for this unhappy state of affairs. It was a government project. The government must accept the responsibility, both moral and financial."
Gelson shrugged his shoulders. It was hard to believe that these men, just a few weeks ago, had been willing to accept the glory of saving the world. Now they wanted to shrug off the responsibility when the salvation went amiss.
"I'm positive that need not concern us now," the representative assured him. "We must hurry. Your engineers have done an excellent job. I am proud of the cooperation you have shown in this emergency. You are hereby empowered to put the outlined plan into action."
"Wait a minute," Gelson said.
"There is no time."
"The plan's no good."
"Don't you think it'll work?"
"Of course it'll work, but I'm afraid the cure will be worse than the disease." The manufacturers looked as though they would have enjoyed throttling Gelson. He didn't hesitate. "Haven't we learned yet?" he asked. "Don't you see that you can't cure human problems by mechanization?"
"Mr. Gelson," the president of Monroe said, "I would enjoy hearing you philosophize, but unfortunately people are being killed. Crops are being ruined. There is famine in some sections of the country already. The watchbirds must be stopped at once.
Murder must be stopped, too. I remember all of us agreeing on that. But this is not the way."
"What would you suggest?"
the representative asked. Gelson took a deep breath. What he was about to say took all the courage he had. "Let the watchbirds run down by themselves," Gelson suggested. There was a near riot. The government representative broke it up. "Let's take our lesson," Gelson urged. "Admit that we were wrong trying to cure human problems by mechanical means. Start again. Use machines, yes, but not as judges and teachers and fathers."
"Ridiculous," the representative said coldly. "Mr. Gelson, you are overwrought. I suggest you control yourself."
He cleared his throat.
"All of you are ordered by the president to carry out the plan you have submitted."
He looked sharply at Gelson.
"Not to do so will be treason."
"I'll cooperate to the best of my ability," Gelson said.
"Good. Those assembly lines must be rolling within the week."
Gelson walked out of the room alone. Now he was confused again. Had he been right, or was he just another visionary? Certainly he hadn't explained himself with much clarity. Did he know what he meant? Gelson cursed under his breath. He wondered why he couldn't ever be sure of anything. Weren't there any values he could hold on to? He hurried to the airport and to his plant. The watchbird was operating erratically now. Many of its delicate parts were out of line, worn by almost continuous operation. But gallantly it responded when the stimuli came. A spider was attacking a fly. The watchbird swooped down to the rescue. Simultaneously it became aware of something overhead. The watchbird wheeled to meet it. There was a sharp crackle, and a power bolt whizzed by the watchbird's wing. Angrily it spat a shock wave. The attacker was heavily insulated. Again it spat at the watchbird. This time a bolt smashed through a wing. The watchbird darted away, but the attacker went after it in a burst of speed, throwing out more crackling power. The watchbird fell, but managed to send out its message. Urgent. A new menace to living organisms, and this was the deadliest yet. Other watchbirds around the country integrated the message. Their thinking centers searched for an answer. "Well, Chief, they bagged 50 today," McIntyre said, coming into Gelson's office. "Fine," Gelson said, not looking at the engineer. "Not so fine." McIntyre sat down. "Lord, I'm tired. It was 72 yesterday." "I know." On Gelson's desk were several dozen lawsuits, which he was sending to the government with a prayer. "They'll pick up again, though," McIntyre said confidently. "The Hawks are especially built to hunt down watchbirds. They're stronger, faster, and they've got better armor. We really rolled them out in a hurry, huh?" "We sure did." "The watchbirds are pretty good, too," McIntyre had to admit. "They're learning to take cover. They're trying a lot of stunts. Each one that goes down tells the others something." Gelson didn't answer. "But anything the watchbirds can do, the Hawks can do better," McIntyre said cheerfully. "The Hawks are special learning circuits for hunting. They're more flexible than the watchbirds.
They learn faster.
Gelson gloomily stood up, stretched and walked to the window. The sky was blank. Looking out, he realized that his uncertainties were over. Right or wrong, he'd made up his mind. "Tell me," he said, still watching the sky, "what will the hawks hunt after they get all the watchbirds?" "Huh?" McIntyre said. "Why?" "Just to be on the safe side, you'd better design something to hunt down the hawks. Just in case, I mean." "You think?" "All I know is that the hawks are self-controlled. So were the watchbirds. Remote control would have been too slow," the argument went on. "The idea was to get the watchbirds and get them fast. That meant no restricting circuits." "We could dope something out," McIntyre said uncertainly. "You've got an aggressive war machine up in the air now, a murder machine. Before that it was an anti-murder machine. Your next gadget will have to be even more self-sufficient, won't it?" McIntyre didn't answer. "I don't hold you responsible," Gelson said. "It's me. It's everyone." In the air outside was a swift-moving dot. "That's what comes," said Gelson, "of giving a machine the job that was our own responsibility." Overhead, a hawk was zeroing in on a watchbird. The armored murder machine had learned a lot in a few days. Its sole function was to kill. At present, it was impelled toward a certain type of living organism, metallic like itself. But the hawk had just discovered that there were other types of living organisms too, which had to be murdered. End of story 3.
Story 4 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Incomplete Theft by Ralph Burke. Torlin Kai smiled grimly to himself as he thought of the approaching completion of the new Earth spaceship. Thus far, his disguise had completely fooled the Earthmen. He didn't even begin to suspect that a Valdorian spy was among the engineers who were building the Skyjumper. High above the spacefield it loomed, a great sphere of metal that housed the new teleportation drive. Torlin Kai looked up at its impressive bulk. Unlike the common type of spaceship, which had a top speed of 10,000 lights, the new drive could take the ship from Earth to any point in the galaxy in a fraction of a microsecond. If it were successful, Earth would win the war against Valdor in a matter of months. And if not... John Mitchell, the chief engineer of Sahara Spaceport, said, "She's a beauty, isn't she, Pete?" Torlin Kai, in his disguise as Earthman Peter Blaine, smiled and said, "Yes, she's a real beauty. When will she be finished?" "This afternoon," Mitchell said. "The boys are tightening the last bolts and putting in the final wiring now. The job's just about over, Pete." "Good," thought Torlin. "I'll be able to take it tonight." To be able to bring both the spaceship's plans and the ship itself back to Valdor would be a major feat. It would result in a fine promotion. The ship was entirely different from any other vessel ever built. The hyperkinetic generator in its center generated a spherical force field around the ship, which protected it wherever it had been aimed for. It was simple to operate. All the pilot had to do was set up the coordinates of his target, turn on the hyperkinetic generator, and press the activator button. The generator itself did the rest. The field enclosed the ship, and instantaneously the ship was 100 or 1,000 light years away. That evening, Torlin Kai stepped out of his room and strolled over toward the spaceship. It was surrounded by guards, and it was bathed in the blaze of a battery of searchlights. But that did not bother the Valdorian. Earthmen were such stupid fools. It would be a blessing for them if the Valdorians took them over and showed them how to run their lives efficiently. On Valdor, everyone had a job, and he did it. He obeyed his superiors without asking questions, and the society, therefore, was efficient. But these Earthmen, such a lax, sloppy, inefficient society. They needed more regimentation, more precision. They needed to learn to obey orders, and they would learn after the Valdorian victory.
"Evening, Mr. Mitchell."
"Good evening, Captain. Nice night, isn't it?" Torlin Kai looked around warily and saw the lean, spare figure of John Mitchell standing some distance away. He was talking to a man in a military uniform,
one of the guards posted on the project. The Valdorian ducked away. He didn't care to be seen. Not tonight, of all nights. He walked all around the spaceship, studying it carefully from all angles, keeping well out of sight of the guards that surrounded it. The ship appeared to be ready to go. All he had to do was get inside and take off. Simple. Very simple, Torlin Kai thought. The greatest victories are always simple. The ship was supposed to be lifted above the atmosphere on her jets before the hyperkinetic generator was used, but the generator could, in an emergency, be used on the ground. Torlin Kai smiled. As far as he was concerned, this would be an emergency. The Earthmen, he thought pleasantly, would feel very foolish when their greatest ship simply vanished from under their noses. After making a thorough reconnaissance of the area, the Valdorian decided he was ready. He switched on the tiny power pack at his waist, and the invisibility belt he was wearing was energized. If anyone had been watching the shadows where Torlin Kai was standing, they would have seen a faint blue glow as the Valdorian faded slowly from sight. Then, boldly, the alien strode toward the skyjumper. Nothing stood in the way of success now. He walked directly across the well-lighted safety area, and the guards paid not the slightest attention. At the airlock door, he paused to take stock of the situation. He had to move fast now. The success of the whole mission depended on timing from here on out. The guards, naturally, would see the airlock door swing open. They would know something was wrong. It would take them, he estimated, about 4 minutes to bring up heavy armament to blast the door open. Moistening his lip nervously, he decided to correct the estimate. Better make it 3 minutes for safety's sake, he thought. In that time, he would have to warm up the generator and punch the coordinates for the planet Valdor into the big guiding computer. Doing that would require, say, 2 minutes, giving him a minute's leeway. Good. He waited until the guards all seemed to be looking away from the airlock door. Then he pressed the lock. The door swung open, and Torlin Kai stepped quickly inside. There was a shout from one of the guards below, but they were too late to do anything. The Valdorian had the airlock door closed before they could see what had happened. He turned the master switch on the inside of the door, which locked the door against any outside interference. He grinned sardonically. The fool Earthmen would have a devil of a time doing anything now. The next thing was to switch off his invisibility belt. It was difficult to do delicate work if you couldn't see your own arms and fingers, and punching coordinates into a computer was a delicate job. He turned toward the inner door, and at that moment the door opened. An Earthman stepped out, an engineer named Harris, who had apparently been making some last-minute adjustments on the ship. "Oh, hello, Blaine," Harris said. Without a word, the Valdorian leaped forward, taking the Earthman by surprise. He slammed his fist into Harris's abdomen, and he doubled up in pain. Torlin Kai jumped back as the Earthman's foot suddenly sliced toward him. The toe of the engineer's foot hit him stingingly alongside the jaw, but the Valdorian managed to grasp the foot and twist. Then he bent and picked Harris up, and knocked him down again with a crashing blow to the chin. He left the unconscious Earthman on the floor, locking him inside the airlock. There would be no trouble there. The real trouble was that the fight had delayed his timing. It must have taken all of a minute, and in a split-second operation such as this, an interval of a minute could be fatal. Without wasting any more time, he got moving. His jaw hurt where the Earthman had slugged him, and his fingers felt stiff. He ran down the corridor to the control room. The big automatic computer was ready to go. Torlin Kai switched it on, waited for a moment, and then hastily began punching coordinates into the computer. He had to hurry. The Earthmen might blast their way into the ship at any moment. Still, he dared not make an error. If he did, the ship might end up 1,000 light-years from where it was supposed to materialize, perhaps in the heart of a sun. There was perspiration dripping from his brow by the time he was finished. He turned on the hyperkinetic generator and waited for it to warm up. Still, there was no sound from the airlock. A red indicator light on the control panel came on, telling him that the generator was ready. With a triumphant smile, Torlin Kai reached out and pressed the activator stud. Outside the ship, the guards watched the airlock door.
"I wonder why Dr. Harris did that," said the lieutenant.
"Who knows?" the sergeant replied. They had seen the airlock open and close, but knowing that Harris was still inside, They had thought little of it. Still, it was odd. The airlock door swung open again. Harris stepped out, looking dazed. The lieutenant ran toward him, and quickly the engineer explained what had happened.
"You mean he's inside there? We've got to stop him."
"It's too late," Harris said. "He didn't know that I was doing some adjusting inside there. Go ahead and look." The lieutenant went to the inner door of the airlock and peered in. The whole inside of the ship was gone, vanished, as though it had never been.
"I just made a slight adjustment of the generator," Garrett said quietly. "The power field was cut down, so the projector field was smaller. I'm afraid our spy simply projected the inside of the spaceship out into the interstellar vacuum and left the hull behind."
He shook his head grimly.
"Poor devil. You'll have quite a surprise in store for him, unless he can live without air."
End of story 4. Story 5 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Read Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. He was already a thief, prepared to steal again. He didn't know that he himself was only booty. Phil Garfield was 30 miles south of the little town of Redmond on Route 12 when he was startled by a series of sharp clanking noises. They came from under the Packard's hood. The car immediately began to lose speed. Garfield jammed down the accelerator, had a sense of sick helplessness at the complete lack of response from the motor. The Packard rolled on, getting rid of its momentum, and came to a stop. Phil Garfield swore shakily. He checked his watch, switched off the headlights, and climbed out into the dark road. A delay of even half an hour here might be disastrous. It was past midnight, and he had another 110 miles to cover to reach the small private airfield where Matt waited for him and the $30,000 in the suitcase on the Packard's front seat if he didn't make it before daylight. He thought of the bank guard. The man had made a clumsy play at being a hero, and that had set off the fool woman who'd run screaming into the line of fire. 1 dead, perhaps 2. Garfield hadn't stopped to look at an evening paper. But he knew they were hunting for him. He glanced up and down the road. No other headlights in sight at the moment. No light from a building showing on the forested hills. He reached back into the car and brought out the suitcase, his gun, a big flashlight, and the box of shells which had been standing beside the suitcase. He broke the box open, shoved a handful of shells on the .38 into his coat pocket, then took suitcase and flashlight over to the shoulder of the road and set them down. There was no point in groping about under the Packard's hood. When it came to mechanics, Phil Garfield was a moron, and well aware of it. The car was useless to him now, except as bait. But as bait, it might be useful. Should he leave it standing where it was? No, Garfield decided. To anybody driving past, it would merely suggest a necking party or a drunk sleeping off his load before continuing home. He might have to wait an hour or more before someone decided to stop. He didn't have the time. He reached in through the window, hauled the top of the steering wheel towards him, and put his weight against the rear window frame. The Packard began to move slowly backwards at a slant across the road. In a minute or two, he had it in position, not blocking the road entirely, which would arouse immediate suspicion, but angled across it, lights out, empty, both front doors open, and inviting a passerby's investigation. Garfield carried the suitcase and flashlight across the right-hand shoulder of the road and moved up among the trees and undergrowth of the slope above the shoulder. Placing the suitcase between the bushes, he brought out the .38, clicked the safety off, and stood waiting. Some 10 minutes later, a set of headlights appeared speeding up Route 12 from the direction of Redmond. Phil Garfield went down on one knee before he came within range of the lights. Now he was completely concealed by the vegetation. The car slowed as it approached, braking nearly to a stop 60 feet from the stalled Packard. There were several people inside it. Garfield heard voices, then a woman's loud laugh. The driver tapped his horn inquiringly twice, moved the car slowly forward. As the headlights went past him, Garfield got to his feet among the bushes, took a step down towards the road, raising the gun. Then he caught the distant gleam of a second set of headlights approaching from Redmond. He swore under his breath and dropped back out of sight. The car below him reached the Packard, edged cautiously around it, rolled on with a sudden roar of acceleration. The second car stopped when still 100 yards away, the Packard caught in the motionless glare of its lights. Garfield heard the steady purring of a powerful motor. For almost a minute, nothing else happened. Then the car came gliding smoothly on, stopped again no more than 30 feet to Garfield's left. He could see it now through the screening bushes. A big job, a long, low four-door sedan. The motor continued to purr. After a moment, a door on the far side of the car opened and slammed shut. A man walked quickly out into the beam of the headlights and started towards the Packard. Phil Garfield rose from his crouching position, the .38 in his right hand, flashlight in his left. If the driver was alone, the thing was now cinched. But if there was somebody else in the car, somebody capable of fast, decisive action, a slip in the next 10 seconds might cost him the sedan, and quite probably his freedom and life. Garfield lined up the .38's sight steadily on the center of the approaching man's head. He let his breath out slowly as the fellow came level with him in the road, and squeezed off one shot. Instantly he went bounding down the slope to the road. The bullet had flung the man sideways to the pavement. Garfield darted past him to the left, crossed the beam of the headlights, and was in darkness again on the far side of the road, snapping on his flashlight as he sprinted up to the car. The motor hummed quietly on. The flashlight showed the seats empty. Garfield dropped the light, jerked both doors open in turn, gun pointing into the car's interior. Then he stood still for a moment, weak and almost dizzy with relief. There was no one inside. The sedan was his. The man he had shot through the head lay face down on the road, his hat flung a dozen feet away from him. Route 12 still stretched out in dark silence to east and west. There should be time enough to clean up the job before anyone else came along. Garfield brought the suitcase down and put it on the front seat of the sedan, then started back to get his victim off the road and out of sight. He scaled the man's hat into the bushes, bent down, grasped the ankles, and started to haul him towards the left side of the road where the ground dropped off sharply beyond the shoulder. The body made a high squealing sound and began to writhe violently. Shocked, Garfield dropped the legs and hurriedly took the gun from his pocket, moving back a step. The squealing noise rose in intensity as the wounded man quickly flopped over twice like a struggling fish, arms and legs soaring about with startling energy. Garfield clicked off the safety, pumped 3 shots into his victim's back. The grisly squeals ended abruptly. The body continued to jerk for another second or two, then lay still. Garfield shoved the gun back into his pocket. The unexpected interruption had unnerved him. His hands shook as he reached down again for the stranger's ankles. Then he jerked his hands back and straightened up, staring. From the side of the man's chest, a few inches below the right arm, something like a thick black stick, 3 feet long, protruded now through the material of the coat. It shone, gleaming wetly in the light from the car. Even in that first uncomprehending instant, something in its appearance brought a surge of sick disgust to Garfield's throat. Then the stick bent slowly halfway down its length, forming a sharp angle, and its tip opened into what could have been 3 blunt black claws which scrabbled clumsily against the pavement. Very faintly, the squealing began again, and the body's back arched up as if another stick-like arm were pushing desperately against the ground beneath it. Garfield acted in a blur of horror. He emptied the .38 into the thing at his feet, almost without realizing he was doing it. Then, dropping the gun, he seized one of the ankles, ran backwards to the shoulder of the road, dragging the body behind him. In the darkness at the edge of the shoulder, he let go of it, stepped around to the other side, and with 2 frantically savage kicks, sent the body plunging over the shoulder and down the steep slope beyond. He heard it crash through the bushes for some seconds, then stop. He turned and ran back to the sedan, scooping up his gun as he went past. He scrambled into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut behind him. His hands shook violently on the steering wheel as he pressed down the accelerator. The motor roared into life, and the big car surged forward. He edged it past the Packard, cursing aloud in horrified shock, jammed down the accelerator, and went flashing up Route 12, darkness racing beside and behind him. What had it been? Something that wore what seemed to be a man's body like a suit of clothes, moving the body as a man moves, driving a man's car, roach-armed, roach-legged itself. Garfield drew a long, shuddering breath. Then, as he slowed for a curve, there was a spark of reddish light in the rearview mirror. He stared at the spark for an instant, braced the car to a stop, rolled down the window, and looked back. Far behind him, along Route 12, a fire burned, approximately at the point where the Packard had stalled out, whereas something had gone rolling off the road into the bushes. Something, Garfield added mentally, that found fiery automatic destruction when death came to it, so that its secrets would remain unrevealed. But for him the fire meant the end of a nightmare. He rolled the window up, took out a cigarette, lit it, and pressed the accelerator. In incredulous fright, he felt the nose of the car tilt upwards, headlights sweeping up from the road into the trees. Then the headlights winked out. Beyond the windshield, dark tree branches floated down towards him, the night sky beyond. He reached frantically for the door handle. A steel wrench clamped silently about each of his arms, drawing them in against his sides, immobilizing them there. Garfield gasped, looked up at the mirror, and saw a pair of faintly gleaming red eyes watching him from the rear of the car. Two of the things. The second one stood behind him out of sight, holding him. They'd been in what had seemed to be the trunk compartment, and they had come out. The eyes in the mirror vanished. A moist, black roach arm reached over the back of the seat beside Garfield, picked up the cigarette he had dropped, extinguished it with rather horribly human motions, and took up Garfield's gun and drew back out of sight. He expected a shot, but none came. One doesn't fire a bullet through the suit one intends to wear. It wasn't until that thought occurred to him that tough Bill Garfield began to scream. He was still screaming minutes later when, beyond the windshield, the spaceship floated into view among the stars. End of Story 5. Story 6 of Dastardly Criminals. In Space! Ed reads Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Barbarians by Tom Godwin. Tal Karant, Supreme Executive of Tharnar, signed the paper and dropped it into the outgoing slot of the message dispatch tube. It was an act that would terminate 180 days of studying the tapes and records on the Terran ship, and would set the final hearing of the Terran man and woman for that day. And, since the Terrans were guilty, their execution would take place before the sun rose again on Tharnar. He went to the wide windows which had automatically opened with the coming of the day's warmth, and looked out across the city. The city had a name, to be found in the books and tapes of history, but for 50,000 years it had been known as the city. It was the city of all cities, the center and soul of Tharnarian civilization. It was a city of architectural beauty, of flowered gardens and landscaped parks, a city of 500 centuries of learning, a city of eternal peace. The gentle summer breeze brought the sweet scent of the flowering lana trees through the window, and the familiar sound of the city as it went about its day's routine. A sound soft and unhurried, like a slow whisper. Peace for 50,000 years. Peace and the unhurried quiet. It would always be so for the city. The supreme executives of the past had been chosen for their ability to ensure the safety of the city, and so had he. He turned away from the window and back to his desk to brush his hand across the gleaming metal top of it. No faintest scratch marred the eternalized surface, although the desk had been there for more than 30,000 years. It was permanent and never changing, like the robot-operated fleet that guarded Tharnar, like the white and massive executive building, like the way of life on Tharnar. The Terrans would have to die, lest the peace and the way of life on Tharnar be destroyed. They were of a young race, a race so young that his desk had already been in place for 15,000 years when they began emerging from their caves. They were a dangerously immature race. It had been only 300 years since their last war with themselves. 300 years. 3 normal Thanarian lifetimes. And the Thanarians had not known war for 600 lifetimes. A race so young could not possess a civilized culture. The Terrans were, he searched for a suitable description, barbarians in spaceships. They lacked the refinement and wisdom of the Thanarians. They were a dangerous and unpredictable race. It could be seen in their history, could be seen in the way the 2 Terrans had reacted to their capture. He pressed one of the many buttons along the edge of his desk, and a 3-dimensional projection appeared. The scene that had taken place 180 days before, when the Terrans were brought to Tharnar. The ship of the Terrans stood bright silver in the sunlight, slim and graceful against the bulk of the executive building behind it. The Terrans descended the boarding ramp, the left wrist of the man chained to the right wrist of the girl. 2 armed robots walked behind them, their faces metallically impassive, and 4 armed Thanarian guards waited at the bottom of the ramp to help take the Terrans to their place of imprisonment. The Terrans approached the guards with a watchfulness that reminded him of the old films of the coast wolves that had once lived on Vendel. They did not walk with the studied, practiced leisure of the Thanarians, but as though they held some unknown vitality barely in check. The face of the man was lean and hard, the black eyes inscrutable as flint. The girl looked at the guards with a bold nonchalance, as though they were really not formidable at all. Somehow, by contrast with the Terrans, the guards appeared to be not grimly vigilant, but only colorless. There seemed to be a menace in the way the man watched the guards. There was the impression that he would overpower them and seize their weapons if given a shadow of a chance. And the girl, what would she do then? Would she flash in beside him to help him, as the female coast wolves always helped their mates? He switched off the projection, feeling a little repugnance at the thought of executing the Terrans. They were living, sentient beings, and intelligent for all their lack of civilization. It would have been better if they had been of some repulsive and alien physical form, such as bloated, many-legged giant insects. But they were not at all repulsive. They were exactly like the Thanarians. He shook his head. Not exactly. The similarity was only to the eye, and not even to the eye when one looked closely, as he had looked at the images. There was a potential violence about them, lurking close beneath their deceptively Thanarian physical appearance. The Terrans were not like the Thanarians. There was a difference of 50,000 years between them, the difference between savage barbarianism and a great and peaceful civilization. He looked again across the city, listening to its softly murmuring voice. In hundreds of centuries the city had known no strife or violence. But what if the barbarians should come? Not 2 of them, but thousands. What would they do? He was sure he knew what they would do to the gentle, peaceful city, and the faint twinge of remorse at the thought of executing the Terran man and girl paled into insignificance. Under no circumstance could they be permitted to live and tell the others of Tharnar in the city. Bob Randall shifted his position a little in the wide seat, and the chain that linked his wrist with Virginia's rattled metallically, sounding unduly loud in the quiet of the room. Virginia's black hair brushed his cheek as she turned her face up to him to ask in a whisper so low it could not be heard by the 4 guards who stood beside and behind him. "It's almost over, isn't it?" He nodded, as she turned her attention back to the 5 judges, seated at the row of 5 desks before them. The grey-haired one at the center desk, Bob knew, was the one in charge of the proceedings, and his name was Vortigern. He had gained the knowledge by watching and listening, and it was the only information he had acquired. He did not know the names of the other 4 judges, not even for sure that they were judges, and that it was a trial. There had been no introductions by the Thanarians, no volunteering of information. Vortigern spoke to them. "Yes, in fact, the facts are these. You claim that your mission was of a scientific nature,
that the two of you were sent from Earth to try to reach the center of the galaxy, where you hoped to find data concerning the creation of the galaxy. Your ship carried only the two of you, and is one of several such ships sent out on such missions. Since the voyages of these small exploration ships were expected to require an indefinite number of years, and since the occupants would have to endure each other's company for those years, your government thought it more feasible to let the crew of each ship consist of a man and a woman, rather than two men. He saw Virginia's cheek quiver at the words, but she managed to restrain the smile. Our system was reached in your journey, Vertigal continued, and you swung inside to investigate our sister planet, Vendal. You were met by a guard ship before reaching Vendal, and it fired upon you. Instead of turning back, you destroyed it with a tight beam adaptation of your meteor disintegrator. Vertigal waited questioningly, and Bob said, Our instruments showed us that the guard ship was robot-operated. They could discern nothing organic in the ship, nothing alive. The same instruments showed us that this planet, Vandal, possessed operating mines and factories, and no organic life other than small animals. We know that machines neither voluntarily build factories nor reproduce other machines, yet the mines and factories were operating. We thought it might be a world where the inhabitants had all died for some reason, and the robots were still following the production orders given them when the race lived. And so you willfully destroyed the guard ship that would have turned you back. We did. It was a machine operated by machines, and so far as we knew, it was protecting a race that had died 1,000 years before. It was all a mystery, and we wanted to find the answer to it. Vortigal and the others accepted the explanation without change of expression. Vortigal resumed. 3 more guard ships appeared when you were near Vendal. In the battle that followed, you severely damaged one of them, and when your ship was finally caught in a guard cruiser's tractor beams, you resisted the robots. When they boarded your ship, you destroyed several of them, and were subdued only when the compartments of your ship were flooded with a disabling gas. That's true, Bob said. In summary, you deliberately invaded Thanarian territory, deliberately damaged and destroyed Thanarian ships, and would have landed on Vendal had the guard ships not prevented it. Your guilt is both evident and admitted. Are there any extenuating circumstances that have not been presented at this hearing? No, Bob said. None had been presented all day, for the good reason that there was not a single factor of the circumstances that the Thanarians would consider extenuating. Your guilt was evident from the beginning, Vortigal said. We have spent the past 180 days in studying the books and tapes on your ship. What we learned of your history and your form of civilization leaves us no alternative in the sentence we must pass upon you. The chain clinked faintly as Virginia lifted her hand to lay it on his arm, and she gave him a quick glance that said, Here it comes. Vortigal pronounced sentence upon them. Tomorrow morning, at 3312 time, you will both be put to death by a robot firing squad. Virginia's breath stopped for a moment, and her hand gripped his arm with sudden pressure, but she gave no other indication of emotion, and her eyes did not waver from Vortigal's face. Vortigal looked past her to the guards. Return them to their shell. The guards produced another chain to link their free arms together behind their backs, and they were marched across the room and out the door. Outside, the sun was setting, already invisible behind a low-lying cloud. Bob calculated the designated time of their execution in relation to the Terran time, as given by his watch, and found that 3312 would be about halfway between daylight and sunrise. Tal Coranth stood by the open windows and watched the guards return the Terrans to their cell. Extra guards, both robot and Thanarian, had been posted inside and outside the prison building for the night to prevent any possibility of an escape. Other robots stood guard around the Terran ship, although it was inconceivable that the Terrans could ever overpower the prison guards and reach their ship. But it had been inconceivable that a ship as small as the Terran ship could ever destroy a Thanarian guard cruiser. The tight beam adaptation circuit of the meteor disintegrators was very ingenious. Why had the Thanarian cruisers not had the same weapon?
They possessed the same general type of meteor disintegrators. The same adaptation circuit would transform a Tharnarian cruiser's meteor disintegrators into terrible weapons. Why had no one ever thought of doing such a thing? Why had it been taken for granted for 50,000 years that the cruiser's blasters were the ultimate in weapons? What other weapons did the Terrans on Earth possess? How invincible would their cruisers be if a small exploration ship could destroy a Tharnarian cruiser? The captive Terrans could not be permitted to return to Earth and tell the others of Tharnar. Neither could they be permitted to live out their lives in prison on Tharnar. Some day, somehow, they might escape and return to Earth, or send a message to Earth. The robot fleet of Tharnar could never withstand an attack by a Terran fleet. The fate of Tharnar and the quiet and gentle city would be written in blood and dust and ashes. There was the sound of rubber-padded metal feet in the distance, and he saw 6 more robots marching out to add their numbers to the robots already guarding the Terran ship. The ship itself was not far from the executive building, close enough that his eyes, still sharp, despite his 70 years, could make out the name on it. The Cat. And a cat was, he recalled the definition to be found among the Terran books, any of various species of carnivorous and predatory animals noted for their stealth and quickness, and their ferocity when angered. The robot shoved the plastic food tray under the cell door and went back down the corridor. Virginia turned away from the single window where the cat could be seen as a silhouette merging into the darkness. "Last supper, Bob," she said. "Let's eat, drink, and be merry." He went to the door to get the tray, and noticed the 3 robots and 2 Tharnarian guards down the left-hand stretch of corridor, and the same number down the right. Virginia came up beside and said, "They're not taking any chances. We won't be here in the morning, are they?" "No," he said, picking up the tray. "None to speak of." He carried the tray to the little table in the center of the room, and Virginia seated herself across from him, as she had done each meal for the past 6 months. But she toyed with the plastic spoon, and did not begin to eat at once. "I wonder why they made it a firing squad," she asked. "You'd think they would have used something ultra-civilized and refined, such as some painless and flower-scented gas." "Spies were executed with firing squads during the last Terran War, 300 years ago," he said. He smiled thinly. "I suppose they consider us spies, and want us to feel at home in the morning." "I'm glad they do. I don't want to be shut up in a room. I would rather be out under the open sky." She poked at the rim of her tray again. "They never did tell us why, Bob. They didn't tell us anything, only that they had no alternative. We didn't hurt any Tharnarians. We only destroyed one of their ships and some of their robots. We upset their sense of security and showed them they're not secure at all. I suppose they're afraid of an attack from Earth." "They didn't tell us anything," she said again. "They act as though we were animals." "No," he said. "They don't seem to have a very high opinion of our low position on the social evolution scale." He began to eat in the manner of one who knows the body needs nourishment to take advantage of any opportunity for escape, even though the mind may be darkly certain that no such opportunity shall arise. "You ought to eat a little, Ginny," he said. She tried, and gave up after a few bites. "I guess I'm just not hungry. Not now," she said. She glanced at the darkened window where the cat had become invisible. "How long until daylight again, Bob?" He looked at his watch. 7 hours. 7 hours. A touch of wistfulness came into her voice. "I never noticed before how short the nights are." The robot laid the material Tanqueray had requested on his desk, the records and tapes from the Terran ship, and withdrew. Tanqueray sighed wearily as he inserted the first tape in the projector, wondering again why he felt the vague dissatisfaction, and wondering why he hoped to find an answer among the material from the Terran ship. It would be an all-night task, and he could hardly expect to find more than he already knew. Tharnar was not safe and secure from discovery by Terrans in the years to come, and faith in the robot fleet had been an illusion. Before setting the projector in operation, he put through a call to his daughter. Falna's image appeared before him, reclining on a couch where 2 robots worked at caring for her fingernails. She raised up a little as his image appeared before her, and the robot stepped back. "Yes, father?" she asked. She waited for him to speak, her wide grey eyes on his image, and her jet-black curls framing her young and delicately beautiful face. For a moment, she reminded him of someone more mature and strong. With something of a shock, he realized it was the Terran girl his daughter reminded him of, that the Terran girl seemed the more mature of the two, although Thrana was 28, and the Terran girl was 22. They had the same grey eyes and black curls, the same curve to the jaw, the same chin and full lips. But the similarity was only incidental. There was a grace and a gentleness to Thrana's beauty, a grace and gentleness that was the result of 50,000 years of civilization. Beneath the superficial beauty of the barbarian girl lay only an animal-like vitality and potential violence. "Yes, father?" Thrana asked again in her carefully modulated voice. "Are you going to the theatre tonight, Thrana?" "Yes. Tonight's play was written by the Red Thorn, and is supposed to be almost as good as one of the classics. Why do you ask, father?" "I called to tell you that I have to work late tonight. I may not be home until morning." "Couldn't you let a robot do it?" "No, I have to do it myself." "Does it have to do with those two aliens?" "Yes." A little frown of worry appeared, and as quickly disappeared. Her slim fingers touched her forehead for a moment, to smooth away any vestige of a wrinkle. And she said, "It will be such a relief when they're finally disposed of. Whenever I think of how they might escape and get into the city, it frightens me. Are you sure they can't escape, father?" "There is no possibility of their escaping," he said. "You go ahead with your plans for the evening. Will you come home when the show is over?" "Not for a while. Kin is taking me dancing afterward." "Where you went last time? The place where they were reviving the old dances?" "No, nobody goes there anymore. Those old dances were rather fun, but they were so tiring. Our modern dances are much slower and more graceful, you know." "All right, Dralna," he said in dismissal. "Enjoy yourself." "Yes, father." She was reclining on the couch again, her eyes closed, when he switched off the image. He sat for a little while before turning on the tape projector, recalling his conversation with her, and a feeling growing within him that he was almost on the verge of discovering still another menace to Tharnar. Virginia held her hands to her face to shade her eyes as she looked out the window. "What you can see of the city from here is all bright with lights," she said. "But there's no one on the streets, only some robots. Everyone in the city must be in bed." "That's the way it's been every night," he said. "Early to bed and late to rise. They're an odd race. I wonder what they do to pass away the time. But what they're doing now is something you should be doing, resting." She turned away from the window. "I'm not sleepy. I keep thinking of the cat out there waiting for us, and how we might get to it if we could only get hold of a blaster." "Which we can't try to do until they come for us in the morning. Some rest now might mean a lot then." "All right, Bob." She went to him and sat beside him on his cot. "What is it now? How much more time?" "About 3 hours." She leaned her head against him, and he put his arm around her. "I guess I am a little tired," she said, "but don't let me go to sleep." "All right, Ginny. It's only 3 hours and never any more, if we aren't lucky in the morning, and if we aren't lucky, I don't want to have wasted our last 3 hours. Tal Coranth stood before the window again and watched the city as it slept in the pre-dawn darkness. How many slept in the city? Once there had been 3 million in the city, but each census found the population to be less. 5 years before, there had been less than 1 million. 2/3 of the city was a beautiful shell that housed only the robots that cared for it. What was wrong? And why had it never occurred to him before that there was something wrong? He went back to his desk, where the material from the Terran ship littered the eternal top of it, and sat down again. He was tired and frustrated. A menace faced Tharnar, and no one seemed to realize it. The coming of the barbarians had awakened him to the fallacy of trusting the robot fleet, but there was still another danger, and the robot fleet would be more helpless before the newly discovered danger than it would be before the Terran ships. He pressed a button, and music filled the room, music that had always before been soothing and restful to hear, but it sounded flat and meaningless compared with the throbbing barbarian music he had heard that night, and he switched it off again. It was wrong. It was one of the latest compositions, one that had been acclaimed as almost as good as one of the classics. Almost as good. like the play Throwner had attended, like the art exhibits, the athletic records, the scientific discoveries, like everything in the city and on Thornor, almost as good, but never quite as good as they had been 50,000 years before. Was that part of the answer? No, not part of the answer, part of the problem. Part of the danger greater than a barbarian invasion. There was no answer that he could see. Something had been lost by the Thanarians 50,000 years before, and he was neither sure what it was, nor how to give it back to them. He pressed the button that would connect him with Security Officer Quoth. Of the two problems, it was only within his power to handle the immediate phase of the first problem, to make the final authorization of the execution of the Terrans. Bob looked again at the window, which had lightened to a pale grey square. It was already daylight outside. It would not be long until the guards came for them. Virginia had fallen asleep at last, more tired than she had thought, and she still slept with her head against his shoulder and with his arm around her to support her. He straightened his legs slowly, not wanting them to be numb from lack of circulation when the guards came, and not wanting to awaken Virginia to grim reality any sooner than he had to. But the slight movement was enough. She opened her eyes drowsily, then the sleepiness gave way to the hard jolt of remembrance and realization. She looked at the grey window and asked, "How much longer?" "Within a few minutes." "I wish you hadn't let me sleep." "You were tired." "I didn't want to sleep. I didn't think I would." Then she changed the subject, as though to keep it from going into the sentimental. "I see the robot never did come back for the tray. We'll be leaving a messy room, won't we? I wonder if they'll disinfect it to make sure it's clean when we're gone. You know," she smiled a little, "fleas and things." She lifted her face to kiss him on the cheek, then she rose and moved to the window. "It's cloudy," she said. "There's a mist of rain fallen, and it's cloudy outside. I guess it's already later than we thought." He went over to stand beside her, and he saw that the morning was alight with near sunrise behind the grey clouds. "It's out there waiting for us, the cat," she said. He saw it, standing silver-white in the grey morning, gleaming in the rain, and with its slim, dynamic lines making it look as though it might at any moment hurl itself roaring into the sky. "It's a beautiful ship," she said. "I wonder what they'll do with it when they—" A sound came from the far end of the corridor, a snapped command in Thanarian. The command was followed at once by the sound of footsteps approaching their cell, the heavy tread of robots, and the lighter, softer steps of the guards. Virginia turned away from the window, and they faced the cell door as they waited. "This is it," she said. "Are you afraid, Ginny?" "Afraid?" She laughed up at him, a laugh that came only a little too quickly. "It's like a play, set a long time ago on Earth, coffee and pistols at dawn. Only I don't think they're bringing us any coffee, and if we get a pistol, it'll have to be one of theirs. It isn't over with till the end, and maybe we could change the ending of this play for them. I'll be watching you, Bob, so I can help you the moment you make the try." The Thanarian guards stopped outside the door, their blasters in their hands. One of them unlocked the door, and two robots entered, guards locking the big door behind the robots the moment they were inside. The robots carried no blasters, nothing but 3 lengths of chain. The Thanarian leader outside the door rasped a command.
"You will both turn to face the window with your hands behind you."
Bob did not obey at once, but appraised the situation. The robots were massive things, more than 600 pounds in weight. Their metal bodies invulnerable to any attack he could make with his bare hands. But there was one chance in 10,000. If he could catch the first robot by surprise and send it toppling into the cell door, its weight might be enough to break the lock of the door. He struck it with his shoulder, all his weight and strength behind the attack, and Virginia's small body struck it a moment later. But it was like shoving against a stone wall. The robot rocked for the briefest instant, then it threw out a foot to regain its balance. The other robot snapped a chain around his wrists while Virginia fought it. "Don't, Ginny," he said, ceasing his own struggles. "It's no use, honey." She stopped then, and the robot jerked her arms around behind her back to lock the second chain around her wrists. She smiled up into his dark and somber face. "We tried, Bob. They were just too big for us." A third chain, longer than the first 2, was produced. He felt the cool metal of it encircle his neck and heard the lock snap shut. The other end of it was locked around Virginia's neck. The cell door was opened, and the guard leader commanded, "Step forward. The robots will guide you." They stepped forward, the robots beside them gripping their arms with steel fingers. The chain around their necks rattled from the movement of walking, linking them together like a pair of captive wild animals. Bob wondered if the chain had been solely as another precaution to prevent their escape, or if it had been a deliberate act of contempt. The Thanarians feared them, and because they feared them, they hated them. Did it bolster the morale of the Thanarians to deliberately treat them as though they were animals? They stepped out into the cool dawn, into a small courtyard with a black stone wall at its farther side. The sky was bleakly grey, and the rain was falling as a cold mist, dampening Virginia's face as she looked up at him. "The last mile, Bob." "Walk it straight and steady, Ginny. They're watching." "How else would we walk it?" she asked calmly. They came to the wall where a metal ring had been set in the stone. There was a chain fastened to the ring, and when the robots had swung them around with their backs to the wall, the free end of the chain was locked to the center of the chain around their necks. Again, it could be an added precaution, or it could be the final attempt to let their execution be like the killing of a pair of dangerous animals. It didn't really matter, of course. Two of the armed robots who had walked with the guards took up a position 20 feet in front of them, blasters in their metal hands. The robots who had chained them stepped to one side, away from the line of fire. The leader of the guards lifted his arm to look at his watch and said something to the robots. The robots lifted their blasters at the words and leveled them, one aimed at Virginia's heart and one at Bob's. But the expected blast did not come. The guard leader continued to observe his watch. Apparently the first command had meant only aim. The fire command would come when the hands of the watch reached the 3312 mark. Virginia's shoulder was warm against his arm, but her hand, when it found his behind their backs, was cold. "They cheated us," she said. "We were supposed to have a whole firing squad." The guard leader gave another command, and there was a double click as the robots pressed the buttons that would ready their blasters for firing. Virginia swayed a little for the first time. A movement too small for the Thanarians to see, and one from which she recovered almost at once. I'm all right," she said. "I'm not afraid, Bob." "Of course you're not, Ginny, of course you're not." The guard leader had returned his attention to his watch, and the seconds went by. Long seconds, in which the only sound was the almost inaudible whisper of the rain against the stone wall behind them. Virginia looked up at him for the last time, the cold mist wet on her face. "We've had a lot of fun together, Bob. We never expected it to end so soon, but we knew all the time that it might. We'll go together, and that's the way we always wanted it to be, wherever and whenever it might happen." Then she faced forward again, and they waited, the rain whispering in the wall behind them, and forming in crystal drops on the chain around their necks. He did not waver again as she stood beside him, and he knew she would not when the end came. The guard leader dropped his arm, as though he no longer needed to refer to his watch. He glanced at them very briefly, then turned to the robots, his face revealing the command he was going to give. Virginia's hand tightened on his own in farewell, and he could feel the pulse of her wrist racing hard and fast. But she stood very straight as she looked into the blaster, and they heard the final command to their robot executioners. "Darind Senda!" 33-1. Tal Caranth looked again at the timepiece on the wall. 33-1. At the end of 11 more small fractions of time, the Terrans would no longer exist. What was life? What was the purpose behind it all? In 50,000 years, the Thanarians are no nearer the answer than their ancestors had been. Why should there be life at all? Why not the suns and planets, created by chance and devoid of life? And why even the suns and planets, the millions of galaxies racing outward across the illimitable expanse of space and time? Why the universe, and why the life it contained? Why not just nothing? The barbarians had set out to find the answer within 100 years after the building of their first interstellar ship, and Tharnar's interstellar ships had not been outside the system for 50,000 years. No Thanarian had been as far as Vendel for 15,000 years. Why had the Thanarians lost their curiosity? the curiosity and desire to learn that had created the past glory of Tharnar. He thought again of what he had discovered that night, of one of the reasons why the Terrans had named their ship the Cat. It was not because a cat was a dangerous animal, as he and the others had thought. It was because the mission of the Cat would be to explore in unknown territory, because of an old Terran proverb, curiosity killed a cat. He did not yet understand the second reason behind the name, but the first reason showed that the Terrans were not without a sense of humor. How long had it been since he had heard a Tharnarian laugh at himself, at his own failings, or possibility of failure? Never. Yet, wasn't that pride? What was wrong with the high-headed pride that admitted no inferiority, no failure? Wasn't 50,000 years of civilization something of which to be extremely proud? 33:5. He went to the window and pressed the button that would open it against the mechanical will of the automatic health guard equipment. It slid open, and he breathed the cool, moist air that smelled of wet earth and grass, and the odor of the lanatry flowers that were closed against the rain and would not open until the sun came out. The city was quiet in the grey of the morning. He could see one pedestrian and 3 moving vehicles in the entire visible portion of the city. The city, like the flowers of the lana trees, were not open into life until the storm was over and the sun was shining again. 33:9. The city, like the flowers of the lana trees, the beauty and perfection of them both was the result of 50,000 years of breeding to bring about that perfection. The city, like the flowers of the lana trees. But flowers were without purpose, were only vegetation. And what was the purpose of the city? He did not know. He was the supreme executive of Tharnar, and he did not know. 33:10. He went back to his desk and switched on the 3-dimensional projection of the scene that would be taking place in the courtyard behind the prison. The man and the girl stood chained to the wall, and the robots were waiting for the third and last command from the guard leader, the blasters in their hands, as steady as though held in vices, and their metal faces impassive. He increased the magnification of the scene, drawing the images of the man and girl closer to him. There was no reading the man's face, other than the hardness and lack of fear. But on the face of the girl was a defiance that seemed to shine like a radiance about her. He was reminded of the physical similarity between the barbarian girl and his daughter. But now the similarity had faded to a shadow. There was something vital and alive about the barbarian girl. There was a beauty to her in the way she waited for death that was strange and wild by Tharnarian standards. What had Thralna said the night before? Whenever I think of how they might escape and get into the city, it frightens me. It frightens me. What if it was Thralna who stood before the robots? Would she have a Tharnarian pride, as she looked into the black muzzle of the blaster, and knew she had only a few more heartbeats of life left? Would she stand with a bold defiance of the barbarian girl, or would she drop to the ground and plead for her life? He knew the answer. But it was not Thralna's fault that she was as she was. She was only like all the others of Tharnar. 33:11. How different they were, the 2 barbarians, and the men and the women of Tharnar. Yet the difference would cease to exist within a few moments, when the man and girl were dead, when all the life and restless drive were gone from them, and they lay still on the cold, wet ground. They would look the same as Tharnarians. How did it feel to die in the cold dawn on an alien world, 1,000 light years from your own? But they had known such a thing might happen to them. They named their ship the Cat because of that and something else. Suddenly, clearly, he understood the second reason for the name of the ship. 33:12. The guard leader dropped his arm to give the last command to the robots. Tal Karant's mind raced, and he saw 2 things with vivid clarity. He saw the inexorable decline of Tharnar and the city continuing down the centuries until the little spark that was left smouldered its last and was gone. And he saw the way death would obliterate the wild and savage beauty of the barbarian girl, knew that it would go when the life went from her, to leave her with a beauty that would be colourless by contrast, that would be like the beauty of a Lana blossom or a Thanarian woman. And he thought he could see the answer to the menace that faced Tharnar and the city.
Doran.
The god leader's first word of command came. Tal Caranth's finger stabbed at one of the buttons along his desk. He shoved it down to deactivate the robot executioners, and they were frozen in immobility when the final word came.
Tenda.
He snapped the switch, which connected him with the office of Security Officer Ten Quath, and said,
Have the change taken from the Terrans, and say that they are given comfortable and unguarded quarters. Tell them that they have been pardoned by the Supreme Executive, and that they are free to leave Tharnar whenever they wish.
It was mid-morning of the next day, bright and warm, with a few fleecy white clouds drifting across the blue sky. Tal Caranth stood before the window again, Vortigern beside him, and watched the city come to life, slowly and leisurely, as it had come to life each mid-morning for the past 50,000 years. Vortigern looked toward the cat, where the boarding ramps had already been withdrawn, and the airlocks closed.
They're ready to go, he said. I hope you haven't made a mistake in what you did. The other Terrans will learn of us now, and when they come...
He let the sentence trail off, unfinished.
We have a great deal to gain by the coming of the Terrans, Tal Caranth said, and little to lose. Little to lose? Vortigern asked. We have Tharnar and a city to lose. We have our lives and our civilization to lose.
Yes, our civilization, Tal Caranth said. Our god that we worshipped, our civilization. Look for, listen to what I have to say. I did some thinking the night the Terrans were waiting to be executed. I'm afraid it was probably one of the few times, for thousands of years, that a Tharnarian ever tried to critically examine the Tharnarian way of life. I started from the beginning, more than 50,000 years ago, when the interstellar ships of Tharnar were actually interstellar, and were manned by men instead of robots. It was a good start we made in interstellar exploration, but it didn't last very long. We wanted to associate with our cultural peers, and there weren't any. We didn't attempt to make any contact with the primitive races we found. We felt that there would be no point in doing so. Tharnar possessed the highest and the only civilization in all the explored regions of the galaxy, and younger races had nothing to offer us. The time came when no more exploration ships were sent out. We retired to Tharnar and Vendal, and surrounded them with a robot-operated fleet to keep out the inferior races when they finally did learn how to build spaceships. We devoted ourselves to our social culture and became imbued with self-satisfaction, with the assurance that we of Tharnar possessed the full flowering of culture and progress. We withdrew into a shell of complacency, and each generation lived out its life with comfortable, methodical sameness, and our robot-operated fleet was on guard to prevent any other race from annoying us, from disturbing us in the wisdom and serenity of our way of life. 15,000 years ago, the last of us in Vendel returned to the more ideal world of Tharnar, and there was plenty of room for them on Tharnar by then. The population had been decreasing for thousands of years. It's decreasing right now. Women don't want to have children anymore. It's an inconvenience for them. They want comfort, the full stomach, the soft couch, the attention of their robots, and men are the same. There was no longer any incentive for living on Tharnar other than to duplicate the lives of our ancestors. There was nothing new, nothing to be done that has not already been done better. So we lapse into an existence of placid satisfaction with the status quo. We vegetate. We're like plants that have been seeded in the same field for so many centuries that the fertility of the soil is exhausted. This barren field in which we grow is our own form of culture. Do you see what the ultimate end will have to be, Ivar? He had thought old Vortigern would reply with a heated defense of Tharnarian civilization, but he did not. Instead, he said, If the present trend continues, there will come a time when there will be more robots in the guard ships than there will be Tharnarians for them to guard. But is the other better? The destruction at the hands of the barbarians. Destruction? It's within their power to destroy us, but why should they? It will be unpleasant for many Tharnarians to contemplate, but an unbiased study of the Terrans shows that they would not want the things we have on Tharnar and in the city, that they would not consider Tharnar and the city worth the trouble of conquest. A conjecture, Vortigern said. And even if you are right, and the Terrans never come to destroy us, what have we to gain by taking this risk? New life. We've been too long in the barren field of our own culture. We've lost our curiosity, a desire to learn, a sense of humour that would permit us to make honest self-evaluations, our pride and courage. And in losing these things, we lost our racial urge to survive. Look at the city this morning, Vor. See how slowly it moves. Listen to how still it is for a city that contains almost 1 million people. Do you know what this day is for the city? It's one more act, to be added to all the thousands of acts in the past, on the city's rehearsal for extinction. The Terrans have what we lost. They're a young race with a vitality that's like a fire, where our own is like a dying spark. That's why I let those two go, why I want the others of their kind to know Orthanau and come here. It's not too late for us, not yet too late for contact with these Terrans, to give back to us all these things we lost. In the pause following his words, the quiet of the city was suddenly shattered by the thunder of the cat's drives. It lifted, shining and slender and graceful, and hurled itself up into the blue sky. Tower Corinth watched it until it was a bright star, far away and going out into the universe beyond, until the sounds of its drives had faded and gone. He looked away from the sky and back to the slowly moving, softly whispering city. The city that was dying and did not know it. He felt the stirring of an uneasiness within him, a strange, non-physical desire for something. It was the first time in his life that he had ever felt such a sensation. It was something so long gone from the Thanarians that the Thanarian word for it was obsolete and forgotten, but the Terran word for it was Wanderlust. "I almost wish I could have gone with them, Vor," he said. "They're going to try to reach the heart of the galaxy and see if they can find the answer to creation. And we on Tharnar spend our lives shipping sweet drinks as we discuss trifles and wait for the sun to shine warm enough for us to emerge from our air-conditioned houses." "If you're right in thinking that Terrans won't come to plunder Tharnar in a city," Vortigall said, "then it will be interesting to know what those two find when they reach the center of the galaxy. They don't get killed long before they reach it." "I think any hostile forms of life they encounter will find them hard to kill," Talcorinth said. "We paid a high price for their capture, remember? There were 2 Terran proverbs behind the name of their ship. It took me quite a while to understand the second one, but when I did, I realized the true extent of Terran determination and self-confidence. Their mission was to explore across the unknown regions of space. They knew it would be dangerous, very dangerous. So they named their ship the Cat, partly because of an old Terran proverb, curiosity killed a cat. But that was only half the reason behind the name. They intended to reach the center of the galaxy, and they didn't intend to let anything stop them. So there was a second meaning behind the naming of their ship. A cat has 9 lives. End of story 6. Story 7 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Red Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pick a Crime by Richard R. Smith. The girl was tall, wide-eyed, and brunette. She had the right curves in the right places, and would have been beautiful if her nose had been smaller, if her mouth had been larger, and if her hair had been wavy instead of straight. "Hank said you wanted to see me," she said when she stopped beside Joe's table. "Yeah," Joe nodded at the other chair. "Have a seat." He reached into a pocket, withdrew 5 $10 bills, and handed them to her. "I want you to do a job for me. It'll only take a few minutes." The girl counted the money, then placed it in her purse. Joe noticed a small counterfeit detector inside the purse before she closed it. "What's the job?" "Tell you later." He gulped the remainder of his drink, almost pouring it down his throat. "Hey, you trying to make yourself sick?" "Not sick. Drunk. Been trying to get drunk all afternoon." As the liquor settled in his stomach, he waited for the warm glow. But the glow didn't come. The bartender had watered his drink again. "Trying to get drunk?" the girl inquired. "Are you crazy?" "No, it's simple. If I get drunk, I can join the AAA and get free room and board for a month while they give me a treatment." It was easy enough to understand, he reflected, but a lot harder to do. The CPA robot bartenders saw to it that anyone got high if they wanted, but comparatively few got drunk. Each bartender could not only mix drinks, but could also judge by a man's actions and speech when he was on the verge of drunkenness. At the proper time, since drunkenness was illegal, a bartender always watered the drinks. Joe had tried dozens of times in dozens of bars to outsmart them, but had always failed. And in all of New York's millions, There had been only 100 cases of intoxication during the previous year. The girl laughed. "If you're that hard up, I don't know if I should take this 50 or not. Why don't you go out and get a job like everyone else?" As an answer, Joe handed her his CPA ID card. She grunted when she saw the large letters that indicated the owner had dangerous criminal tendencies. When she handed the card back, Joe fought an impulse to tear it to pieces. He'd done that once and gone through a mountain of red tape to get another. Everyone was required by law to carry a CPA ID card and show it upon request. "I'm sorry," the girl said. "I didn't know you were a DCT." "And who'll hire a guy with criminal tendencies? You know the score. When you try to get a job, they ask to see your ID before they even tell you if there's an opening or not. If your CPA ID says you're a DCT, you're SOL, and they tell you there's no openings. Oh, I've had several jobs. Jobs like all DCTs get. I've been a garbage man, street cleaner, ditch digger." On the other side of the room, the jukebox came to life with a roar, and a group of teenagers scrambled to the dance floor. Feeling safe from hidden microphones because of the uproar, he leaned across the table and whispered in the girl's ear, "That's what I want to hire you for. I want you to help me commit a crime. If I get convicted of a crime, I'll be able to get a good job." The girl's lips formed a bright red circle. "Say, you really got big plans, don't you?" He smiled at her admiration. It was something big to plan a crime. A civilization weary of murder, robbery, kidnapping, counterfeiting, blackmail, rape, arson, and drunkenness had originated the CPA, Crime Prevention Association. There were no longer any prisons. CPA officials had declared loudly and emphatically that their job was to prevent crime, not punish it. And prevent it they did, with thousands of ingenious crime prevention devices and methods. They had made crime almost impossible, and during the previous year, only a few hundred men in the whole country had been convicted of criminal acts. No crime was ever punished. If a man was smart enough to kill someone, for instance, he wasn't sent to prison to be punished. He wasn't punished at all. Instead, he was sent to a hospital where all criminal tendencies were removed from his mind by psychologists, shock treatments, encephalographic devices, a form of prefrontal lobotomy, and a dozen other methods. An expensive operation, but since there were few criminals, only 10 in New York during the past year, any city could afford the CPA hospitals. The CPA system was actually cheaper than previous methods because it did away with the damage caused by countless crimes, did away with prisons and their guards, large police forces, squad cars, and weapons. And ironically, a man who did commit a crime was a sort of hero. He was a hero to the millions of men and women who had suppressed impulses to kill someone, beat their mates, get drunk, or kick a dog. Not only a hero, but because of the CPA treatment, he was, when he left one of the CPA hospitals, a thoroughly honest and hard-working individual, a man who could be trusted with any responsibility, any amount of money, and therefore an X. A convicted criminal who received the treatment was commonly called an X because he was in the strictest sense of the word an ex-criminal. An X was always offered the best jobs. "Well," the girl said, "I'm honored, really. But I got a date at 10. Let's get it over with. You said it'd only take a few minutes." "Okay, let's go." The girl followed him across the room, around tables, through a door, down a hall, through a back door and into the alley. She followed him up the dark alley until he turned suddenly and ripped her blouse and skirt. He surprised her completely, but when she recovered she backed away, her body poised like a wrestler's. "What's the big idea?" "Scream," Joe said. "Scream as loud as you can, and when the cops get here, tell them I tried to rape you." The plan was perfect, he told himself. Attempted rape was one of the few things that was a crime merely because a man attempted it. A crime because it theoretically inflicted psychological injury upon the intended victim, and because millions of women voters had voted it a crime. On the other hand, attempted murder, robbery, kidnapping, etc. were not crimes. They weren't crimes because the DCT didn't complete the act, and if he didn't complete the act, that meant simply that the CPA had once again functioned properly. The girl shook her head vigorously. "Sorry, buddy. Can't help you that way. Why didn't you tell me that's what you wanted?" "What's the matter?" Joe complained. "I'm not asking you to do anything wrong." "You stupid jerk! What do you think this is, the Middle Ages? Don't you know almost every woman knows how to defend herself? I'm a sergeant in the WSDA." Joe groaned. The WSDA, Women's Self-Defense Association, a branch of the CPA. The WSDA gave free instruction in judo and jiu-jitsu, He even developed new techniques of wrestling and instructed only women in those new techniques. The girl was still shaking her head. "Can't do it, buddy. I'd lose my rank if you were convicted of—" "Do I have to make you scream?" Joe inquired tiredly, and advanced toward the girl. "And that rank carries a lot of weight. Hey, stop it!" Joe discovered to his dismay that the girl was telling the truth when she said she was a sergeant in the WSDA. He felt her hands on his body, and in the time it takes to blink twice, he was flying through the air. The alley's concrete floor was hard. It had always been hard, but he became acutely aware of its lack of resiliency when his head struck it. That was a wonderful moment, while the world was filled with beautiful stars and streaks of lightning through which he heard distant police sirens. But the wonderful moment didn't last long, and darkness closed in on him. When he awoke, a rough voice was saying, "Okay, snap out of it." He opened his eyes and recognized the police commissioner's office. It would be hard not to recognize. The room was large, devoid of furniture except for a desk and chairs, but the walls were lined with the controls of television screens, electronic calculators, and 100 other machines that formed New York's mechanical police force. Commissioner Hendricks was a remarkable character. There was something wrong with his glands, and he was a huge, greasy bulk of a man with bushy eyebrows and a double chin. His steel-grey eyes showed something of his intelligence, and he would have gone far in politics if fate hadn't made him so ugly. For more than half the voters who elected men to high political positions were women. Anyone who knew Hendricks well liked him, for he was a friendly, likable person, but the millions of women voters who saw his face on posters and on their TV screens saw only the ugly face and heard only the harsh voice. The President of the United States was a capable man, but also a very handsome one, and the fact that a man who looked something like a bulldog had been elected as New York's police commissioner was a credit to Hendricks and millions of women voters. "Where's the girl?" Joe asked. "I processed her while you were out cold. She left. Joe, you—" "Okay," Joe said. "I'll save you the trouble. I admit it. Attempted rape. I confess." Hendricks smiled. "Sorry, Joe. You missed the boat again." He reached out and turned a dial on his desktop. "We had a microphone hidden in that alley. We have a lot of microphones hidden in a lot of alleys. You'd be surprised at the number of conspiracies that take place in alleys." Joe listened numbly to his voice, as it came from one of the hundreds of machines on the walls. "Scream. Scream as loud as you can. When the cops get here, tell them I tried to rape you." And then the girl's voice. "Sorry, buddy. Can't help." He waved his hand. "Okay, shut it off. I confess to conspiracy." Hendricks rose from behind the desk, walked leisurely to where Joe was slouched in a chair. "Give me your CPA ID." Joe handed him the card with trembling fingers. He felt as if the world had collapsed beneath him. Conspiracy to commit a crime wasn't a crime. Anyone could conspire, and if the conspirators were prevented from committing a crime, then that meant the CPA had functioned properly once again. That meant the CPA had once again prevented crime.
And the CPA didn't punish crimes or attempted crimes.
And it didn't attempt to prevent crimes by punishment. If it did, that would be a violation of the new civil rights. Hendricks crossed the room, deposited the card in a slot, and punched a button. The machine hummed, and a new card appeared. When Hendricks handed him the new card, Joe saw the words, "Dangerous criminal tendencies," were now in red and larger than before, and in slightly smaller print. The ID card stated that the owner was a DCT first class. "You've graduated," Hendricks said coldly. "You guys never lied, do you? Now you're DCT first class instead of a second class. You know what that means?" Hendricks leaned closer until Joe could feel his breath on his face. "That means your case history will be turned over to the newspapers. It'll be the hobby of thousands of amateur cops. You know how it works. It's like this. The Joneses are sitting around tomorrow night and they're bored. Then Mr. Jones says, 'Let's go watch this Joe Harper.' So they look up your record. Amateur cops always keep records of first classes in scrapbooks. And they see that you stop frequently at Walt's Tavern. So they go there and they sit and drink and watch you, trying not to let you know they're watching you. They watch you all night, just hoping you'll do something exciting, like trying to kill someone, so they can be the first ones to yell, 'Police.' They'll watch you because it's exciting to be an amateur cop, and if they ever did prevent you from committing a crime, They'd get a nice reward, and they'd be famous. Lay off, Joe said. I got a headache. That girl. Hendricks leaned even closer and glared. You listen, Joe. This is interesting. You see, it doesn't stop with Mr. and Mrs. Jones. There's thousands of people like them. Years ago, they got their kicks from reading about guys like you. And these days, things are dull, because it's rare when anyone commits a crime. So every time you walk down the street, there'll be at least a dozen of them following you. And no matter where you are, you can bet there'll be some of them sitting next to you, standing next to you. During the day, they'll take your picture with their spy cameras that look like buttons on their coats. At night, they'll peep at you through your keyhole. Your neighbors across the street will watch you through binoculars and lay off. Joe squirmed in the chair. He'd been lectured by Hendricks before, and it was always an unpleasant experience. The huge man was like a talking machine once he got started, a machine that couldn't be stopped. And the kids are the worst, Hendricks continued. They have junior CPA clubs. They keep records of hoodlums like you in their little cardboard boxes. They'll stare at you on the street and stare at you through restaurant windows while you're eating meals. They'll follow you in public restrooms and watch you out of the corners of their eyes while they wash their little hands. And almost every day when you look back, you'll see a dozen freckle-faced little boys following you half a block behind, giggling and gaping at you. They'll follow you till the day you die, because you're a freak. Joe couldn't stand the breath in his face any longer. He rose and paced the floor. And it doesn't end there, Joe. It goes on and on. You'll be the object of every do-gooder and parapsychologist. Strangers will stop you on the street and say, I'd like to help you, friend. Then they'll ask you queer questions like, did your father reject you when you were a child? Do you like girls? How does it feel to be DCT first class? And then there'll be the strangers who hate DCTs. They'll stop you on the street and insult you, call you names, spit on you, and okay, goddammit, stop it. Hendricks stopped, wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, and lit a cigarette. I'm doing you a favor, Joe. I'm trying to explain something you're too dumb to realize by yourself. We've taught everyone to hate crime and criminals, to hate them as nothing has ever been hated before. Today, a criminal is a freak, an alien. Your life will be a living hell if you don't leave New York. You should go to some small town where there aren't many people, or be a hermit, or go to Iceland, or... Joe eyed the huge man suspiciously. Favor, did you say? The day you do me a favor? Hendricks shrugged his shoulders negligently. Not entirely a favor. I want to get rid of you. Usually I come up here and sit around and read books, but guys like you are a nuisance and take up my time. I couldn't leave if I wanted to, Joe said. I'm flat broke. Thanks to your CPA system, a DCT can get a decent job. Hendricks reached into a pocket, withdrew several bills and extended them. I'll loan you some money. You can sign an IOU and pay me back a little at a time. Joe waved the money away. Listen, why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you frame me? If I'm such a nuisance, pin a crime on me. Any crime. Can't do it. Convicting a man of a crime he didn't commit is a violation of civil rights, and a crime in itself. Why don't you take the free psycho treatment? A man doesn't have to be a DCT. With the free treatment, psychologists can remove all your criminal tendencies and go to those head shrinkers. Hendricks shrugged again. Have it your way. Joe laughed. If your damned CPA is so all-powerful, why can't you make me go? Violation of civil rights. Damn it, there must be some way you can help me. We both want the same thing. We both want to see me convicted of a crime. How can I help you without committing a crime myself? Hendricks walked to his desk, opened a drawer, and removed a small black book. See this? It contains names and addresses of all the people in New York who aren't properly protected. Every week we find people who aren't protected properly. Blind spots in our protection devices. As soon as we find them, we take steps to install anti-robbery devices, but this is a big city, and sometimes it takes days to get the work done. In the meantime, any one of these people could be robbed, but what can I do? I can't hold this book in front of your nose and say, here, Joe, pick a name and go out and rob him. He laughed nervously. If I did that, I'd be committing a crime myself. He placed the book on the desktop, took a handkerchief from a pocket again, and wiped sweat from his face. Excuse me a minute, I'm dying of thirst. There's a water cooler in the next room. Joe stared at the door to the adjoining office as it closed behind the big man. Hendricks was, unbelievably, offering him a victim, offering him a crime. Almost running to the desk, Joe opened the book, selected a name and address, and memorized it. John Grilewski, apartment 204, 2141 Orange Street. When Hendricks came back, Joe said, Thanks. Huh? Thanks for what? I didn't do anything. When Joe reached the street, he hurried toward the nearest subway. As a child, he'd been frightened of the dark. As a man, he wasn't afraid of the dark itself. The darkened city always made him feel ill at ease. The uneasiness was, more than anything else, caused by his own imagination. He hated the CPA, and at night he couldn't shrug the feeling that the CPA lurked in every shadow, watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. Imagination or not, the CPA was almost everywhere a person went. 24 hours a day, millions of microphones hidden in taverns, alleys, restaurants, subways, and every other place imaginable, waited for someone to say the wrong thing. Everything the microphones picked up was routed to the CPA brain, the monster electronic calculator. If the words, "Let's see a movie," were received in the brain, they were discarded. But if the words, "Let's roll this guy," were received, the message was traced, and a police helicopter would be at the scene in 2 minutes. And scattered all over the city were not only hidden microphones, but hidden television cameras that relayed visual messages to the brain, and hidden machines that could detect a knife or a gun in someone's pocket at 40 yards. Every place of business, from the largest bank to the smallest grocery store, was absolutely impenetrable. No one had even tried to rob a place of business for years. Arson was next to impossible because of the heat detectors, devices placed in every building that could detect, radar-like, any intensity of heat above that caused by a cigarette lighter. Chemical research had made poisoning someone an impossibility. There were no drugs containing poison, and while an ant poison might kill ants, no concentrated amount of it would kill a human. The FBI had always been a powerful organization, but under the supervision of the CPA, it was a scientific colossus, and to think of kidnapping someone or to contemplate the use of narcotics was pointless. A counterfeiter's career was always short-lived. Every place of business, and millions of individuals had small counterfeit detectors that could spot a fake and report it directly to the brain. And the percentage of crimes had dwindled even more with the appearance of the robot police officers. Many a criminal in the past had gambled that he could outshoot a pursuing policeman. But the robots were different. They weren't flesh and blood. Bullets bounced off them, and their aim was infallible. It was like a fantastic dream come true. Only the dream wasn't fantastic anymore. With the huge atomic power plants scattered across the country and supplying endless electrical power at ridiculously low prices, no endeavor that required power was fantastic. The power required to operate the CPA devices cost each taxpayer an average of $4 a year, and the invention, development, and manufacture of the devices cost even less. And the CPA had attacked crime through society itself, striking at the individual. In every city, there were neon signs that blinked subliminally with the statement, "Crime is filth." Listening to a radio or watching television, if a person heard station identification, he invariably heard or saw just below perception the words, "Crime is filth." If he went for a walk or a ride, he saw the endless subliminal posters declaring crime is filth, and if he read a magazine or newspaper, he always found in those little dead spaces where an editor couldn't fit anything else, the below perception words, "Crime is filth." It was monotonous, and after a while, a person looked at the words and heard them without thinking about them, and they were imprinted on his subconscious, over and over, year after year, until he knew that crime was the same as filth, and that criminals were filthy things. Except men like Joe Harper. No system is perfect. Along with thousands of other DCTs, Joe refused to believe it, and when he reached apartment 204 at 2141 Orange Street, he felt as if he'd inherited a gold mine. The hall was dimly lit, but when he stood before the door numbered 204, he could see that the wall on either side of it was new. That is, instead of being covered with dust, dirt, and stains, as the other walls were, it was clean. The building was an old one. The hall was wide, and the owner had obviously constructed a wall across the hall, creating another room. If the owner had reported the new room, as required by law, it would have been wired with CPA burglar-proof devices. But evidently he didn't want to pay for installation. When Joe entered the cubbyhole, he had to stand to one side in order to close the door behind him. The place was barely large enough for the bed, chair, and bureau. It was a place where a man could fall down at night and sleep, but where no normal man could live day after day. Fearing that someone might detect him before he actually committed the crime, Joe hurried to the bureau and searched it. He broke out in a sweat when he found nothing but underwear and old magazines. If he stole underwear and magazines, it would still be a crime, but the newspapers would splash satirical headlines, Instead of being respected as a successful criminal, he'll be ridiculed. He stopped sweating when he found a watch under a pile of underwear. The crystal was broken, one hand was missing, and he wouldn't run, but perfection itself. Engraved on the back was the inscription, "To John with love." His trial would be a clean-cut one. It would be easy for the CPA to prove ownership, and that a crime had been committed. Chuckling with joy, he opened the window and shouted, "Thief! Police! Help!" He waited a few seconds and then ran. When he reached the street, a police helicopter landed next to him. Strong metal arms seized him, cameras clicked and recorded the damning evidence. When Joe was securely handcuffed to a seat inside the helicopter, the metal police officers rang doorbells. There was a reward for anyone who reported a crime, but no one admitted, shouting the warning. He was having a nightmare when he heard the voices. "Hey, wake up, hey!" He opened his eyes, saw Hendrik's ugly face, and thought for a minute he was still having the nightmare. "I just saw your doctor," Hendrik said. "He said your treatment is over. You can go home now. I thought I'd give you a lift." As Joe dressed, he searched his mind and tried to find some difference. During the treatment, he had been unconscious or drugged, unable to think. Now he could think clearly, but he could find no difference in himself. He felt more relaxed than he'd ever felt before, but that could be an after effect of all the sedatives he'd been given. And he noticed when he looked in the mirror, he was paler. The treatment had taken months, and he had, between operations, been locked in his room. Hendricks was standing by the window. Joe stared at the massive back. Deliberately goading his mind, he discovered the biggest change. Before, the mere sight of the man had aroused an intense hatred. Now, even when he tried, he succeeded in arousing only a mild hatred. They had toned down his capacity to hate, but not done away with it altogether. "Come here and take a look at your public," said Hendricks. Joe went to the window. 3 stories below, a large crowd had gathered on the hospital steps. A band, photographers, television trucks, cameramen, and autograph hunters. He'd waited a long time for this day. But now, another change in him. He put the emotion into words. "I don't feel like a hero. Funny, but I don't." "Hero!" Hendricks laughed, and with his powerful lungs, it sounded like a bull snorting. "You think a successful criminal is a hero? You stupid!" He laughed again and waved a hand at the crowd below them. "You think those people are down there because they admire what you did? They're down there waiting for you because they're curious, because they're glad the CPA caught you, and because they're glad you're an ex. You're an ex-criminal now, and because of your treatment, you'll never be able to commit another crime as long as you live. And that's the kind of guy they admire. So they want to see you, shake your hand, and get your autograph." Joe didn't understand Hendricks completely, but the part he did understand he didn't believe. A crowd was waiting for him. He could see the people with his own eyes. When he left the hospital, they'd cheer and shout and ask for his autograph. If he wasn't a hero, what was he? It took an hour to get through the crowd. Cameras clicked all around him. 100 kids asked for his autograph. Everyone talked at once and cheered, smiled, laughed, patted him on the back, and cheered some more. Only one thing confused him during all the excitement. The white-haired old lady with tears in her eyes said, "Thank heaven it was only a watch. Thank heaven you didn't kill someone. God bless you, son." And then the old lady had handed him a box of fudge and left him in total confusion. What she said didn't make sense. If he'd killed someone rather than stealing a watch, he would be even more of a hero, and the crowd would have cheered even louder. He knew he had stood outside the CPA hospitals many times, and the crowds always cheered louder when the ex-murderer came out. In Hendricks's robot-chauffeured car, he ate the fudge and consoled himself with the thought, "People are funny. Who can understand them?" Feeling happy for one of the few times in his life, he turned toward Hendricks and said, "Thanks for what you did. It turned out great. I'll be able to get a good job now." "That's why I met you at the hospital," Hendricks said. "I want to explain some things. I've known you for a long time, and I know you're spectacularly dumb. You can't figure out some things for yourself, and I don't want you walking around the rest of your life thinking I did you a favor." Joe frowned. Few men had ever done him a favor, and he'd rarely thanked anyone for anything. And now, after thanking the man who'd done him the biggest favor of all, the man was denying it. "You robbed Gralewski's apartment," Hendricks said. "Gralewski is a CPA employee, and he doesn't live in the apartment you robbed. The CPA pays the rent for that one, and he lives in another. We have a lot of places like that. You see, it gives us a way to get rid of saps like you before they do real damage." We use it as a last resort when a DCT first class won't take the free psycho treatment or... Well, it's still a favor. Hendrix's face hardened. Favor? You wouldn't know a favor if you stumbled over one. I did it because it's standard procedure for your type of case. Anyone can, free of charge, have treatment by the best psychologists. Any DCT can stop being a DCT by simply asking for the treatment and taking it. But you wouldn't do that. You wanted to commit a crime, get caught, and be a hero, an X. Car passed one of the CPA playgrounds. Boys and girls of all ages were laughing, squealing with joy as they played games designed by CPA psychologists to relieve tension. And, despite the treatment, Joe shuddered when he saw the psychologists standing to one side, quietly watching the children. The whole world was filled with CPA employees and volunteer workers. Everywhere you went, it was there, quietly watching you and analyzing you. And if you showed criminal tendencies, it watched you even more closely and analyzed you even more deeply until it took you apart and put you back together again the way it wanted you to be. Being an ex, you get the kind of job you always wanted, Hendricks continued. You'll get a good-paying job, but you'll work for it. You'll work 8 hours a day, work harder than you've ever worked before in your life, because every time you start to loaf, a voice in your head is going to say, work, work. Exes always get good jobs because employers know they're good workers. But during these next few days, you'll discover what being an ex is like. You see, Joe, the treatment can't possibly take all the criminal tendencies out of a man. So the treatment does the next best thing. You'll find a set of laws written in your mind. You might want to break one now and then, but you won't be able. I'll give you an illustration. Joe's face reddened as Hendricks proceeded to call him a series of names. He wanted to smash the fat, grinning face, but the muscles in his arm froze before it moved it an inch. And worse than that, a brief pain ripped through his skull, a pain so intense that, had it lasted a second longer, he would have screamed in agony. And above the pain, a voice whispered in his head, unlawful to strike someone except in self-defense. He opened his mouth to tell Hendricks exactly what he thought of him, the CPA, the whole world, but the words stayed in his throat. The pain returned, and the mental voice whispered, unlawful to curse. He had never heard how the treatment prevented an ex from committing a crime. And now that he knew, it didn't seem fair. He decided to tell the whole story to the newspapers as soon as he could, and as soon as that decision formed in his mind, his body froze. The pain returned, and the voice, unlawful to divulge CPA procedure. See what I mean? Hendricks asked. A century ago, you would have been locked in a prison, and taxpayers' money would have supported you until the day you died. With the CPA system, you return to society, a useful citizen, unable to commit the smallest crime. And you've got a big hand in your dirty little mind that's going to slap you every time you get the wrong kind of thought. I'll keep slapping you until you learn. It might take weeks, months, or years, but you'll learn sooner or later to not even think about doing anything wrong. He lit a cigarette and blew a smoke ring at the car's plush ceiling. It's a great system, isn't it, Joe? A true democracy. Even a jerk like you is free to do what he wants, as long as it's legal. I think it's a lousy, filthy system. Joe's head was still tingling with pain, and he felt suffocated. The CPA was everywhere, only now it was also inside his head, telling him he couldn't do this, couldn't do that. All his life, it had been telling him he couldn't do things he wanted to do, and now... Hendricks laughed. You'll change your opinion. We live in a clean, wonderful world, Joe. A world of happy, healthy people. Except for freaks like yourself, criminals are... Let me out! Joe grabbed at the door and was on the sidewalk, slamming the door behind him before the car stopped completely. He stared at the car as it pulled away from the curb and glided into the stream of traffic again. He realized he was a prisoner inside his own body, made a prisoner by a world that hated him back. He wanted to spit his contempt, but the increasingly familiar pain and voice prevented him. It was unlawful to spit on a sidewalk. End of story 7.
Story 8 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bleak Man's Planet by Ivar Jorgensen. Looking around cautiously, Mac Thornwald eased himself down from the window ledge where he had been crouching. It was less than a 10-foot drop, but because of the pain in his left ankle, he didn't dare to drop too heavily.
His right leg would have to take the brunt of the shock. As he struck the plastisteel pavement, he clamped his lips together to cut short the moan of pain that welled up as his left foot twisted under him. He staggered a little, and then straightened to look around. No one had heard anything. The city around him was still silent. He still had a chance. Only the ghostly whispers of the air reptiles drifting through the sky could be heard. Taking a deep breath, he reholstered the pistol he was clutching and began limping up the dark street toward the governor's mansion. Eventually, the numbing pain began to leave his foot. The stun beam had hit the nerves near the ankle, but the effect wore off after several minutes of walking.
Okay, he thought, I'm back in business again.
The governor of Bleak Man's Planet had reckoned wrong when he tried to take personal property away from an ex-patrolman. Mackenzie Thornwald had landed on Bleak Man's Planet less than 8 hours before. He was a young man, tall and dark and hard-looking, with the deep tan of the veteran spaceman. 10 years with the Interstellar Police had strengthened him and taught him to take care of himself. He'd still be in the service except for the loss of his left arm, which had been burned off by a Mark X rifle during a skirmish. It had earned Thornwald a medal and a fat retirement pension, so he had decided to take it easy for the rest of his life. He had picked Bleak Man's Planet. It was well out of the more civilized areas of the galaxy, a frontier planet out on the rim. Bleak Man's Planet had as yet only one city, Felliston. The setup had looked good. There was money to be made in a frontier planet, away from the mainstream of galactic civilization. Mac Thornwald had wanted to settle down in a small, sparsely populated area and just take it easy for the rest of his life. And Bleak Man's Planet had looked just like the place. He couldn't have been wronger. Trouble started the moment he got off the space shuttle from the liner.
Here you are, Pohl,
the shuttle pilot said.
All set?
Sure, Thornwald said. He scooped up his baggage with his one good arm and walked down the ramp. Behind him, the shuttle blasted off, heading back to the mothership above. Thornwald paused at the landing, with his suitcase dangling from his arm and his trunk at his side, looking at the Bleak Man's Planet spaceport.
Over here, you,
said a cold voice. Thornwald glanced over and saw 2 men approaching him in uniform.
We're the customs inspectors,
the taller of the 2 said.
We'll have to look at your baggage.
Fair enough, Thornwald said. You'll find him not carrying anything prohibited, and coming here to settle.
We'll decide whether your stuff's okay,
the smaller inspector said. The 2 men hoisted Thornwald's baggage and carried it to the depot. Thornwald followed.
Let's have the keys,
the tall one ordered. Mac handed over the keys and they opened the trunk. The first thing they discovered was Thornwald's prosthetic arm.
What's this?
The inspector's voice registered shock.
Haven't you ever seen a prosthetic arm? I lost mine in combat, and this is my spare.
The inspector's eyes narrowed.
How come you're not wearing it then?
It's starter-tuned. It's controlled directly from my neural centers, and the linkage isn't completely smooth yet. It takes time to learn how to use one of those things, and it's a strain learning. I don't wear the arm all the time.
The inspector nodded. He turned back and continued to check through Thornwald's luggage. Finally, the 2 inspectors held a whispered conference and looked up.
What are you doing on this planet, Mr. Thornwald?
I've come here to live. I'm a retired interstellar policeman.
We've noticed that, but this stuff looks suspicious. I think we'll have to hold you for questioning.
Thornwald backed away.
What's that? What kind of questioning? Is this a shakedown of some kind?
Orders of the governor, the inspector said. Come on now, we'll put you away until the governor can talk to you himself.
Hold it, fella, Thornwald warned. I'm a policeman, and I know the law. You can't lock me away without a writ.
The other chuckled.
Oh, no? Want to see how?
Thornwald stepped forward and cracked his fist into the man's face without waiting for further conversation. The man went toppling backward, but the second one moved in and quickly caught Mac's arm. He lifted his blaster and whipped it across Thornwald's face. Helpless, Thornwald tried to duck. The butt cut into his flesh just above the cheekbone, and he sagged limply.
You'll come now, I think. In here, Thornwald.
The door of a cell opened, and rough hands hurled Thornwald inside. The metal door clanked closed. Thornwald sat down on the hard cot in the corner of the cell and tried to rub the pain away.
Nice welcome, he thought. Half an hour on Bleak Man's Planet, and I've had my baggage confiscated, gotten a pistol whipping, and got tossed into the jug. Pleasant planet.
He rubbed his head and groaned.
They give it to you bad,
a voice said.
Who's there?
Don't jump,
the voice said.
I'm a cellmate. The name is Miller. I've been here a week.
Thornwald squinted in the darkness and made out the dimly visible form of a man huddled up against the wall in the far corner of the cell.
Just arrived,
Miller said. Yeah, and I'm pretty puzzled about this damned rough stuff. What kind of world is this, anyway? Miller chuckled hollowly.
A lousy one. You're new here. You haven't felt the worst of it yet.
What do you mean?
I mean that you're now the private property of Governor Lloyd Henderson and his paid thugs. I mean that Henderson runs this world, and there's nothing you or I or anybody else can do but knuckle under.
Thornwald sprang to his feet. How is it the outside world doesn't know about this? How did it happen? Who is this Henderson, anyway?
One question at a time, Miller said. Why doesn't the outside world know? Simple. No one leaves Bleak Man's planet, so nobody finds out. Not even a space liner lands here. It's too unimportant for that. A shuttle comes down. As for how it happened, well, do you know anything about dilamine?
The cancer-curing drug?
That's the one. It's made from narcos tree, which is found on Bleak Man's planet, and a couple of other places. The leaves of the plant are rich in it. All you have to do is gather them and process them, and the drug can be made in quantity. Henderson's got the monopoly on narcos growing here. He was a big farmer originally who just bought everyone else out. Now he's the governor, and the thilamine trade is in his back pocket, along with the rest of the planet.
Thornwald kicked his foot against the wall angrily. Of all the lousy worlds I had to pick to come to live on. He turned to his cellmate. Why are you here? Miller shrugged.
Why are you here? Why is anyone here? Anyone who crosses Henderson gets dumped in there.
But I didn't cross him, Thornwald protested. I wasn't on the damn planet more than a minute before they grabbed me.
There must be a reason. Maybe they think you're a spy from the Galactic Federation. That's what they fear worst of all. Someone getting in here and spilling the beans to the rest of the universe.
That must be it, Thornwald agreed. I'm a retired police officer. They must think I'm here as a spy. He shook his head. I've got to get out of here.
How are you going to do that?
Just wait and see. He cupped his hand. Guard! Guard! He yelled a second time and a third. The sound of his shouting echoed down the prison corridor, reverberated from the walls hollowly. Guard! Guard!
Okay, a bored voice said. Quit yelling. What's the trouble in there?
It's my arm, Thornwald gasped. It's hemorrhaging. I'm bleeding to death.
You were that one-armed fellow they just brought in.
Yeah, come on. Get me a doctor before I bleed to death. There was a note of desperate urgency in Thornwald's voice that was so convincing he could almost feel his stump throbbing.
All right, I'll take a look,
the guard said finally. He fumbled with his keys and inserted one, while Thornwald drew himself to the floor and lay there, writhing in apparently hideous pain.
Where are you?
Down here, Thornwald said weakly. I can't stand up. The guard bent to see what was wrong, and Thornwald kicked upward at him. His boot took the jailer on the side of his jaw and knocked him backward against the wall. As he staggered there, stunned, Thornwald sprinted past him and out the cell door into the corridor.
Get him, Miller,
he yelled as he broke away. Bright sunbeam light spurted out as Thornwald left. He winced as it nicked him on one ankle, almost hamstringing him, but he kept going. Behind him he heard the sound of Miller fighting with a bewildered guard. Thornwald dashed down the corridor as well as he could with one foot nearly crippled, reached the window, hoisted himself up with his arm and crawled up to the ledge. He smashed open the window and shimmied through. He was out of jail now, or would be when he dropped the 10 feet to the ground, but he wasn't out of trouble yet, not by a long shot. The building up ahead was the governor's mansion, and that was the first stop, and he hoped the last. The customs inspectors had said something about taking his trunk to the governor. Good. Thornwald had to get to his trunk before much more time elapsed. His arm was in the trunk, the prosthetic arm. It was almost helpless one-armed, except where he could capitalize on the weapon of surprise. Once he got the prosthetic from his trunk, he faded into the shadows as a uniformed figure passed by. One of Henderson's policemen, no doubt, making the night rounds. Thornwald let the man go by, then continued to glide among the shrubbery toward the impressive mansion that was Henderson's home. Thornwald's mind revolved the situation over and over as he moved along. This world was Henderson's private property, and anyone who said different was jugged instantly. It was a world of terror in which a harmless stranger could become a hunted fugitive in a matter of minutes. He reached Henderson's place. It was a walled mansion, as he expected. There were ways to get over walls, though, Thornwald reflected. He glanced around, found a strange-looking red-leaved tree whose angular limbs had the consistency of rubber, and dragged himself upward. He reached the bough he wanted, grasped it firmly, and swung out over the wall. He landed. A foot away from a snarling, blazing-eyed ball of fury, even in the darkness he could see the animal clearly. A Vegan gaslick, All teeth and ferocity and mindless hatred, it snapped at the intruder. Thornwald launched a vicious kick at the animal, and there was the sound of needle-sharp teeth splintering against his boot. The creature howled and bounded away into the darkness. "So much for your watchdog, Henderson. Now for the real job." He tiptoed to a window and peered in. A uniformed man was in there, pacing up and down in a corridor. Thornwald smiled, picked up a rock, and hurled it through the window. The guard whirled instantly, presenting his blaster.
"Who goes there?"
Thornwald made no reply. The guard continued to peer out into the night.
"Who's there?"
he repeated. As if in answer, Thornwald hurled another rock through the window. This time the guard dashed out of the corridor, up the stairs, and out into the courtyard, where Thornwald was waiting for him with a third rock. "It's a good thing it wasn't my pitching arm I lost," he muttered gratefully as the guard crumpled. Swiftly, Thornwald extracted the guard's blaster and stepped inside the building. He edged down the corridor, blaster ready, and turned the corner. There was the sound of laughter coming from a room at the end of the hallway. After a moment's thought, he crashed the butt of the blaster against a window in the corridor, then flattened himself against the wall and waited. A few seconds later, a man appeared from the room beyond. "What was that noise?" he asked loudly. Thornwald glanced down the hall. The man who approached was one of the customs inspectors who had beaten him up that afternoon. He fingered the blaster stud and stepped out to block the hallway. "What?" "Put your hands up," Thornwald ordered quietly. "And if you say a word, I'll roast your brains in your skull." He glared at the man. "All right, where's my luggage?" The customs man met his stare grimly. "I don't know." Thornwald's one arm whipped out, and the blaster's barrel slapped the inspector across the face. A trickle of blood dribbled down. "Where's my stuff?" Thornwald repeated.
"Henderson's got it,"
the customs inspector said sullenly. "And where's Henderson?"
"I'm not telling."
Crack with the gun barrel. "That's for this afternoon," Thornwald said. "Where's Henderson?"
"Fourth floor."
The man gasped. Thornwald hit him again. "You sure?"
"I'm telling the truth, fourth floor."
The gun descended again. Satisfied, Thornwald left the other crumpled on the floor and started up the stairs to the fourth floor. He wanted Henderson now. More than anything, he wanted his missing left arm back. Half a dozen times in the last 30 minutes, he'd cursed the frustrating necessity of fighting with only one hand. Even the prosthetic would do, the steel-thewed robot hand that he controlled with his mind. But for the present, he'd have to manage with one hand. He mounted the stairs and emerged on the fourth floor. An array of rooms confronted him. Which was Henderson's he didn't know. He started to enter one, picking it at random. Then he felt a cold pressure in the small of his back. "You can stop right now," a deadly-sounding voice said. "There's a blaster in your back. Close that door." Without turning, Thornwald backed up and closed the door. "Now come with me," the voice said. "I'm taking you to Henderson." The blaster prodded, and he headed down the hall to another door. "Mr. Henderson?" "Yeah," said a voice from within. "It's me, Leswick. I caught a prowler wandering around up here." "Right out," Henderson said. The guard named Leswick prodded the blaster harder into Thornwald's back. "Mr. Henderson will take care of you," he said ominously. The door opened and Henderson stood there. He was a short, pudgy man with thick jowls and a soft, fleshy pink throat. He was wearing a black dressing gown, flaked whitely with dandruff. "Who are you?" Henderson asked coldly. "I think he's the cop who landed today," Leswick said. "Didn't they say he had only one arm?" "That's the one, all right," Henderson said. He reached out, grabbed Thornwald by the collar, and yanked him into the room. Covering him with a blaster, he said, "Go downstairs and get a couple more of the boys, Leswick. We'll see what we can get out of this fellow." Thornwald glanced up at the trio of uniformed men facing him. "I'm not saying anything." "Hit him again," Henderson commanded boredly. A guard's fist flashed down and smashed into Thornwald's jaw. Thornwald spat blood and glared defiantly at Henderson. "What do you expect to get out of me, Henderson?" The governor whirled and sneered at him. "You're a cop, aren't you?" "I was." "You still are, and you're down here to spy on us. Where's your transmitter?" "I don't have any transmitter," Thornwald said. "I was fool enough to think I'd want to live here. I'm no more a spy than that bookcase is." "Hit him again," Henderson said. "Give it to him until he tells us where the transmitter is." A cascade of blows descended on Thornwald from all three of them. His head rocked dizzily beneath the assault. He stood it as long as he could. Finally he yelled, "Okay, I'll tell you." "Step back and let him talk," Henderson ordered. "All right, Thornwald, where's the transmitter?" "It's in my trunk," he said weakly. Go get the trunk, Henderson said to one of the men. Bring it here. A few minutes later, the men returned with Thornwald's trunk. Force it open, said Henderson. See if there's a transmitter in there. The guards cracked the trunk's lock, threw open the lid, and searched the interior. Thornwald watched impassively as his shirts, tunics, ties, cloaks came flying out to land in an untidy heap on the floor. Well, there's nothing in here but clothes and things, the guard reported. And, he gulped, there's some kind of arm in there. Arm? Henderson repeated in surprise. It's a man's arm, boss. My prosthetic, Thornwald said. I lost my arm in a space battle. And where's the transmitter, then? It's concealed in the arm, Thornwald said. Henderson frowned. In the arm? How? Surgically implanted, said Thornwald. Take a look if you don't believe me. Give me that arm, said Henderson. The guard fished the prosthetic reluctantly from the trunk, and, handling it with the utmost delicacy, carried it over to Henderson. The governor took the arm, examined it curiously, flexed the curled fingers. Where's the transmitter? He asked. Beads of perspiration sprang out on Thornwald's forehead. His neural network leaped out, made contact with the nerve mesh of the arm. He was just 5 feet away from Henderson. That was close enough to activate the prosthetic. Now, he thought. The arm suddenly came alive in Henderson's hands. Before he could do anything, the fingers spread, grasped, reached upward, and wrapped themselves around Henderson's fleshy neck in an iron grip. That thing's got the chief! Thornwald held up his hand. Tell your men to drop their blasters, Henderson. I assure you, they can't kill me quick enough for me not to crush your throat with that arm. Henderson emitted choking, strangling sounds that might almost have been drop the guns. The governor's flowered face was bright red, and where the fingers dug into his throat, the skin was a bloodless white. The 3 guards looked around in dismay. Don't shoot him, Henderson nodded. Drop the guns. The blasters clattered to the floor. Thornwald picked one up, kicked the others away into the corner. Henderson remained transfixed in the center of the room, the bodiless arm clinging to his throat bizarrely. Where's your ultra-wave radio? Thornwald asked. Henderson glared angrily and made no reply. Thornwald smiled apologetically and tightened his mental grip on the governor's throat ever so slightly. Where's the ultra-wave? He repeated. Henderson gestured to a niche in the wall. Warily, Thornwald stepped over to it. It was an ultra-wave, all right. Back to the wall, he said. Okay, you 3, if any of you makes a false move while I'm calling, Henderson dies. And you'll get the arm around your throat next. He dialed the radio into operation with the muzzle of the blaster. There was a crackling sound, and then an operator's voice said, Yes? I want the interstellar police, Thornwald said. IP, said a metallic voice a few moments later. This is Mac Thornwald, retired captain. You know me? Sure, Mac, what's up? Listen carefully, Thornwald said. Get a patrol ship right down here now. Bleak Man's planet. There's trouble here. It's under control now, but the planet will need a complete mop-up. It's the place you were supposed to live, isn't it? A quiet little secluded planet out in the corner of the galaxy. Thornwald smiled grimly. It'll be that way soon, he said. Just as soon as you clean up a bunch of cheap crooks who can't beat a one-armed man.
End of story 8. Story 9 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Edreed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Inquisitor by Randall, Garrett. When Conway Crawl reached his office that morning, there were 3 prisoners waiting to be interrogated. He smiled coldly at the sight of them, standing in the large bare room awaiting their fate. Good morning, he said with steely politeness. My name is Crawl. It is my job to conduct the interrogation to which you 3 will be subjected today. One of the 3, a tall, youthful-looking man, glared up at him bitterly. Interrogation? Torture, you mean? Crawl brought his eyes to rest on the man who had spoken slowly, almost scornfully. You have the wrong idea completely, my friend. It is necessary to persuade you to divulge certain facts. The state requires it of you. If you refuse, he gestured sadly, we must compel you. But you are also determined to make things hard for us. I don't want to hurt you, you know. But you will hurt us, said another of the prisoners. She was a girl, no more than 20, slim and dark-haired. Even in the dreary prison garb, thought Kroll, she retained her beauty. "You're going to torture us!" Kroll shrugged. "I repeat, I don't want to." He looked at his watch. "Come, we are wasting time, and the Inquisitor is waiting. Miss Horniman, you must be first." The girl shrank back behind the bitter-eyed young man. The third prisoner, a resigned-looking balding man of 50 or so, did not change his expression. "Take me first," the man said. "Leave her alone." Again Kroll shrugged. "The Inquisitor would like Miss Horniman first, Mr. Leslie. This is the preferred order, and this is the order that will be." A guard stepped forward and shoved the sobbing girl up and ahead toward the door. The man named Leslie clashed his manacles impotently together and spat. "Butchers! Torturers!" "Please, Mr. Leslie," Kroll said gently, a pained expression on his face. "You make our job even harder than it is." He followed the girl into the adjoining room where the Inquisitor was waiting. The interrogation chamber was an immense rectangular room with concrete floor and bleak white walls, in the center of which stood the Inquisitor. "Good morning, Kroll," the Inquisitor said. Its metallic voice rattled and boomed in the big room. In the depths of the machine, relays clicked and hummed. Kroll bowed to it, and the Inquisitor responded with a gesture of a prolonged metal arm. "The first prisoner, Kroll." "Miss Florence Horniman," Kroll said, "accused of treason against the state. Denies charge." "How do you plead?" the machine asked coldly. "Not guilty," stammered the girl. Two huge metal arms extended from the Inquisitor's sides and folded around her. They drew her across the room in the bosom of the robot. "Feed in the data, Kroll." At the signal, Kroll slipped in the tape on the girl. A moment passed while the Inquisitor digested the data, and then, "The plea of not guilty is rejected as invalid." "You can't just do that," the girl said. "That's my plea." "Not valid in view of the evidence," said the Inquisitor. Kroll smiled distantly. He had seen this scene repeated, over and over, almost every day, for the 10 years he had held the post. He wrapped his blue and gold interrogator's cloak around himself impressively and stepped forward. "You are accused of treason against the state," Kroll said sonorously. "But it is my duty to inform you that your sentence may be mitigated upon your delivering us certain information about leaders of your movement, future plans, location of your party cell, and so forth." Florence Horniman's eyes flashed brightly. "I won't tell you anything." "Perhaps I did not make myself clear," Kroll said. He repeated his offer. "The answer is still no." Kroll sighed. "Very well," he said. A third hand slid from the Inquisitor's body, and a needle-thin finger traced a line down the girl's bare arm. A bloody trickle appeared. She began to sob again. Kroll stepped closer and lifted her head. "Why must you hold out?" he asked. "Why don't you speak?" Still silence. The finger rose again and sliced lightly across her cheek. "All right, take her away," Kroll said when 20 minutes had passed. The Inquisitor was humming merrily, busily taping the data that had been extracted from the girl and feeding it to the main computers downstairs. They would integrate it and notify the state police. It was a smooth-functioning system. The bloody thing that had been Florence Horniman was led away by a guard, and the next prisoner led in. It was the middle-aged man, Chester Wengrove. "Get your hands off me!" he snapped at the guard as he was shoved into the room. "You have no right to—" "Unfortunately, as a representative of the state, he has every right," Kroll said calmly. He fed Wengrove's tape to the Inquisitor. The trial proceeded. Wengrove was stubborn. It took half an hour to break him down at all, but when he did speak, he sang freely, giving data on his cell of the movement. "Very good," the Inquisitor said when Wengrove finally coughed and said he knew no more. "You are completely exonerated from the charge of treason, in view of the information you have given." The eyes in the bloody face lit up. "I'm free, you mean?" "Unfortunately, no," the Inquisitor said. "Because of your danger to the state, you must be kept in quarantine camp, along with other diseased former members of society, until such time as we are able to clear your mind of its confusion. But you will not be punished." "I won't be punished," Wengrove repeated mindlessly. "When the Inquisitor says something, it means it,"
Crowell said. "Take him away." The next prisoner was Neil Leslie. He strode into the Inquisitor's chamber without having to be pushed, and confronted Crowell defiantly. "My turn, eh?" Crowell nodded. "Your companions have both been removed." He nodded meaningful toward the Inquisitor, whose claws were red with the blood of Florence Horniman and Chester Wengrove. They both spoke most satisfactorily, after some persuasion. "Torture, you mean?" "We've been through this already," Crowell said. "Since you're going to talk anyway, I don't understand why you can't save yourself a great deal of pain by talking now, before I hand you to the Inquisitor." "Because I don't mean to talk at all," Leslie said. He ran a hand through his shock of blonde hair and glared fiercely at Crowell. "Very well," the interrogator said. He stepped to the robot and slipped in Neil Leslie's tape. "I don't understand you at all," Crowell admitted, looking down at the pain-racked body before him. "Why don't you talk? I don't want to keep you in here, you know." Bloodshot eyes looked back at him, eyes clouded with pain and hatred.
"I'm not saying anything," Leslie murmured. "Oil up your robot, and let's try again."
For the 100th time, the Inquisitor's talons descended, raked a red line across the man's body. He shuddered, but did not speak. Crowell shook his head impatiently. No prisoner had ever held out against the Inquisitor this long before. He found himself perspiring. The Inquisitor said, "The name of your leader is David Cosbo. Is that true?" No answer. The needle descended. Still no answer. "Your cell was located in East Appalachia, Upper Quadrant. Is that true?" No answer again. Minutes passed. Minutes in which Leslie continued to stare defiantly outward, continued to clench his fists and remain silent. Finally, the Inquisitor opened its tightly clamped arms and let Leslie stagger out. He slumped to the ground at the feet of the robot and leaned dazedly against the Inquisitor's gleaming base. "Prisoner is on the verge of death," the Inquisitor said. "Further questioning is pointless." Crowell looked down in surprise and chagrin. In 10 years, this was the first time a prisoner had not broken under interrogation. He scowled angrily. It was his first failure. "You're a stubborn man, Leslie, but it's killed you."
"I'm not dead yet,"
the prisoner said brokenly. Suddenly he mustered some strength and managed to look up.
"Tell me something, Crowell. I want to know something."
"Yes?"
"Why do you do what you do?"
"You mean interrogate?"
"I mean torture,"
Leslie said. "I am an interrogator because it is my duty to the state. Treason must be unmasked, the enemies of the state destroyed. It is necessary." Leslie looked up, and there seemed to be pity in his eyes.
"Just one question, Cole. Doesn't it bother you when you go home? How do you know you're right and we're wrong?"
Crowell started to say something, then saw there was no point in bothering. "Prisoner is dead," said the Inquisitor.
"Take him away,"
ordered Crowell. The day was over. What Leslie had said preyed on Crowell's mind all the way home. He got out of the tube and made his way to his austere room with his mind fixed on one question. The snarling words the dying prisoner had hurled at him.
"How do you know you're right and we're wrong?"
They had to be wrong, Crowell told himself firmly. The state had to be right. It was necessary. It was logical. It was the way things had always been. But the thought obsessed him, and the image of Neil Leslie's face, bloody but undefeated, hung before him as he went about his evening's activities. The face was still in his mind as he prepared to go to bed. Odd, Crowell thought. This was the first time he'd been disturbed after a torture session. He'd seen hundreds, no, thousands, pass through the Inquisitor, come out shambling rags of bone and flesh. And it had never bothered him because they were enemies of the state and deserved no more. He dropped off into an uneasy sleep. But suddenly, in the small hours of the night, he sat bolt upright in bed, a cold, clammy perspiration breaking out in him. Leslie had just asked the question for the 100th time, and Crowell had had no answer. He didn't know who was right. He just didn't know. His mind, unswervingly loyal for so many years, swayed in an agony of doubt. He got out of bed and paced back and forth across the floor of his room. "The state is wrong," he said aloud. But it didn't sound right. It couldn't be true. It wasn't true. "Stupid," he told himself. It was stupid to distrust the state. And wrong. Wrong! Criminally, disgustingly wrong! There. He felt better. He had rid himself of his foolish doubts. "How could I have been so foolish?" he said aloud. His nerves felt better now. Once again he was ready to do his duty as a loyal officer of the state. Smiling to himself for being so easily disturbed by the remarks of disloyal traitors, he climbed back into bed and closed his eyes. A few moments later, he was asleep. In the morning, everything seemed to be all right. The terrors of the last 12 hours were pale things of the past, no longer exerting pressure on him. He caught the tube and headed to the ministry. He donned his uniform in the locker room and took the elevator to the interrogation floor. He stepped into his office. It was empty. No prisoners this morning? It didn't seem likely. He pushed open the inner door and entered the interrogation chamber. To his surprise, he saw Matthews, one of his assistants, wearing the uniform of an interrogator, and standing near the robot, arms folded. "What are you doing in here, dressed that way?" Kroll snapped. "I'm the new interrogator," Matthews told him. "Since when?" "The appointment was made very early this morning," the Inquisitor said. "We have all the evidence we need to brand you as a traitor to the state." The new interrogator turned a switch, and Kroll heard his own voice come from a speaker. "The state is wrong. Stupid. Wrong. Criminally. Disgustingly wrong."
"How could I have been so foolish?"
"There's no need to deny these words," said the interrogator. "It is only necessary that you tell us with whom you have been working." "But there's no one," Kroll shouted. "You don't understand. I'm loyal. I can explain." But the new interrogator merely looked cold as the long, chilling metal arms of the Inquisitor reached out and gathered Kroll to its steel bosom. End of story 9. Story 10 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Edreed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Traitor's Choice by Paul W. Fairman. The phonovision bell rang. Reed Kendall reached for the switch, not taking his eyes off the blueprint that lay on his desk. He spoke absently. "Yes?" The reply came sharp and cold. "I suggest you stop what you're doing and pay attention to me." Kendall raised his head and looked at the screen. The image that faced him was that of a man, a tall man in ordinary street clothes, but wearing an odd silver mask over his face. Kendall made no effort to hide his annoyance. This was no time for jokes. Some lab comedian with time in his hands. "Now listen here, I'm busy, and I'm in no mood to—" "Shut up!" The tone was sharp, brutal, contemptuous. It stiffened Kendall, then eased him slowly back into his chair. "What do you want?" "That's better." "Take that absurd mask off." "I'll leave it on." "Then get this over with. Tell me what you want." "It'll take a few minutes. Go over and lock your door." "I'll do no such thing." "I said, go over and lock your door." Their eyes clashed. Kendall's frank, indignant, accusing. The stranger's dark and menacing in the holes of the mask. "Very well." Kendall crossed the room and stood for a moment with his back to the phonovision screen. This man meant business. But what could be the nature of that business? Kendall's thoughts went, of course, to the top-secret material he had access to. The defense of the world lay within the boundaries of the Canadian Flats Ordnance Research Project, but safely so. The Centaurians were as eager to set these secrets as had been the Russians during the first phase of the atomic era, when the world was divided into two frightened and belligerent camps. Strange, Kendall thought, that he should think of that period. The world had long since become one frightened and belligerent camp, but the problem of survival had greatened as advanced science had opened the starways. "I said, lock the door." Kendall complied. As he returned to his desk, he sensed the man was smiling behind his mask. What was he? A Centaurian? Either that or a Terran. Certainly not a Venusian, unless he was standing on a box. Sit down. All right, let's get on with it. In my own good time. First, let me sympathize with you in your love for your wife. What sort of idiocy are you talking about? The man ignored the question. You are unique in that love, Mr. Kendall. We conducted a telepathic survey of every married scientist in this project, and only one psych pattern was suited to our purpose. Kendall scowled. I think you're enjoying this, but I'm not. Believe me, you'll live to regret it. You are fortunate in finding him, Mr. Kendall. One man here who would be incapable of allowing his wife to die horribly if he could prevent it, no matter what the cost. A vague fear, coupled with a chill, was seeping through Kendall's brain. Say what you've come to say and get it over with. I'm doing just that. We have your wife, Kendall. We got her at 10 o'clock this morning. Impossible. Our security is foolproof. No person has ever been kidnapped from any world defense project. Never before. But let me tell you why. Because such a hostage would have been of little value. Terran scientists and defense personnel have been psychologically conditioned to the point of fanaticism. We had never before discovered a Terran scientist who had put his wife or any other loved one before his loyalty to Terra. What makes you think I will? No tests are absolute. But if we were wrong, it will be unfortunate for only one person. Your wife. Kendall thought of Claire, trying the while to keep his panic from showing through. Blonde, beautiful Claire. The one person who really made his life worth living. Claire. As he worked at this brutal, tedious defense business, he didn't work for the defense of Terra, though that idea and its psychological drive was ever in his conscious mind. He worked to keep Claire safe, and now he realized the stark fact. Realized it as he cursed the Centaurians, their devilish extrasensory penetration. Cursed this masked devil for being right. Shocked out of wariness, he allowed these thoughts to spill through his conscious mind. Then he caught himself and threw up the blank mental wall all defense people were taught to use. But not until the man chuckled behind his mask and said, I agree on all counts, but you have to admit that we clocked you perfectly, Mr. Kendall. The risk we took in kidnapping your wife was well worthwhile. On the contrary, one life is of little consequence. I'm sorry you feel that way, the man said with mocking lightness in his voice. Let me describe the manner in which your wife will die. First, we'll strip her naked. What is it you're after? Kendall snapped. The man's chuckle was even more pronounced. You're right, of course, in surmising I'm a Centaurian, and you're quite familiar with the way our Cold War works. How the balance of power has been maintained these last 100 years. The balance is tipped in our favor. Of course, but we now intend, through you, to remedy that situation. You people are very ingenious in that you invent a total destruction-type weapon and then turn right around and conceive an absolute defense against it. We do the same, of course, or try to, but we find ourselves at all times slightly behind you. A sad situation for we Centaurians, don't you think, Mr. Kendall? The chances of ever balancing us are remote. Not so. Let me explain. Our great hope lies in obtaining the plans of your latest projectile. I think you call it Willie 7. I know no such plans. Claire, lying defenseless against the obscene tortures of these soulless animals. Let's not waste time with lies, Mr. Kendall. You've been working on the project. The defense against Willie 7 is not perfected. The Centaurian leaned forward and snapped out the words in triumph. It can't possibly be ready for use in less than 6 months, because the projectile involved a difficult combination of lethal germs and subsonic vibrations, the toughest you ever tackled. A deep sickness clawed at Kendall's stomach. The Centaurian had hit upon the truth, while still evidently unaware of Terran defense procedure. He didn't seem to know that the development of an offensive weapon was never allowed to proceed faster than the development of a defense against it, the theory being twofold. that defense was the most important element concerned, and that defense against our own weapons would probably function as safeguards against those of Centaurian origination. Also, the possibility of theft had been foreseen. To have the plans of a non-defensible weapon stolen would mark the end of terror. But in the case of Willie 7, the defensive unit had involved such problems that the defensive half of the project had lagged. They'll give her drugs to sensitize the flesh and nerves of her body until her sufferings will be those of 10 people crowded into one skin. We want Willie 7, Mr. Kendall. We want it now. I don't have access to the plans. The eyes were again baleful behind the mask. Let's not waste time. You know very well we didn't launch this project, only to leave such important angles to chance. But getting them out, you will take microfilms of the plans within the next 24 hours. We left a thumbnail-sized camera under your wife's pillow, in case you have need of it. You thought of everything, didn't you? Kendall said. Everything except the one all-important point. What is that? My wife could never be returned to me because there would be no place to return her after you destroy this globe. We're not fools. That phase of it has been well planned. You will apply for a 3-day vacation and meet our ship at a location in Yellowstone National Park. Your wife is already on her way to our planet. You will follow her in a second ship, you and the plans. After the annihilation of your world is accomplished, you will not find us ungrateful. You will both be sent to Venus to live out the rest of your lives in ease.
I only have your word for that.
It is enough. And Kendall knew, of course, that it was. The Centaurians would keep their word, mainly because breaking it after they'd obtained their objective would gain them nothing. They would keep their word because their propaganda department would insist. And now, the Centaurian said, I have stayed on this circuit long enough. Soon it will cause suspicion. A note will be delivered to you, giving the time and place of our meeting in Yellowstone. Kendall finished out his hours, and this was not strange. No need to go out hunting Claire. A waste of energy to rush home looking for her. She wouldn't be home. She was on her way to a far distant and hostile planet where, unless he followed orders, she would scream out her life in agony unbearable to even contemplate. The Centaurian was right. Kendall had not the iron will to allow this, even though a dozen planets were on the block. He worked like a man in a dream, and then drove slowly from Plant 9, along 10 miles of winding road, to the residential section reserved for scientists. The house was dark. He went through the back door and stood alone in the kitchen. The dishes had been done. The place was spick and span. He knew the other rooms would be the same, beds made, floors swept, but Claire was gone. Numbly, he wondered how they had accomplished it. He could have found out, checked at the gate, and probably discovered by what ruse they had lured Claire out. No doubt forgery was involved. Cleverly faked phone calls, perhaps. Even accomplished actors masquerading as guards or officials. But it didn't really matter. Not now. Finding out would only satisfy curiosity. No end would be served. Kendall went into the living room and sat down in the dark and lit a cigarette. 2 hours later, the tray beside him was filled with butts and his decision had been made. They would get their prince. Claire must not suffer. He got up and went into the bedroom and found the tiny camera under Claire's pillow. He filled out a requisition the next morning and took it to his section chief, the kindly grey-haired senior scientist who was responsible for the work of 25 juniors. He read the requisition, and his eyes widened a trifle. The stats on the Willie 7 basic equations. I thought you were working on Nike 12, Kendall. I am, sir, but I got a hunch the Willie coordinates might get me over a nasty little hump. There is a similarity. Perhaps you're right. The chief signed the permit without further objection. There was a numbed sickness in Kendall as he rode the elevator down to the file vaults and showed his permit to 3 sets of guards before he was admitted. Alone, in the long, narrow aisles where the greatest secrets of Terran defense and offense were housed, he walked like a man in the dream to the file he wanted and swiftly took his pictures. Then, placing the tiny camera into the cuff of his trousers, he went back to Plant 9. The 3-day leave was granted without question, Kendall having over 2 months due him. The chief was delighted that he didn't ask for more. Where do you plan on going, Kendall? Out in the air somewhere. The Yellowstone, maybe. Some quiet place to clear my mind. A good idea. Wife going with you? As a matter of fact, she went on ahead. Kendall watched the chief closely for reaction. Only a slight raising of eyebrows. After all, Claire could have gotten a permit without the chief's knowledge, even if Kendall's story had been true. Have a good time, and come back full of enthusiasm. Kendall replied in kind, and went home and sat down facing the phonovision screen. It remained blank for 3 hours. Kendall did not move. He smoked cigarettes and waited. Finally the signal sounded and he snapped it on.
The man in the voice.
The voice that now associated itself in Kendall's mind with nausea. You have the film? Yes. Excellent. The leave? Yes. You will leave the project immediately and... Not so fast. I beg pardon. I said not so fast. I am not satisfied with the arrangements. The voice turned cold. The arrangements are not yours to question. Nevertheless, I question them. In fact, I demand some changes. The man was obviously angry, but he held his temper. What changes do you wish? You said that after I deliver the prints on Centaur, and iron out any problems our scientists might encounter in building the rocket. Yes, after that, you will send my wife and I to Venus in safety. Correct. I demand that upon delivery of the prints, you send Claire on ahead. Why did you ask this? Because the one thing I'm selling out my world for is her safety. I will gamble with it for only a short time as necessary. The man considered. What were the risks involved? Kendall might be sincere in his reason, but if he were not, it would be easy enough to pick up Claire Kendall unprotected, as she would be in some Venusian hotel. Granted, he said. Better to give in than to argue. Centaurian scientists could spot a major hoax on Kendall's part instantly, and Kendall was under great pressure. Resist at this moment, and he might defy them, even with his wife's life at stake. He would proceed at once to Yellowstone. He gave Kendall careful instructions concerning the rendezvous and cut the connection. Kendall sat for a long time, staring at the blank screen, smoking endless cigarettes. After a while, he got wearily to his feet and looked at his watch. In 7 hours and 25 minutes, he would be on a Centaurian ship that would lift out of Terra's orbit and start bending space into time, until... The pale green globe of Centaur hung in a black sky, greatened and darkened, and Kendall was looking out across the huge rocket port from which the Centaurians planned to launch Terra's destruction. Now, for the first time, he saw the Centaurian without the mask. The man was handsome. He had the cruel black eyes of all Centaurians. He smiled coldly. We've come a long way, Kendall. I suppose you want to see your wife. No. It was a surprise. I don't quite understand. My feeling for her is such that I wouldn't dare allow myself close to her. I wouldn't have the courage to let her go again. It's unnecessary that you do. We Centaurians keep our bargains. I've made my decision. Kendall did watch Claire as they took her from the building to the Venus-bound rocket. His heart lifted at sight of her slim beauty, at the proud manner in which she carried herself, at the disdainful tilt of her head. Then she disappeared inside the rocket, and he was again bleak and lonely. He put himself at the disposal of the Centaurian scientists and discovered why Terra had stayed ahead for a century in the Cold War. They were able, but stolid and methodical. They did not possess the unfettered imaginative force that made Terran scientists supreme. Day by day, the great lethal monster took form, and Kendall's dread increased as the time of completion approached. Then the momentous morning arrived. Aside from asking technical questions and seeking guidance, the Centaurians left Kendall strictly alone, treated him with contempt. All traitors are recorded, even from those they help. Kendall didn't seem to mind. In fact, he preferred being alone. Then one morning the Centaurian approached him. The launching is today. Would you like to witness the death stroke? The gesture with which we slay your planet? Kendall shrugged. Makes little difference. You will watch together from the tower. 2 junior scientists in Plant 9 were discussing Kendall's disappearance. His leave was on the level, signed by the chief, 3 days. Did he actually go to Yellowstone? They're pretty sure he did. After that, he vanished into thin air. Nobody vanishes into thin air. The junior scientist looked around and lowered his voice. Do you think he defected? I don't know, but I got the story pretty straight. That is, as much as the high brass knows. You did? The day before I left, Kendall went to the file vaults to check the prints on Willie 7. No. Yes. Then the thing's pretty cut and dried. If he smuggled those prints out. The young scientist was puzzled. I don't understand. That's the strange part of it. Kendall didn't open that file. The timestamp mechanism recorded no entry as of that date. Then what file did he open? You can't be sure, but the crackpot file was opened on that date. The crackpot file, but no one is allowed in there. All those crazy, dangerous ideas. I know, and one set of prints appeared to have been disturbed. Photographed? Perhaps. The rocket they labeled Suicide 1. Professor Atterback's brainchild. The one they figured could never be launched. I remember. The brass were pretty sure to blow half the North American continent away 30 seconds after the primer was ignited. Yes. They think Kendall photographed those prints? They can't be sure, but with Centaur suddenly flaring into nova last week. But that was pure coincidence. It had to be. If Kendall had a plan to get that rocket into the Centaurian's hands, why did he keep it to himself? It would have been the making of the man. He would have been a hero. As I say, they've little to go on. Right now they're trying to locate Kendall's wife. If they find her, they might learn something.
End of story 10. Story 11 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Edmund Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hunting License by James V. McConnell. The helicopters buzzed lazily overhead, like fat flies in a warm May wind. "There they go, right on time," said William Carston III. His hunting jacket shone bright red in the early morning sun as he moved out into the open to watch the planes. "I do hope they don't get airsick," replied Thomas Thurman from his comfortable chair in front of the fire. He took a long stick and began poking the embers closer to the coffee container. William Carston turned around and looked at his companion. "Why in heaven's name should you be so concerned about them?" he asked. The early morning light on his brown and grey hair gave it a more youthful appearance than it usually had. "They don't hunt very well when they're sick," said Thurman, "and that of course is my only concern for them." He smiled at his hunting partner, then motioned him over to the fire. "Have a cup of coffee while we're waiting." Carston walked over to the center of the little forest clearing where they'd built the fire. "Might as well have a cup, I guess," he said. His face, furrowed with deep lines it had taken half a lifetime to create, wore a slight frown. "But I wish that Emmett would get back. What's the sense of hiring a hunting guide if he's not around to take care of things for you? I'm getting hungry." Thurman laughed at him. "If you'd worry more about where we're going to hunt instead of spending all your time thinking about your stomach, we'd probably have better luck," he said. He poured a cup of sweet brown coffee for both of them, then passed one of the cups to Carston. "Emmett probably couldn't get the warden on the phone right away." Thurman, who had once been something of an athlete, began to laugh, his heavy-set body shaking gently with the expressed mirth. "If the worst comes to the worst, Bill, we could fix our own breakfast, you know." Carston uttered a sigh. "Hunting just isn't what it used to be. Sometimes I wonder why I bother to come out at all." He settled down comfortably on a collapsible chair and looked around him. He could just see the top of a tall metal fence a few 100 yards away, the stout circle of steel that engirdled the game preserve, cutting it off from the rest of the world. "You come hunting for the same reason that I do, Bill Carston, because you love the thrill of the sport," Thurman told him. "Because there's nothing like it in the world. The bright open air, the smell of a green forest, and the pleasure of pitting yourself against the hunted. That's why you come hunting." Carston shrugged. "I suppose you're right, but—" He stopped in mid-sentence, interrupted by the sound of trampled underbrush. "Oh, here's Emmett back." Emmett Packer, registered hunting guide, came from behind a clump of bushes into the little clearing in the woods. His bright yellow hunting jacket reflected a dazzling pattern of sunlight and shadows, in striking contrast to the man's weathered complexion and dark black hair. He waved a muscular arm at his employers. "Sorry I took so long, boys," he said, walking towards them, "but I had trouble getting the warden on the carve telephone. The line was busy." Emmett poured himself a cup of coffee. "But I finally got a hold of him, and he'll be along in a little while. And the horses are all lined up for us at the gate, so we shouldn't have any trouble at all." "Good," said Thurman. Emmett smiled. "And now I suppose you boys would like a little breakfast." Emmett said it not quite as a question,
but more of an assertion of a known fact. Of course, said Carsten. I'm starving. Got to have energy to hunt, you know. He smiled jovially. Emmett set about opening canisters and boxes in preparation of the meal. Thurman and Carsten leaned back in their comfortable chairs and stared at the scenery. Overhead, one last helicopter droned by. In the tall forest grass, a cricket chirped angrily. "How would you like your steaks?" asked Emmett. "Medium," said Thurman. "A little on the rare side, if you can manage it," said Carsten. "And no onions for me. They give me indigestion." He glanced nervously at his watch. "I wonder if I'll have time to call the office before the warden gets here." Tom Thurman smiled. "Relax," he said. "Your office can take care of itself for a change." "Well, I guess it can, but—" "Then why worry about it?" said Thurman. "Forget it. Make the most of your vacation. After all, it isn't every day in the year that you come hunting humans, you know." Shrugging his shoulders for an answer, William Carsten relaxed again. The aroma of the cooking meat permeated the morning breeze, mingling with the subtler smells of pine and warm, rich earth. In the nearby trees, birds sang out loud. "Wonder how many we'll get this year?" asked Thurman after a while. Emmett looked up from his chores. "If you boys will just follow my direction, you'll get the limit," he smiled proudly. "My hunters always come back with the limit. You know that." Carsten harumphed. "I saw some of the sorry specimens you dug up for the Kilpatricks last year, and I must say," he continued, "they were the poorest excuses for human beings I've ever seen." Emmett frowned and started to answer, but Thurman spoke first. "That reminds me, Bill, if we bring back any bodies this year, Martha says we'll have to wrap them up first." "What's the matter with Martha?" asked Carsten. "She doesn't really object to the sight of naked bodies lashed to the front fenders of your car, does she?" With a laugh, Thomas Thurman said, "No, Martha doesn't object to our displaying the spoils of the hunt, but she says that last year the blood spoiled the finish of the car, and I didn't want to have it repainted again this year." He sighed softly. "Just one of her whims, I guess." "Breakfast is ready," said Emmett. The high-pitched whine of rotor blades interrupted their meal. The three men watched the bright blue helicopter drop slowly out of the sky and come to a gentle landing at one edge of the clearing. Once the plane's engine had stopped and the blades were no longer twirling, the door to the aircraft opened, and out stepped a rotund figure dressed in a uniform the same sky-blue color as that of the plane. He bounced, more than walked, towards the seated trio. Good day, gentlemen," the warden called as soon as he was within earshot. "Oh, please don't get up on my account." Thurman motioned with one hand. "Have a seat, Warden. We're glad to see you." The warden plopped his pudgy body down on one of the chairs. "Thank you," he said, his voice as round and as jolly as his appearance. "Having breakfast, I see." He waved a hand. "Oh, please don't offer me anything to eat. I'm on a diet again," he sighed. Emmett rose to get the papers that the officer would want to see. "How's the crop this year, Warden?" he asked. A frown crossed the fat man's face. "Fair, just fair," he said. "I can't understand it, really. A few years ago there were so many of them." His face brightened a bit. "But then, there's still enough to go around, and that's the important thing. And on the other hand, I suppose that we ought to be happy. From the sociological point of view, of course, that there just aren't as many criminals in our society today as there used to be. It speaks well for us, don't you think?" William Carsten III made a slight noise with his tongue. "But it ruins the hunting. You can't have a hunt unless you've got criminals to hunt for." He turned to his companion. "You see, Tom," he said, "I told you that it wouldn't be too good this year." "I wonder what's wrong with things nowadays, that there just aren't enough criminals," mused Thurman. Emmett returned with the proper papers and handed them to the warden. The fat little man looked them over carefully, then handed them back to the guide with a wave of his hand. "They look in excellent order," he told Emmett. He turned to the hunters. "You have a good man here in Emmett," he told them. Emmett favored the officer with a smile. Reaching inside his jacket, the warden extracted a little box and handed it to Emmett. "Here are the supersonic whistles, gentlemen, and the crystals for your earplugs so that you can hear them. Just be sure to use them. Remember, the first time you sight a quarry, give one long toot on the whistle. If you hear nothing in your earplugs, he is yours to track down. But if you hear 3 short toots in answer, that means that someone else beat you to him." The officer wagged a finger at the two hunters. And let's have no mistakes and no arguments, like we've had in the past. Just follow the rules, blow your whistles correctly, and everyone will have a fair chance at the game."
Emmett fitted the slim crystals into the earplugs. "They look a little different this year," he said.
"Oh, yes," the warden told him. "We had to go much higher up on the supersonic scale this time, since we discovered that one of the quarries last year could hear up to 22,000 cycles."
He smiled jovially.
"Can't have the hunted hearing the whistles when they're being tracked, you know."
Karsten wiped his lips with a napkin and then handed his empty plate to the guide.
"Any new rules this year, Warden?" he asked. "No, I think the only new thing we have this year is that hunting jacket of yours, Mr. Karsten. It is new, isn't it?"
Karsten beamed.
"Why, yes it is. Latest style, I think."
He raised his arms to display the brilliant red garment the better.
"It's a new kind of material, guaranteed to be seen for half a mile, even at night."
He lowered his arms, then patted one of the chest pockets.
"But the best thing is that it's got a self-contained heating-cooling system built right in. All you have to do is turn the dial, and you get whatever weather you want."
The warden looked impressed.
"My," he said. "What won't they think of next?"
He smiled again.
"I imagine that the people you're going to be hunting would give a pretty penny for one of those today. The weatherman says it's going to be a bit chilly tonight."
Fairman lit a cigarette.
"I guess it is rather hard on them being dumped in the middle of the preserve completely naked, so to speak," he sighed. "But they're criminals after all."
"That's right," said Karsten. "And remember they've got their paint to keep them warm," he added, laughing.
The warden snapped his fingers.
"I'm glad you reminded me, Mr. Carson. The paint is a little different this year."
Karsten looked surprised.
"They haven't changed the signals, have they?" he demanded.
"Oh, no," said the warden. "Black stripes painted all around the body still mean he's an ordinary criminal. Black and red alternating stripes mean crimes of passion, and all red stripes used for the subversives, of course, just like always."
Coughing discreetly, the warden continued.
"What I meant was that after the complaints we got last year, we decided to use a really indelible paint so that not even a skilled surgeon could get it off." "Complaints?" asked Fairman.
The warden gave a gigantic sigh.
"That's right. It seems that some of the hunters, not people like you, mind, but some of them have been altering the color of the stripes after they've bagged their game," he smiled. "And we can't have that, you know. It just isn't sporting. When you display your trophies, you want all the glory that's coming to you, but no more than you actually deserve."
Putting his hands on the arms of the chair, the warden made a valiant effort and managed, just barely, to remove his body from the comforting confines of the chair.
"Well," he said, "I must be off. I have a lot of other hunters to see before the season opens."
The two hunters rose and shook hands with him.
"Now let's synchronize our watches before I leave,"
the officer said. He peered closely at his timepiece.
"It's now 7:23:05 by my official clock. I got word on my plane radio just as I was landing that the criminals were dropped in the center of the preserve at 7:03 exactly."
He looked up.
"The season opens at 10 sharp. I'll see you at the gate before then, of course."
He turned around and bounced towards the plane. Before shutting the door to the aircraft, he gave them a final wave of his hand.
"Good hunting," he called.
A little past 10, the three men were riding their horses across the gentle plain that led to the mountains in the center of the preserve. They had passed through the gates with scores of other hunters the moment the season was officially opened.
"Emmett,"
said Fairman, jogging along on his large horse,
"are you still going to insist on taking us down to that little pass first of all?"
Emmett reined his horse in between the mounts ridden by the two hunters.
"Well, I don't want to seem pig-headed about it, boys," he told them, "but that's where I think the hunting will be best this time of day."
"Nonsense," Karsten told him. "I was talking to Morris Overman about it just last week, and he said he had his best luck over by that big waterfall. You know the one, Emmett. It has lots of trees around it."
Emmett raised his eyebrows as if in disdain.
"Oh, I know the one all right, and Mr. Overman is a pretty lucky hunter too, but I think—"
Fairman interrupted him.
"If you want my opinion," he said, "we'll do well to try down that little valley just the other side of the Leaning Stone."
He waved a magazine at them.
"There's an article on the criminal mind in the latest issue of Hunter's Scientific Monthly by E.C. Stewart. He says that criminals always favor depressions, and that ought to mean valleys, too."
Frowning, Emmett replied,
"Well, Stewart ought to know. He's a psychologist after all. But I must remind you that my services are guaranteed only if you follow my directions. If you do like I tell you, I promise that both of you boys will come back with at least one trophy. Why, I even signed a contract to that effect with you."
"We know all that," Karsten told him.
"But if you insist on striking off on your own, the guarantee doesn't hold."
Emmett paused a moment, as if for effect, then continued. Now look, boys, he said. Doesn't it make sense, really, that since hunting is my job, I'd know where the big ones are? I don't mean to knock anyone else, but this is my business, and I've been at it for a good many years now, so you boys just stick with me, and you won't come back empty-handed. The two hunters made no reply, but Emmett could see that they weren't entirely satisfied. They rode along in silence for several moments. Then Emmett said to them in a confidential tone of voice, Frankly, boys, I didn't want to tell you this because we guides like to keep our trade secrets to ourselves. But last year the man I was guiding and I went to this little pass I am taking you to see. We came up with a whopper. Really? Said Thurman, showing some interest. He must have weighed 250 pounds at least, one of the biggest criminals I've ever seen. A magnificent creature, Emmett told them. You don't say, said Carston. Who got him? Emmett smiled. A Mr. Thompson down on the northern part of the district. The body was so big that Thompson had it skinned and tanned and made a really nice-looking rug out of it. He sent me a picture to show me. Thurman's eyes were wide with delight. Amazing, he said. As for myself, commented Carston, I don't hold with this rug business. They're all right, I guess, for those who like them, but they get torn up so easily. Human beings just aren't thick-skinned enough, I suppose. 250 pounds, mused Thurman out loud. If he weighed an ounce, Emmett said. You don't get many that size, He looked at the two hunters, then smiled securely. So shall we just follow my lead and head for the pass first thing? All right with me, Thurman said. Me too, said Carston. He belched loudly, then rubbed his stomach gently. I think I ate too much for breakfast, he said. The way to the little pass led up over the crest of one of the smaller mountains. The three men jogged along at an even pace over the level ground, but travelled more slowly up the steep facing of the mountainside. The two hunters often complained about the heat and the terrain as they rode. Emmett said little except when he urged them to hurry along. The sun was high in the sky, just past the zenith, when the trio came down the side of a small cliff and out through a little pass into an open space of ground. Emmett pulled up his horse and dismounted. Well, boys, he said, let's get off here for a while. The other two dismounted and handed their animals over to the guide. Looks like a fairly good spot, said Thurman. Emmett tethered the horses quickly and then began unpacking some of the equipment. He put up the collapsible chairs in the cooling shade of a single tree that stood near the center of the little clearing. Then he placed some of the boxes containing food around the chairs and handed the two hunters their guns. If you boys will make yourselves comfortable or go out and scout around for something to shoot at, he told them. Carston settled down into one of the chairs with an audible sigh of relief. Thurman gave his gun a casual inspection. All right, he said to the guide. Go ahead and see if you can find something worthwhile. Emmett tucked his rifle under his arm and headed off into the dense underbrush. Here's something to eat, Carston said, passing an open box to his companion. Thurman helped himself to the food, then leaned back in his chair. I don't mind saying that I hope Emmett will come up with a good-sized one right off, he said. You know what I'd like, Carston said, through a mouthful of food. I wish you'd find me a real redhead. That's all I really need to give my collection balance. He waved a chicken leg at Thurman. If it were a good-sized head, I'd hang it right in the center over the mantelpiece. I could surround it with heads that have dark hair and make it quite an attractive pattern. My wife goes in for color schemes, Tom Thurman sighed. The day was dry, and he could feel the drowsy heat of the sun even in the pleasant shade of the large tree. He began to fan himself with his hand. I understand the latest fad is to have the whole body stuffed and mounted on a plaque before you hang it up on the wall, he said. He shrugged his shoulders. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned, he continued, but it seems to me that they would take up an awful lot of room if you did that. A tiny gnat began to pester Carston as he ate. He brushed it aside several times, but it always returned to whine annoyingly around his face. Well, Carston said, there's precedent for it. Remember how excited old Maury was the first time he bagged a 200-pounder, Carston guffawed. He was so damn proud he kept the whole body and tucked it away in his freezer, just to pull it out to show to people when he gave a party. Sighing in reminiscence, he continued. Had to give it up after a while, though. He thawed it out so many times that it began to spoil. He slapped violently at the gnat. Thurman opened his canteen and began sipping at the cool liquid inside. He was about to light a cigarette when he saw Emmett returning. Here comes Emmett, he said excitedly to Karsten. "Maybe he's made contact." Karsten got up from his chair heavily. "He's smiling. I'll bet he found us a good one." He reached for his gun. Emmett walked up to the two hunters quickly. "Well, boys, you're in," he said, grinning broadly. "I found one, just like I told you I would." "Where?" asked Fairman quickly. "Down this little path here, about a quarter of a mile. He's hiding in a kind of thicket, but you won't have any trouble spotting him. The sun's bright there, and you can see the white of his body clearly." He paused to give them a superior grin. "And I don't think he knew that I'd spotted him." "You stay here and look after the horses," Fairman told the guide. "We'll signal you at the kill." The two hunters walked quickly down the path, under the refreshing shade of the forest. Both of them were excited, and they tended occasionally to stumble over tree roots and dead branches as they went. "He must be just down the way there," Karsten whispered hoarsely after they'd gone for some distance into the woods. "Shush," whispered Thurman, attempting to quiet his companion. The path made a slight turn just beyond them. When they'd rounded it, they saw a thick clump of bushes ahead. Through the green and brown pattern of the leaves, they could see brief patches of pale white. "That's it," whispered Karsten. Thurman nodded and pulled out his whistle. He gave a long, silent blast on it that he could hear only as a sharp, rasping noise from the tiny plug he wore in one ear. The two hunters stood quietly, waiting, their faces filled with expectation. After a few brief moments, Thurman turned to his hunting partner. "No answer. We must have spotted him first." "Good," said Karsten. "Let's go get him." They'd no more than started towards their quarry when they saw a sudden movement in the bushes. The white patches disappeared, and they could hear the sound of running feet. "Damn," said Karsten loudly. "He must have heard us." Thurman smiled. "It's better this way, Bill. I rather like tracking them down, don't you?" "Well, it's kind of a bother as far as I'm concerned, especially so soon after eating," Karsten said. But he followed quickly behind as Thurman set off in pursuit. The forest was too thick for a man to run with any real speed, so the hunters managed to stay close behind their quarry without expending too much energy. "I wonder what he looked like," Karsten said as they pushed their way through the thick underbrush. "I didn't get a good look at him." "Neither did I," Fairman replied, grabbing hold of a vine to pull himself over a dead tree that stood in their path. "Hope he isn't just an ordinary criminal. I've got enough black stripes at home as it is." "Look out!" Karsten cried suddenly. "He's doubling back on us." The two men turned rapidly and set off in a new direction, attempting to head off their quarry before he could make his way to open ground. They managed to get in between him and the edge of the woods, and were rewarded by seeing a brief ripple of white as the naked man turned and started back towards the center of the little forest. "Good work," said Thurman. Most of the time they tracked him simply by listening to the directions the noise of his running came from. Often they were close enough at his heels to get a quick glimpse of flesh in the distance, an arm, a leg, or part of his back. They got their first good look at him when they came out from behind a rock into a little clearing. The quarry was just disappearing into the forest on the other side of the open space. "Red stripes!" cried Karsten as they rushed across the clearing. "He's a subversive! Now that is luck!" "Looks awfully small to me," said Thurman. "Whatever he is." "Damn, you don't suppose it could be a woman, do you?" Karsten asked somewhat breathlessly. "We only got a glimpse of it." "I hope not. It's supposed to be bad luck to shoot a woman first thing on a hunt, you know," Fairman replied as they reached the far side of the clearing. "Anyway, we'll soon know." They plunged into the hairy forest only a few hundred yards beyond their game. Following rapidly along behind them, they left a wake of broken branches and torn limbs as they went. The forest rang with the sounds of the chase. Soon, sloshing across a little stream, they came up over a grassy knoll and sat down into a shallow glade on the other side of it. "He's heading for the rocks over that way," Thurman said, turning off in pursuit. "He won't be able to get much further." "I don't know if I'll be able to get much farther," said Karsten, the perspiration beading out across his heavy face. "I'm not used to this." "Neither is he," Thurman reminded him. "Remember, he has had nothing to eat for almost a week, and they probably didn't let him sleep for 3 or 4 days back. He can't last much longer." "I hope not," said Karsten. They passed across a narrow strip of marshland, carefully avoiding most of the bog holes as they went. Just on the other side, as they came around a series of heavy berry bushes, they heard a long, shrill buzz from their earplugs. Thurman stopped quickly. "Someone else has spotted him," he said, and took out his whistle. He gave it 3 lusty blasts, and then stuck it back in his pocket. "That should fix them," he told his partner. They set off again in pursuit. Soon it became obvious to the two hunters that they were gaining rapidly on their quarry. They increased their pace just a trifle to take advantage of their lead. It was perhaps 5 minutes later when they tracked their man down and for the first time got a good look at him. they were very close to the outcroppings of a rather steep foothill when they came over a little rise and saw him, scarcely 1,000 yards in front of them.
"There he goes!" cried Coston. "Into that little pass between those two rocks!"
Rapidly they closed in upon the narrow pass. The opening between the big rocks was not much more than 10 feet wide. It led like a narrow corridor through the sides of the hill, and then opened up beyond into a little canyon. The two hunters paused just on the other side of the pass.
"I think he's trapped," said Thurman. "I can't tell for sure because there are too many bushes in the way, but I think this is a little box canyon, and that this pass is the only way out."
William Coston looked around him.
"Seems that way to me,"
he told his companion.
"Let's move on in slowly."
They took their time as they walked through the narrow canyon, checking behind each bush and rock as they went. The little valley was only 100 yards wide, but several hundred yards in length. On all sides rose a sheer cliff some 50 feet in height. When they were about 200 yards from the end of the canyon, they stopped. The cliff walls had narrowed so that there was scarcely a 25-yard distance from one side to the other. Only one last row of bushes separated the hunters from their quarry.
"I can see him from here," Coston said. "He's up against the back of the canyon there, trying to hide."
"Well, this is it," Fairman said. "It's a pity such a small-sized one."
"Well," asked Coston, "shall we flip a coin?"
"Why not?" said Thurman. He reached into his pocket. "Call it," he said.
"Heads,"
Coston answered. Thomas Thurman tossed the coin high into the air. Its silver sides caught brightly at the sunlight as it mounted in a smooth arc, then danced back to earth. The two men leaned over to inspect it.
"Heads it is," Coston said, grinning. "I win."
"This is your day, I guess," Thurman told him. Coston moved forward to the clump of bushes, Thurman following close behind. They could see the quarry clearly now, the whiteness of his body in bold contrast with the thick red stripes.
"He has grey hair,"
Thurman said. The criminal inched back along the rocky wall, seeking desperately for some exit. He tried to climb up the side of the cliff, but could do no more than to stir up a small shower of loose stones as he lost his footing. Suddenly he picked up a rock, twirled, and threw it at the hunters. It scarcely covered a third of the ground between them.
"Well, I like that," said Coston.
"He's got his nerve." He raised his rifle to his shoulder and looked carefully through the telescopic sight. For several moments he held his stance, and slowly he lowered the gun back to his side.
"I'm sorry, Tom," he said, "but I think I'll let you have this one after all."
Fairman looked surprised. "What's the matter, Bill?" he asked.
William Coston sighed. "I think I used to know him."
"Oh," Fairman said, and then he frowned. "You're sure it's not just because he's so small that you're giving him up?" he questioned.
"No, quite sure. I think he was one of my professors back in college."
"Oh, well, then," Fairman said. He put his gun to his shoulder and took careful aim.
"Shoot for the body, Tom," Coston whispered to him. "Don't want to spoil the head."
Fairman pulled the trigger. The explosion split the quiet air apart and cast the pieces of silence as echoes up and down the little canyon.
"Good shot," Coston told his companion. "Nice and clean."
Fairman smiled.
"Thank you,"
he said, and then, "Too bad you had to give him up."
Shrugging his shoulders, Coston said, "Well, that's the way of things. I don't remember him too well, but I think he taught me anthropology. Old Mac something or other. I forget his name."
The two men started walking back towards the entrance to the canyon.
"I suppose that I should have taken him anyway," Coston said as they walked, "but I've never considered it good taste to shoot someone whom I've known."
"I know how you feel," Thurman told him.
"It sort of, well, ruins the sport, if you know what I mean," Coston said.
"Sure," replied Thurman. They went quietly through the narrow little pass, stopping on the other side. Thurman lit a cigarette and leaned back against a rock to rest. Coston put a star shell into his rifle, pointed it towards the sky, and fired. They both watched as it burst into a gaudy blossom of fire and smoke far above them.
"That ought to bring Emmett on the run," Coston said. "He can clean things up and leave a marker. The plane will pick up the body later today."
Fairman took a deep breath. The air had a tangy smell to it of springtime grass and early flowers. The warmth of the sun gave the forest a hazy sort of glow. In the nearby trees, small animals chattered loudly.
"Nice day, isn't it, Bill?" "It certainly is," Coston answered, gazing thoughtfully at the pleasant landscape. "But look at those clouds. It might rain tonight."
"It might at that," Fairman told him. He gave another sigh and then smiled, dropping his cigar to the ground and crushing it beneath his boot. "Well, shall we go?" he asked. "I'm getting hungry."
End of story 11. Story 12 of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Edmund Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bratton's Idea by Manly Wade Wellman. Old Bratton, janitor at the studios of Station 45 in Hollywood, was as gaunt as Karloff, as saturnine as Rathbone, and as enigmatic as Lugosi. He was unique among Californians, as professing absolutely no motion picture ambitions. Once, it is true, a director had stopped him on the street and offered to test him for a featured role, but old Bratton had refused with loud indignation when he heard that the role would be that of a mad scientist. Old Bratton was touchy about mad scientists, because he was one. For a time he had been a studio electrician, competent though touchy, but then it developed that he had lied about his age. He was really 80 years old, and he had been fooling with electricity ever since Edison put apparatus of various sorts within the reach of everyone. Studio rules imposed pretty strict age limits on the various jobs, and so he was demoted to a janitorship. He accepted, grumbling, because he needed money for the pursuit he had dreamed of when a boy, and maintained from his youth onward. In his little two-room apartment, he had gathered a great jumble of equipment: coils, transformers, cathodes, lenses, terminals. Some of it bought new, some salvaged from studio junk, and a great deal curiously made and not to be duplicated elsewhere, save in the eccentric mind of its maker. For old Bratton, with the aid of electricity, thought to create life. "Electricity is life," he would murmur, quoting Dr. C. W. Roebuck, who had been venerable when old Bratton was young, and again, "All these idiots think that Frankenstein is a romance, and Are You Are a flight of fancy. But all robot stories are full of truth. I'll show them." But he hadn't shown them yet, and he was 82. His mechanical arrangements were wonderful and crammed with power. They could make dead frogs kick, dead birds flutter. They could make the metal figures he constructed, whether large or small, stir and seem about to wake, but only while the current animated them. "The fault isn't with the machine," he would say again, speaking aloud, but taking care none overheard. "It's perfect. I've seen to that. No, it's in the figures. They're too clumsy and creaky. All the parts are good, but the connections are wrong somehow. Wish I knew anatomy better. And a dead body, even a fresh one, has begun dissolution. I must try and get—" Haranguing himself thus one evening after the broadcast, he pushed his mop down a corridor to the open door of a little rehearsal hall, then stopped and drew into a shadowy corner, for he had almost blundered upon Ben Gascon in the act of proposing marriage. Ben Gascon, it will be remembered, was at the time one of radio's highest-paid performers, and well worthy of his hire for the fun he made. Earlier in life, he had been a competent vaudeville artist. When, through no fault of his, vaudeville died, Gascon went into sound pictures and radio. He was a ventriloquist, adroit and seasoned by years of performance, and a man of intelligence and showmanship as well. Coming to the stage from medical school, he had constructed with his own skillful hands the small figure of wood, metal, rubber, and cloth that had become known to myriads as Tom-Tom. Tom-Tom, the impish, the witty, the leering cynic, the gusty little clown, the ironical jokester, who sat on the knee of Ben Gascon, and by a seeming misdirection of voice roused the world to laughter by his snares and sallies. Tom-Tom was so droll, so dynamic, so uproariously wicked in thought and deed, that listeners were prone to forget the seemingly quiet, grave Ben Gascon who held him and fed him solemn lines on which to explode firecracker jokes. Ben Gascon, who really did the thinking and the talking that Tom-Tom the dummy might be a headliner in the entertainment world. Not really a new thing, the combination of comedian and stooge,
may or may not have begun with Aristophanes in ancient Greece, but Ben Gascon was offering both qualities in his own person and in surpassing excellence. Press agents and commentators wrote fascinating conjectures about his dual personality. In any case, Tom-Tom was the making of him. It was frequently said that Gascon will be as lost without Tom-Tom as Tom-Tom without Gascon. But tonight, Ben, Gascon, and Tom-Tom were putting on a show for an audience of one. Shannon Cole was the prima donna and co-star of the program. She was tall, almost as tall as Gascon, and her skin was delectably creamy, and her dark hair wound into a glossy coronet of braids. Usually she seemed stately and mournful, to match the songs of love and longing she sang in a rich contralto, but now she almost groaned with laughter as she leaned above the impudent Tom-Tom, who sat on the black broadcloth knee of Ben Gascon and cocked his leering wooden face up at her. Above Gascon's tuxedo, his slender, wide-lined face was a dusky red. His lips seemed tight, even while they stealthily formed words for Tom-Tom. "Oh, Shanny!" It seemed that Tom-Tom was crooning, in that ingratiating drawl that convulsed listeners from coast to coast. "Don't you think that you and I might just slip away alone somewhere and—" The wooden head writhed around toward Gascon. "Get away, gaspipe! Don't you see that I'm in conference with a very lovely lady? Can't you learn when you're not wanted?" Shannon Cole leaned back in her own chair, sighing, because she had not enough breath to laugh any more. "I never get enough of Tom-Tom," she vowed between gasps. "We've been broadcasting together for 2 years now, and he's still number one in my heart. Ben, how do you ever manage?" "Shanny," drawled the voice that was Tom-Tom's. "This idiot Ben Gascon has something to say. He wants me to front for him, but why do I always have to do the talking while he gets the profit? Speak up, gaspipe. Who's got your tongue this time, the cat or the cat?" Shannon Cole looked at the ventriloquist and suddenly stopped laughing. Her face was pale, as his had gone red. She folded her slender hands in her lap, and her eyes were all for Gascon, though it was as if Tom-Tom still spoke. "I'll be John Alden," vowed Tom-Tom with shrill decision. "I'll talk up for this big yokel. I always do, don't I, Shanny? As Gaspipe's personal representative, engaged at enormous expense, I want to put before you a proposition, one in which I'm interested. After all, I should have a say as to who will be my stepmother." "It won't work," came the sudden savage voice of Ben Gascon. Rising, he abruptly tossed Tom-Tom upon a divan. Shannon Cole, too, was upon her feet. "Ben," she quavered. "Why, Ben!" "I've done the most foolish thing a ventriloquist could do," he flung out. "Well, if you were really serious, you didn't need to clown. You think it was fair to me?" He shook his head. "Tom-Tom's done so much of my saucy talking for me these past years that I thought I'd use him to get out what I was afraid to tell you myself," he confessed wretchedly. "Then you were afraid of me?" Shannon accused. She, too, was finding it hard to talk. Gascon made a helpless gesture. "Well, it didn't work," he groaned. "I'm sorry. You're right if you think I've been an idiot. Just pretend it never happened." "Why, Ben," she began once more and broke off. "We've just finished our last program for the year," said Ben Gascon. "Next year I won't be around. I think I'll stop throwing my voice for a while and live like a human being. Once I studied to be a doctor, perhaps once more I can—" He walked out. The rush of words seemed to have left him spiritually limp and wretched. Shannon Cole watched him go. Then she bent above the discarded figure of little Tom-Tom, who lay on his back and goggled woodenly up at her. She put a hand toward him, and her full raspberry-tinted lips trembled. Then she, too, left. And old Bratton stole from his hiding to where lay the dummy. Lifting it, he realized that here was what he wanted. Again he spoke aloud. He never held with the belief that talking to oneself is a second or third stage of insanity.
"Clever one, this Gascon. This thing's anatomically perfect, even to the jointed fingers."
Thrusting his arm through the slit in the back, he explored the hollow body and head.
"Space for organs. Yes, every movement and reaction provided for, and a personality."
He straightened up, the figure in his arms.
"That's it. That's why I failed.
My figures were dead before they began, but this one has life," he was muttering breathlessly. "It's like a worn shoe, or an inhabited house, or a favoured chair. You don't have to add the life force, and you don't need to stimulate what's here." Ben Gascon at the stage door had telephoned for a taxi. He turned at the sound of approaching footsteps and faced old Breton, who carried Tom-Tom. "Mr. Gascon, this dummy—" "I'm through with him," said Gascon shortly. "Then can I have him?" Tom-Tom seemed to stare at Gascon. Was it mockery or pleading in those bulging eyes? "Take him and welcome," said Gascon, and strode out to wait for his taxi. When old Breton finished his cleaning that night, he carried away a bulky bundle wrapped in newspapers. He returned to his lodgings, but not to eat or sleep. First he filled the emptiness of Tom-Tom's head and body with the best items culled from his unsuccessful robots. A cunning brain device, all intricate wiring and radiating tubes, set in a mass of synthetic plasm. A complex system of wheels, switches, and tubes, in the biggest hollow where a heart, lungs, and stomach should be. Special wires of his own alloy, connecting to the ingenious muscles of rubberette that Ben Gascon had devised for Tom-Tom's arms, legs, and fingers. A jointed spinal column of aluminum, an artificial voice box just inside the movable jaws, and wondrous little marble-shaped camera developments for eyes, in place of the movable mockeries in Tom-Tom's sockets. It was almost dawn before old Breton stitched up the slit in the back of Tom-Tom's little checked shirt, and laid the completed creation upon the bed-like slab that was midmost of his great fabric of machinery in the rear room. To Tom-Tom's wrists, ankles, and throat he clamped the leads of powerful terminals. With gingerly care, like that of a surgeon at a delicate operation, he advanced a switch so as to throw the right amount of current into play. The whole procession of wheeled machinery whispered into motion, its voice rising to a clear hum. A spark sprang from a knob at the top, extended its blinding length to another knob, and danced and struggled there, like a radiant snake caught between the beaks of two eagles. Old Breton gave the mechanism more power, faster and more complicated action. His bright eyes clung greedily to the little body lying on the slab. He moves, old Breton cackled excitedly. "His wheels are going round all right. Now if only—" Abruptly he shut off the current. The machinery fell dead silent. "Sit up, Tom-Tom," commanded old Breton harshly. And Tom-Tom sat up, his fingers tugging at the clamps that imprisoned him. The Los Angeles papers made little enough fuss of the death of old Breton. True, he was murdered. They found him stabbed, lying face down across the threshold of his rear room that was jammed full of strange mechanical junk. But the murder of a janitor is not really big crime news in a city the size of Los Angeles. The police were baffled, more so because none of them could guess what the great mass of machinery could be, if indeed it were anything. But they forgot their concern the following week, when they had a more important murder to consider, that of one Diggs Dilson. Diggs Dilson was high in the scale of local gang authority. He had long occupied a gaudy apartment in an expensive Los Angeles hotel, which has prospered by catering to wealthy criminals. He was prudent enough to have a bedroom with no fire escape. He feared climbing assassins from without more than flames from within. In front of his locked room slept two bodyguards on cots, and his own bedside window was tightly wedged in such a fashion that no more than 5 inches of opening showed between sill and sash. The electric power line that was clamped along the brickwork just outside could hardly have supported a greater weight than 30 or 40 pounds. Yet Diggs Dilson had been killed at close range by a stab with an ordinary kitchen knife as he slept. The knife still remained in the wound, as if defying investigators to trace fingerprints that weren't there. And the bodyguards had not been wakened, and the door had remained locked on the inside. The blade of the knife, had anyone troubled to compare wounds, could have been demonstrated to be the exact size and shape as the one that had killed old Breton. His landlord might have been able to testify that it came from old Breton's little store of kitchen utensils, but nobody at police headquarters bothered to connect the murders of a friendless janitor and a Grand Duke of Gangdom. After considerable discussion and publicity, the investigators called the case one of suicide. How else could Diggs Dilson have received a knife in his body? Hope was expressed that the Dilson mob, formerly active and successful in meddling with film extras organizations and the seafood racket, would now dissolve, but the hope was short-lived. A spruce lieutenant of the dead chief, a man by the name of Junie Saltz, was reputed to have taken command. He appeared briefly at the auction of old Bratton's effects, buying all the mysterious machinery at junk prices and carting it away. After that, the organization, now called the Salters, blossomed out into the grim but well-paid professions of kidnapping, alien running, and counterfeiting. The first important kidnapping they achieved, that of a very frightened film director, gained them a ransom of $90,000 and the attention of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The victim, once released, told of imprisonment in a dank cellar, blindfolded and shackled. Once, fleetingly, he saw a captor who looked like the rogue gallery photographs of Junie Saltz, but that person was plainly not the one in authority. In fact, he seemed to listen with subtle respect to a high but masterful voice that gave orders. The owner of that high voice once came close to the chair where the prisoner sat bound. The point from which the voice seemed to issue was very, very close to the cellar floor, as though the speaker was no more than 2 feet high. An individual short and shrill. Did a child rule that desperate band? The sages of the law were more apt to consider this a clever simulation, with the order giver crouching low and speaking high, lest he be identified. A judicious dragnetting of several unsavory drinking places brought in one of the old Dilson crowd, who was skillfully, if roughly, induced to talk. He admitted a part in the kidnapping and ransom collection. He described the cellar hideout as being located in a shabby suburb. He implicated several of his comrades by name, including Junie Saltz, but he shut up with a snap when his interrogators touched on the subject of the Salters' real chief. No, it wasn't Junie Saltz. Junie was only a front. No, nobody on the police records, but, he insisted pallidly, he wouldn't say any more. Let them kill him if they wanted to. He was through talking.
"I'd rather die in the chair this minute than get my turn with the boss," he vowed hysterically. "Don't tell me you'll take care of me either. There's things that can get between bars, through keyholes even, into the deepest hole you got, and you can smack me round all week before I'll pipe up with another word."
His captors shut him in an inside cell, generally reserved for psychopathic cases. A solidly plated cubicle with no window, grating, or other opening save a narrow ventilator in the ceiling that gave upon a 10-inch shaft leading to the roof. Then they gathered reinforcements and weapons and descended on the house with the cellar where the kidnapped director had been held for ransom. Stealthily surrounding that house, they shouted the customary invitation to surrender. Silence for a few seconds. Then a faint-hearted member of the Salters appeared at the front door with his hands up. He took a step into the open and dropped dead to the accompaniment of a pistol report from inside, and the besiegers heard the shrill voice about which they had been wondering.
"Come in and take us. This place is as full of death as a drugstore."
Followed a loud and scientific bombardment with machine guns, gas bombs, and riot guns. The mobster who had been placed on guard at the back door showed too much of himself and was picked off. A contingent of officers made a quick, planned rush, more fighting inside, with 3 more Salters dying in hot blood in the parlor and kitchen. What seemed to be the sole survivor fled to the cellar and locked himself in a rear compartment. The walls were of concrete, the one door of massive planking. The chief of the attacking force stood in front of this door and raised his voice. "Hello in there. You're Junie Saltz, aren't you?" Gruff was the reply. "Whatever I am, don't try to crack in here. I'll get the first copper shows me his puss, and the second, and the third." "You can't get us all, Junie, and we've got more men out here than you got bullets in there. Come out with your hands up while you still have the chance to stand a fair trial." "Not me," growled Junie Saltz from within. "Come in and catch me before you talk about what kind of trial I'll get." There was a keyhole, only partially blocked by the turnkey. One of the G-men bent and thrust in the point of something that looked like a fountain pen. Carefully he pressed a stud. The little tube spurted a cloud of tear gas through the keyhole into Junie Saltz's fortress. The besiegers grinned at each other and all relaxed to wait. The waiting was not long as it developed. Junie Saltz spoke up from within, his voice a blubber. "Hey, I'm smothering."
"But I'm not,"
drawled the same high voice that was becoming familiar.
"Sit back, Junie, and put your head between your knees. You'll stand it better that way."
"I'm done for,"
wailed Junie Saltz.
"If they crack in, I can't see to shoot."
"I can see to shoot.
The shrill voice had become deadly. "And you'll be the first thing I shoot at if you don't do what I tell you." A strangled howl burst from Junie Schultz. "I'd rather be shot than—" The next moment he was scrabbling at the door. "I surrender. I'll let you both in." He turned the key in the lock just as the shot that killed him rang out. A rush of police foiled an attempt from within to fasten the door again. Sneezing and gurgling, two of the raiders burst into the final stronghold, stumbling over the subsiding lump of flesh that had been Junie Schultz. Blinded by tears from their own gas, they couldn't be sure afterward of what the scurrying little thing was that they saw and fired at. Those outside knew that nothing could have won past them, and the den itself had no window that was not bricked up. When the gas had been somewhat blown out, an investigator gave the place a thorough searching. Yes, there was one opening, a stovepipe hole through which a cat might have slipped. That was all, and the place was empty, but for the body of Junie Schultz. "Junie was shot in the back," announced another operative, bending to examine the wound. "I think I see what happened. Squeaky Voice was at that stovepipe hole, and plugged him from there as he tried to let us in. Then Junie tried to lock up again, just as we pushed the door open." Upstairs they went and investigated further. The hole had joined a narrow chimney with no way out, except the upper end, a rectangle 8 inches by 10. Even with 6 corpses to show, the agents returned to their headquarters with a feeling of failure. "In the morning," they promised one another, "we'll give that one Sotha we're holding another little question bee." But in the morning the jailer with breakfast found that prisoner dead. He had been caught with a noose of thin, strong cord, tightened around his throat from behind. Suicide? But the cord had been drawn into the little ventilator hole and tied to a projecting rivet far inside and above. On the same day, police, federal agents, newspapers, and the public generally were exercised by the information that Shannon Cole, popular contralto star of stage, screen, and radio, had been kidnapped from her Beverly Hills bedroom. No clues, and so the investigation turned to her acquaintances, among whom was Ben Gascon, recently retired from stage, screen, and radio. Benjamin Franklin Gascon left the office of Los Angeles Chief of Detectives, where he had spent a most trying forenoon convincing his interrogators that he had no idea why he should be brought into the case. He knew nothing of the underworld. True, he knew Miss Cole professionally, but, and his face was rueful, had no reason to count himself a really close friend of hers. He had not seen her since the termination of their latest radio assignment. His personal affairs, meanwhile, were quite open to investigation. He had grown weary of ventriloquism and had retired to live on the income from his investments. Later, he might resume his earlier profession, medicine. He was attending lectures now at the University of California in Los Angeles. And once again, he had no idea of how he was being brought into this case, or of who could have kidnapped Miss Cole. But even as he departed, he suddenly got that idea. Tum-Tum! It took moments to string together the bits of logic which brought that thought into his mind. Things had happened to people, mostly gangsters, at the hands of a malevolent creature, that is, if the creature had hands, but it must have hands, if it could wield a gun, a slipcord, a knife. It must also be notably small and nimble if it really travelled up chimneys, down ventilator shafts, along power lines, and through stovepipe holes. Gascon's imagination, as good as anyone's, toyed with a conception of a wise and wicked monkey, or of a child possessed by evil, like the children of old Salem, or a dwarf. But the point at which he coupled on his theory was the point at which police had paused, or rather begun. Diggs Dilson had been killed with a knife. So had old Breton. He, Ben Gascon, had given old Breton the dummy that people called Tom-Tom, and old Breton was forthwith murdered. Gascon had meant to go to the funeral, but something had turned up to interfere. What else concerned the janitor? What, for instance, had the younger electricians and engineers teased him about so often? Electricity is life. That was old Bratton's constant claim, and he was said to have whole clutters of strange machinery at his shabby rooms. Bratton had taken Tom-Tom. Thereafter, Bratton and others had been killed. In the background of their various tragedies had lurked and plotted something small, evil, active, and strange enough to frighten the most hardened of criminals. Electricity is life, and Bratton had toiled over some kind of electrical apparatus that might or might not be new and powerful in ways unknown to ordinary electricians. Gascon left the rationalization half completed in the back of his mind, and sought out the shabby street where the janitor had lodged. The landlord would not give him much help. To be sure, old Bratton had made a nuisance of himself with his machines, mumbling that they would startle the world some day. But after his death, someone had bought those machines, loaded them upon a truck, and carted them off. The landlord had seen the purchase, and later identified the purchaser from newspaper photographs as the late Junie Saltz. And Junie Saltz, pondered Gascon, had been killed by something with a shrill voice that could crawl through a stovepipe hole. "You saw the sale of the goods?" he prompted the landlord. "Was there a dummy, a thing like a big doll, such as ventriloquists use?" The landlord shook his head. "Nothing like that, and I've noticed if there was." So Tom, who had come home with old Bratton, had vanished. Gascon left the lodges and made a call at a newspaper office, where he inserted a personal notice among the classified advertisements. "TT, I figured you out. Clever, but your old partner can add 2 and 2 and get 4. Better let SC go. BFG." The notice ran for 3 days, then a reply in the same column. "BFG, so what? TT." It was bleak, brief defiance, but Gascon felt a sudden blaze of triumph. Somehow he had made a right guess on a most fantastic proposition. Tom had come to life as a lawless menace. All that he, Gascon, need do was act accordingly. He made plans, then inserted another message. "TT, I made you, and I can break you. This is between us. Get in touch with me, or I'll come looking for you. You won't like that. BFG." Next day his telephone rang. A hoarse voice called him by his name. "Look, Gascon, you better lay out, if you know what's good for you." "Ah," replied Gascon gently. Tom seems to have taken up conventional gangster methods. It means that he's afraid, which I'm not. Tell him I'm not laying off, I'm laying on." That night he took dinner at a restaurant on a side street. As he left it, 2 men sauntered out of a doorway and came up on either side of him. One was as squat and bulky as a wrestler, with a truculent square face. The other, taller but scrawny, had a broad brow and a narrow chin, presenting the facial triangle which phrenologists claim denotes shrewdness. Both had their hands inside their coats, where bulges betrayed the presence of holstered guns.
"This is a stick-up," said Triangle Face. "Don't make a move or a peep, or I'll cut down on you."
They walked him along the street. "I'm not moving or peeping," Gascon assured them blandly. "But where are you taking me?"
"Into this car,"
replied the triangle-faced one, and opened the rear door of a parked sedan. Gascon got in, with the powerful gunman beside him. The other got into the front seat and took the wheel.
"No funny business," he cautioned as he trod on the starter. "The boss wants to talk to you."
The car drew away from the curb, heading across town. Gascon produced his cigarette case. Shannon Cole had given it to him on his last birthday, opened it, and offered it to the man beside him. Smiling urbanely at the curt growl of refusal, he then selected a cigarette and lighted it. "Understand one thing," he bade his captors through a cloud of smoke. "I have expected this. I have worked for it. And I have written very fully about all angles of this particular case. If anything happens to me, the police will get my report." It was patently a bluff, and in an effort to show that it did not work, both men laughed scornfully.
"We're hotter than a couple wolves in a prairie fire right now,"
the triangle-faced one assured him.
"Anyway, no dumb cop would believe the truth about the bus."
That convinced Gascon that he was on his way to Tom. Too, the remark about a couple of wolves showed that the driver thought of only 2 members of the gang. Tom's following must have been reduced to these. Gascon sat back with an air of enjoying the ride. Growling again, his big companion leaned over and slapped him around the body. There was no hard lump to betray knife or pistol, and the bulky fellow grunted to show that he was satisfied. Gascon was satisfied as well. His pockets were not probed into, and he was carrying a weapon that, if unorthodox, was nevertheless efficient. He foresaw the need and the chance to use it. "Is Mrs. Cole all right?" he asked casually.
"Sure she is,"
replied Squareface.
"Pipe down, you,"
snapped his companion from the driver's seat.
"Let the boss do the talking to this egg."
"Your boss likes to do the talking, I judge," put in Gascon still casually. "Do you like to listen, or—" and his voice took on a mocking note. "Does he give you the creeps?"
"Never mind,"
Squareface muttered.
"he's doing okay."
"But not his followers," suggested Gascon. "Quite a few of them have been killed, eh? And aren't you 2 the only survivors of the old Dilson crowd? How long will your luck hold out, I wonder?"
"Longer than yours," replied the man at the wheel sharply. "If you talk any more, we'll put the slug on you."
The remainder of the ride was passed in silence, and the car drew up at length before a quiet suburban cottage on the edge of town almost directly opposite the scene of the recent fight between police and the soldiers. The three entered a dingy parlour full of respectable-looking furniture. "Keep him here," Triangle Face bade Square Face. "I'll go help the boss get ready to talk to him." He was gone. His words suggested that there would be some moments alone with Square Face, and Gascon meant to make use of them. The big fellow sat down.
"Take a chair,"
he bade, but Gascon shook his head and lighted another cigarette. He narrowed his eyes, in his best diagnostician manner, to study his guard.
"You look as if there was something wrong with your glands," he said crisply. "Ain't nothing wrong with me," was the harsh response. "Are you sure? How do you feel?" "Good enough to pull a leg off you if you don't shut that big mouth."
Gascon shrugged and turned to a rear wall. A picture hung there, a very unsightly oil painting. He put his hand up, as if to straighten it on its hook. Then he glanced toward a window, letting his eyes dilate. "Ah," he said softly. Up jumped the gangster, gun flashing into view.
"What did you say?"
he demanded. "I just said, ah," replied Gascon, his eyes fixed on the window.
"If anybody's following you here—"
The giant broke off and tramped toward the window to look out. Like a flash, Gascon leaped after him. With him he carried the picture, lifted from where it hung. He swept it through the air, using the edge of the frame like a hatchet and aiming at the back of the thick neck. The blow was powerful and well placed. Knocked clean out, the gangster fell on his face. Gascon stooped, hooked his hands under the armpits, and made shift to drag the slack weight back to its chair. It took all his strength to set his victim back there. Then he drew from his side pocket the thing he'd been carrying for days, a wad of cotton which he soaked in chloroform. Holding it to the broad nose, he waited until the last tenseness went out of the great limbs. Then he crossed one leg over the other knee, poised the head against the chair back, an elbow on a cushioned arm. Clamping the nervous right hand over the pistol butt, he arranged it in the man's lap. Now the attitude was one of assured relaxation. Gascon hung the picture back in place, and himself sat down. He still puffed on the cigarette that had not left his lips. He had more than a minute to wait before the leaner mobster returned. "Ready for you now," he said to Gascon, beckoning him through a rear door. He gave no more than a glance to his quiet, easy-seeming comrade. They went down some stairs into a basement. Plainly, basements were an enthusiasm of the commander of this enterprise, and along a corridor. At the end was a door, pulled almost shut, with light showing through the crack. "Go in," ordered Triangle Face, and turned as if to mount the stairs again. But it was not Gascon's wish that he find his companion senseless. In fact, Gascon had no intention of leaving anyone in the way of the retreat he hoped to make later. With his hand on the doorknob, he spoke. "One thing, my friend." Triangle Face paused and turned. "I'm no friend of yours. What do you want?" Gascon extended his other hand. "Wish me luck." "The only luck I wish you is bad. Don't try to grab hold of me." The gangster's hand slid into the front of his coat, toward that bulge that denoted an armpit holster. Gascon sprang upon him, catching him by the sleeve near the elbow so that he couldn't whip free with the weapon. Gascon's other hand dived into his own pocket, again clutching the big wad of chloroform-soaked cotton. He whipped the wad at and upon the triangular face. The man tried to writhe away, but Gascon, heavier and harder muscled than he, shoved him against the wall, where the back of his head would be clamped and held. Struggling, the fellow breathed deeply, again. His frantic flounderings suddenly went feeble. Gascon judged the dose sufficient and let go his holds. The man subsided limply, and Gascon, still holding to his sleeve, dragged the right hand out of the coat. Dropping his wad of cotton, he took up the big pistol.
"I'm afraid, Gaspipe,"
said a shrill, wise voice he should know better than anyone in the world,
"that the gun won't really help you with a nickel's worth."
Gascon spun around. A moment ago he had put his hand on the doorknob. When he turned to leap at the triangle-faced man, he had pulled the door open. Now he could see inside a bare, office-like room, a big, sturdy desk, and a figure just beyond. A figure calm and assured, but so tiny, so grotesque.
"Come in, Gaspipe,"
commanded Tom-Tom, the dummy. Tom-Tom did not look as Gascon had remembered him. The checkered jacket was filthy and frayed, and in the breast of it was a round black hole the size of a fingertip. The paint had been flaked away from the comical face. One broad ear was half broken off. The wig was tousled and matted. The eyes goggled no more in the clownish fashion that had been made so famous in publicity photographs. They crouched deep in Tom-Tom's wooden face and glowed greenly like the eyes of a meat-eating animal.
"You're the only man I ever expected to figure me out, Gaspipe," said Tom-Tom. "And even you can't do much about it, can you? Put away the gun. I've been shot at, and it does nothing but make little holes like this."
He tapped the black rent in his jacket front with a jointed forefinger.
"As a matter of fact, I was glad to see a notice in the agony column. I think I'd have hunted you up anyway. You see, we make a fine team, Gaspipe. There are things we can still do for each other, but you must be reasonable."
"I'm not here to let you make fun of me," said Gascon. "You're just a little freak brought to life by the chance power evolved by cracked old intelligence. Once I puzzled it out, I knew that I needn't be afraid. You can't do anything to me."
"No," said Tom-Tom with what seemed a chuckle. "Let me show you something, Gaspipe."
His wooden hand moved across the desktop and touched a button. A section of the wall slid back like a stage curtain, revealing an opening the size of a closet door. The opening was fenced in with a metal grating. Behind it stood Shannon Cole, her long black hair awry, her face pale, her cloth of gold pajamas rumpled. "Ben," she said in a voice that choked, "did he get you too?" Gascon exclaimed and turned as if to spring toward the grating, but at the same instant, with a swiftness that was more than a cat's, Tom-Tom also moved. He seemed to fly across his desk, as though flung by a catapult. His hard head struck Gascon's stomach, doubling him up, and then Tom-Tom's arms whipped around Gascon's ankles, dragging them sideways. Down fell the ventriloquist, heavily and clumsily. The gun flew from his hand, bouncing on the floor like a ball. Tom-Tom caught it in mid-bounce and lifted it with both hands.
"I won't kill you, Gaspipe," he announced, "but I'll most emphatically shoot off your kneecap if you try anything sudden again. Sit up, put your back against that wall, and listen."
"Do what he says, Ben. He means business," Shannon Cole urged tremulously from behind her bars. Gascon obeyed, trying to think of a way to grapple that imp of wood and fabric. Tom-Tom chuckled again, turned back to his desk, and scrambled lightly upon it. As before, he touched the button, and Shannon was instantly shut from sight.
"Good thing I kidnapped her," he
observed.
"Not only is she worth thousands to have managers, but she brought you to me. Now we'll have a dandy conference, just like old times, isn't it, Gaspipe?"
Gascon sat still, eyeing the gun. He might have risked its menace, but for the thought of Shannon behind those bars. Tom-Tom, so weirdly strong, might fight him off even if disarmed, then turn on his captive. The dummy that was no longer a dummy seemed to read his mind.
"No violence, Gaspipe. I tell you, it's been tried before. When the Dilson mobsters were through laughing at the idea of my taking over, one or two thought about Diggs Dilson should be avenged. But their guns didn't even make me blink. I killed a couple and impressed the others. I bred into them the fear of Tom-Tom."
Again the chuckle.
"I'm almost as hard to hurt as I am to fool, Gaspipe, and that's very, very hard indeed."
"What do you want of me?" blurted Gascon, scowling.
"Now that's a question,"
nodded Tom-Tom.
"It might be extended a little. What do I want of life, Gaspipe? Life is here with me, but I never asked for it. It was thrust into me and upon me. My first feeling was of crazy rage toward the life-giver."
"And so you killed him?" interrupted Gascon.
"I did, and the killing gave me the answer. The only thing worthwhile in life is taking life."
Tom-Tom spread his wooden hands, as though he felt that he'd made a neat point. Gascon made a quick gesture of protest, then subsided as Tom-Tom picked up the gun again. "You're wrong, Tom-Tom," he said earnestly.
"Am I? You're going to give me a moral lecture, are you? But men invented morals so as to protect their souls. I don't have a soul, Gaspipe. I don't have to worry about protecting it. I'm not human. I'm a thing."
Sitting on the desk, he crossed his legs and fiddled with the gun.
"You've lived longer than I. What else, besides killing, is worthwhile in life?"
"Why, enjoyment." The marred head waggled.
"Enjoyment of what? Food? I can't eat. Companionship? I doubt it, where a freak like me is concerned. Possessions? But I can't use clothes or houses or money or anything like that. They're for men, not dummies. What else, Gaspipe?"
Why... This time Gascon fell silent.
"Love, you were going to say."
The chuckle was louder, and the glowing yellow eyes flickered aside toward the place behind the wall where Shannon was penned up.
"You're being stupid, Gaspipe. Because you know what love is? You think others do. Gaspipe, I'll never know what love is. I'm not made for it.
I see you aren't. Gascon nodded solemnly. All right, Tom Tom. You can find life worth living if you try for supremacy in some line. Leadership.
That,
said Tom Tom,
is where killing comes in. And where you come in, too.
He laid down the gun and put the tips of his jointed fingers together, in a pose grotesquely like that of a mild lecturer.
I've given my case a lot of time and thought, you see. I realize that I don't fit in. Humanity hasn't ever considered making a place for me. I don't have needs or reactions or wishes to fit those of humanity.
Is that why you turn to criminals? Because they don't fit into normal human ethics either?
Exactly.
Tom Tom nodded above his poised hands.
And the criminals understand me, and I understand them better than you think, but...
And he sounded a little weary.
They're no good either. You see, Gaspipe, they scare too easily. They die too easily. Just now you overpowered one. They're not fit to associate with me on the terms I dictate. If I'm going to have power, it'll turn what passes from my stomach. If I have only people of meat and bone under me.
He made a spitting sound, just as Gascon had often faked for him in the days when the two were performing.
As I say, this is where you come in.
In heaven's name, what do you mean?
You're smart, Gaspipe. You made me, the one thing that has been given artificial life. Will you make other things to be animated?
More robots? Demanded Gascon. You want a science factory.
I am the apex of science come true. Oh, it's practical. A couple at first, then 10, then 100, then enough perhaps to grab a piece of the world and rule it. Don't bug out your eyes, Gaspipe. My followers bought up the life-making machinery and other things for me. I have lots of money from that ransom, and I can get more.
Gascon was finding the idea not so surprising as at first, but he shook his head over it. I won't.
Yes, you will. We'll be partners again, understand?
If I refuse? Tom Tom made no audible answer. He only turned and gazed meaningly at the place where Shannon was shut up. Gascon sighed and rose. Show me this machinery of yours.
Step this way.
Monkey nimble, Tom Tom hopped to the floor. He had taken up the gun again and gestured with it for Gascon to walk beside him. Together they crossed the office to a rear corner, where Tom Tom touched what looked like a projecting nail head. As with the door to Shannon's cell, a panel slid back. They passed into a corridor, and the panel closed behind them.
Straight ahead,
came the voice of Tom Tom in the darkness.
Being mechanical, I have a head for mechanics. I devised all these secret panels. Neat?
Dramatic, replied Gascon, who could be ironical himself. Now, Tom Tom, if I do what you want, what happens to me and to Miss Cole?
You both stay with me.
You won't let them ransom her? A chuckle, and
I'll take the ransom money, but she's seen too much to go free. Maybe I'll make the two of you a nice suite of rooms for housekeeping. Barred in, of course. Didn't you used to carry me around in a little case, Gaspipe? I'll take just as good care of you, if you do what I want.
The little monster did something or other to open a second door, and beyond showed the light of a strong electric lamp. They passed into a big windowless room with rough wooden walls, probably a deep cellar. It held a complicated arrangement of electrical machinery. Hopping lightly to a bench the height of Gascon's shoulder, Tom Tom seized a switch and closed it. There were emissions of sparks, a stir of wheels and belts, and the hum of machinery being set in motion.
This Gaspipe is what brought me to life. And look!
The jointed wooden hand flourished toward a corner.
There's a kind of thing that was tried and failed.
It looked like a caricature of an armored knight, a tall, jointed, gleaming thing, half again as big as a big man, with a head shaped like a bucket. There were no features except two vacant eyes of quartz, staring through the blank metal as through a mask. Gascon walked around it, his doctor mind and builder hands immediately interested. The doctor was but loosely pinned together, and he drew aside a plate peering into the works. The principle's wrong, he announced at once. The fellow didn't understand anatomical balance.
I knew it,
cried Tom Tom.
You can add the right touch, Gaspipe. That's the specimen that came closest to success before me. I'll help. After all, my brain was made by the old boy who did all these things. Through it, I know what he knew.
Why didn't you save him to help you? Demanded Gascon. He picked up a pair of tapering pincers and a small wrench and began to tinker.
I told you about that once. I was angry. My first impulse was a killing rage. The death of my life-giver was my first pleasure and triumph. I hadn't dreamed up the plan I've been describing.
Anger was Tom-Tom's first emotion, not so different from human beings as the creature imagined, mused Gascon. What had the lecturer at medical school once quoted from Immanuel Kant? The outcry that is heard from a child just born was not the note of lamentation, but of indignation and aroused wrath. Of course, a newborn baby has not the strength to visit its rage on mother or nurse or doctor, but a creature as organized and powerful in body and mind as Tom-Tom, or as huge and overwhelming as this metal giant he fiddled with. Gascon decided to think such thoughts with the greatest stealth. If Tom-Tom could divine them, something terrible was due to happen. Stripping off his coat, he went to work on the robot with deadly earnestness. Morning had probably come to the outside world. Gascon, wan and weary, stepped back and mopped his brow with a shirt-sleeve. Tom-Tom spoke from where he sat cross-legged on the bench beside the controls.
Is he pretty much in shape, Gaspipe?
As much as you ever were, Tom-Tom. If you are right and this machine gave you life, it will give him life too.
I can't wait for my man Friday. Get him over and lay him on the slab.
The metal man was too heavy to lift, and Gascon's hours of work had provided his joints with beautiful balance. An arm around the tank-like waist was enough to support and guide. The weight shifted from one big shovel foot to the other, and the massive bulk actually walked to the table-like slab in the midst of the wheels and tubes, and Gascon eased it down at full length. Now Tom-Tom approached, bringing a spongy-looking object on a metal tray, an amorphous roundness that sprouted copper wires in all directions. He slid it into the open top of the robot's bucket-like head.
That's a brain for Friday,
explained Tom-Tom.
Not as complex as mine, but made the same way. He'll have simple reactions and impulses. A model servant.
Simple reactions, and Tom-Tom had sprung up from his birth couch to kill the man who brought him to life. Gascon's hands trembled ever so slightly as he connected the brain wires to terminals that did duty as nerves. Tom-Tom himself laid a plate over the orifice and struck it down with a soldering iron.
My own brain's armored inside this wooden skull,
he commented.
No bullet or axe could reach it, and no one can hurt the brain of Friday here unless they get him from above. He's pretty tall to get at from above, Gaspipe?
That's right, nodded Gascon, and in his mind rose a picture of the big metal thing bending down, exposing that vulnerable soldered patch. Tom-Tom and he clamped the leads to wrists, ankles, and neck.
Get back to the wall, Gaspipe,
commanded Tom-Tom bleakly, and Gascon obeyed.
Now watch, and don't move, or I'll set Friday on you when he wakes up.
Gascon sat down on a long, low bench next to the open door. Tom-Tom noticed his position and lifted the gun he had carried into the chamber.
Don't try to run,
he warned,
or I'll drill you, maybe in the stomach, and you can lie there and die slowly. When you die, there'll be nobody to help Shani yonder in her little hole in the wall.
I won't run, promised Gascon, and Tom-Tom switched on more power. Sparks, a shuddering roar, a quickening of all parts of the machine. The shining hulk on the slab stirred and quivered like a man troubled by dreams. Tom-Tom gave a brief barking laugh of triumph, brought the mechanism to a howling crescendo of sound and motion, and abruptly shut it down to a murmur.
Friday! Friday!
He called. Slowly the metal giant sat up in its bonds. The bucket head with its vacant eyes now gleaming as yellow as Tom-Tom's turned in that direction. Then, with unthinkable swiftness, the big metal body heaved itself erect, ripping free of the clamps that had been fastened upon it. Up rose two monstrous hands like baseball gloves of jointed iron. There was a clashing, heavy-footed charge. Sitting still as death, Gascon again recalled to mind what Tom-Tom had said, what he had heard at medical school. Tom-Tom gave a prolonged yell and threw up the gun to fire. The explosions rattled and rolled in the narrow confinement of the room. Bullets spattered the armor-plated breast of the oncoming giant. One knocked away a gleaming eye. The towering thing did not falter in its dash. Tom-Tom tried to spring down too late. The big hands flashed out and had him. Gascon, now daring to move, dragged the bench across the doorway. From a corner he caught up a heavy wrought-iron socket lever, as long as a walking stick and nearly as thick as his wrist. All the while he watched, over his shoulder, a battle that was not all one-sided. After his final effort to command the newly animated giant, Tom-Tom had not made a sound. He concentrated on freeing himself from the grip that had fastened upon him. Both his wooden hands clutched a single finger, strained against it. Gascon saw, almost as in a ridiculous dream, that immense finger bending backward, and tearing from its socket. But the other fingers kept their hold. They laid Tom-Tom on the floor. A great slab of a foot pinned him there. The two metal hands began to pluck him to pieces, and to throw the pieces away. First an arm in a plaid sleeve flew across the room. An arm ripped from Tom-Tom's little sleeve, an arm that still writhed and wriggled, its fingers opening and closing. It fell among the wheels that still turned, jamming them. Sparks sprang up with a grating rattle. Then a flame of blueness. Gascon turned his back toward the door that he had blocked with the bench to see the thing out. With a wanton fury, the victorious ogre of metal had shredded Tom-Tom's body, hurling the pieces in all directions. To one side the machinery was putting forth more flame and more. The blaze licked up the wall. The giant straightened his body at last, holding in one paw the detached head of its victim. The jaws of Tom-Tom snapped and moved, as though he was trying to speak. "Look this way!" roared Gascon at the top of his voice. The creature heard him. Its head swiveled doorward. It stared with one gleaming eye and one empty black socket. Gascon brandished the socket lever over his head as though in challenge, then turned and sprang over the bench into the dark corridor. A jangling din as the thing rushed after him. Hands shot out to clutch. Its shins struck the bench violently. The feet lost their grip of the floor, and the clumsy structure plunged forward and down with a noise like an automobile striking a stone wall. For a moment the huge head was just at Gascon's knee. He struck. The soldier-fastened patch flew away under the impact of his clubbed lever bar like a driven golf ball. The cranium yawned open, and he jabbed the bar in. Something squashed and yielded before his prodding, a delicate artificial brain. Then the struggling shape at his feet subsided. From one relaxing hand rolled something round, the head of Tom-Tom. It still lived, for the eyes rolled up to glare at Gascon. The jaw snapped at his toe. He kicked the thing back through the door into the growing flames. The fire was bright enough to show him the way back along the corridor. He didn't know how Tom-Tom had arranged the panel to open and close, nor did he pause to find out. Heavy blows of the bar cleared him away. Out in the office, he fairly sprang to the desk, located the button on its top and pressed it. A moment later, Shannon was staring out at him through her grating.
"Ben," she gasped, "are you all right? Tom-Tom."
"He's finished," Gascon told her. "This whole business is finished." With his lever, he managed to rip the grating from its fastenings, and then dragged Shannon forth. She clung to him like a child awakened from a nightmare. "Come, we're getting out." In the second corridor he stooped, searched the pockets of the senseless triangle-faced one, and secured the keys to the car outside. Then he shook the fellow back to semi-consciousness. "This house is on fire," Gascon shouted. "Get your pal upstairs on his feet and get out of here." Leaving the fellow standing weakly, Gascon and Shannon got into the open and into the car. Driving along the street, they heard the clang of fire engines, heading for the now angry fire. Shannon said one thing.
"Ben, how much can we tell the police?"
"It isn't how much we can tell them," replied Gascon weightily. "It's how little." When autumn returned, Ben Gascon was on the air again after all. His sponsors feared that his marriage to Shannon Cole might damage their popularity as co-stars, but radio fans showed quite the opposite reaction. Gascon introduced a fresh note in the form of a new dummy, which he named Jack Duffy, a greenhorn character with a husky voice instead of a shrill one, and rural humour instead of cocktail-hour repartee. Sometimes people asked what had become of Tom-Tom, but Gascon always managed to change the subject, and eventually Tom-Tom was forgotten.
End of Story 12. End of Dastardly Criminals in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 4.